Hello. Hello. Lovely. Morning, everybody. Wow. Morning. Hi. Hello. Hi. I only see one lady responding to that. Hi. Lovely. Thank you. Before we begin, very quickly, just to set the stage, because many of them are walking in late. आप में से कितने लोग नोएडा से आए हैं? Who all have come from Noida? Of course, sir, your face tells me that. He's like, हाँ मैं. Gurgaon. How many from Gurgaon? Okay, anybody's come from very far? Like someone, your hand went like, yes. No, please don't say Bombay and all that. From NCR. Yes, ma'am. Where? From Panipat. Okay, and then you say Greater Noida, sir. And anybody else who's come from like very far? Ma'am, it's okay. I said legit 20 minutes away in Gurgaon. It took me almost 1.5 hours to reach here today. But because all of you made it in time, I think that in itself deserves a big round of applause. Let's start the morning with that, no? By clapping your own selves. And थोड़े जोश के साथ, please. Thank you. With that, a very good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the BW Disrupt Founders Forum 2024. My name is Aditya Malik, and I am going to be your host for the day. A humble request. May I please request all of you to turn your mobile phones to silent mode? Just that. Thank you so much. To give you a brief background, for the last 7 years, BW Disrupt, in association with BW Business World, has been recognizing and also applauding the best of the best startup founders under the annual initiative, which is BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards. Trailblazers such as Zaman Gupta of Boat, Punita Singh of Sugar, Ghazal Alak of Mamad, and Vikas Nahar of Happy Low, and more have been a part of this list. And I'm sure many more of dignitaries like yourselves will be joining the list today. And taking this legacy forward, today we shall celebrate and also honor the excellence and also distinguished achievers of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 2024. With that, may I please request our team to play the event TV? The theme for this year is navigating India's next wave of entrepreneurial success. And today, the panel discussions that you will witness, in them, you will hear seasoned professionals share their authentic experiences. Also, they will talk about the strategies behind their success, discuss how they navigated challenges, and also sort of shed light on their paths to innovation. We'll all definitely gain valuable insights into how real world entrepreneurship blends vision with practical execution and also discover actionable takeaways to fuel our own growth journeys. BW Disrupt is a 360-degree platform to keep all of us updated on the startup world and also covers all aspects of the entrepreneurship ecosystem in our country, which includes founders' journeys, investor news, investment news, dialogues with founders and investors, and also other thought provoking content. Maybe please now request the team to play the community AV to give us a glimpse of the business world disrupt community. BW Business World is led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has, again, 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. You can stay updated on developments by subscribing to the magazines within the BW Business World group. I promise you, they'll enhance your professional journey for knowledge and, of course, insights as well. Special offers are available for all our event attendees today. You can visit the same registration desk for more information on that. The latest issue dives deep into India's thriving quick commerce sector and explores the factors driving this game of convenience. Also, a quick video to give you a glimpse of this quick commerce special issue. The magazine AVPs. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwdisrupt.com. As we flag off today's event, a humble request, अगर आप कुछ भी online share कर रहे हैं, please use the hashtag Founders Forum. A big thank you to our partners as well, Exchange for Media, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Pandrum, Beanly, IWM Buzz, Reality Plus, and Impact, and also Pitch. I know we're supposed to start at 10:30, 10:15, but rains had some other plan. But thank you, you all made it in time. So we'll start now and we'll try and keep things on track. A humble request to all the moderators who walk up on the stage because you yourself and the people I'm sure you'll all be listening to, and sabka aura bahut hai. They all have so much to share. So probably it's going to be a challenge for our session moderators to give a check on the timer. Otherwise, they'll force me to come and stand next to you and just look at you with a puppy face. That's it. And I don't want to do that. But now that we are good to go, it's time for our first panel discussion. With your loudest applause, let's please welcome to share their views on the era of Indicorns, scaling gazelles for market dominance. And our panelists for this, Varun Madan, founder and CEO of Saladays, Amol Sehgal, co-founder, Physiowits, Ankit Jaipuria, co-founder, Zayed Dev Arora, co-founder and CEO of Alt Mobility. And this session will be chaired by Priyanka Sachdeva, founder and CEO of Core and Pure. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody, with your applause, your smiles. Listen, it's just the morning. You can't be this low on energy. Come on, yeah. Thank you.
So, good morning, everybody. आवाज ही नहीं आ रही यार. Yes, that's good morning. And thanks a lot, Anuragji is not here. Thanks a lot, Resham and Business World, for giving me the opportunity to be the moderator for the panel. And I would like to take you through all the panelists here. Anyways, the names are there. We have not sitting like, in the photograph, as it has been shown there. But Varun, and he is already, it said, like, Salad Days. It's 11-year-old company and pioneer in selling salads. And then Dave is into Alt Mobility is a company name and completely EV related things he is doing. So he'll talk about his business. And then we have Amol. No, sir. Ankit in Zyod and his manufacturing in clothing industry he belongs to. So he will listen to him about his businesses and what he think about the topic. And then we have Amol from nutraceuticals. So his company name is Physiovits, right? And I am Priyanka Sachdeva. I run a company called Core and Pure into Essential Oils. And the topic what has been given to us today is unicorns. All of us have been hearing, but it is Indicorn. So any idea what is Indicorn in the viewers? Okay. So Indicorn first, unicorn definitely we have heard of, the companies who are doing $1 billion, they are into unicorns. And now the new terminology, we have framed, and that's by Kunal Behel, it has been framed recently, Indicorns, and probably that's the right thing what he talked about. Like कि जो companies 100 crores का turnover कर रहे हैं, we will talk about them only in spite of, talking about the unicorns. And the valuations are only making them unicorns and not the actual reality. So the topic as it says, the era of indicorns is scaling gases for market dominance. So let's hear from, all the panelists. First of all, I would like to understand from them, because we have seen recently many unicorns. Let's talk about Paytm, let's talk about Byju's. We have many other, like Swiggy also, are doing good, but then again, the valuations are taking it's degraded. So now we need to understand why actually it is happening and what all the steps the ecosystem has to take in this. And from your experiences, our experiences, we can discuss and make it a little easier and clear how the startup ecosystem has to go ahead, so that in spite of only 2%, the data says out of 100% of entrepreneurs or their startup, only 2% are successful in the business. 98% are failure, and we hear only about those 2%, right? And what about the 98% whom we are not hearing, and whom you are hearing in 2% are also creating these kind of news, as we are talking about Byju's and Paytm Mall and all, the degrade in the valuation. So Varun, first of all, yours is a business. When I was going through your profile, I saw, and I was talking to you, you are the one who has never, it's more of valuation. When we talk about it is like for bringing in money to raise the company, like from one level to another, we look upon for that, because definitely money is the fuel to run the business. So I would like to understand from your perspective, how do you take this era, and how do you see that we founders have to step in further?
Hi. So I have been running Salad Days since 11 years now. And we are a bootstrapped company. That's what you were referring to. Every founder has a different personality, has a different, way of building a company. Um, when I started 11 years ago, actually, we had to create this category in a way. We were saying salads are full meals, right? So we were slightly ahead of the pull in the main Indian diet, right? I mean, the mainstream diet. So I wanted to build a company which was fundamentally strong in terms of profitability, scalability, etc. I always want to build a company which is sustainable in its growth and in its existence. I personally believe that bottom line or profits are the goals, and top line is a means to reach there. We were Of course, I've seen in these 11 years how the funding environment, the ecosystem has gone up and down, and how the sentiments have changed, how different verticals have gained attention at times, and how others have lost. There were, of course, a lot of avenues where we could go ahead and raise funds. But honestly, during that time, I felt that I should not be focusing on hyper growth in the business that I was building, because that may not be as sustainable if I do that. Money solves a lot of problems. Money does not solve all the problems. So we chose to sort of stick to doing things slow and steady, and I think we have scaled up decently. I'm not against funding. It's not that investment is a bad thing or anything like. It depends what you're building, which business you are in, what's the kind of growth trajectory that you can actually have. But I believe that sustainable growth is something that should always be prioritized. Otherwise, to me as a founder, it's not a business which is nicely built.
So thanks a lot. So we have to, otherwise, we business schools, we talk about growth or, profitability, right? That is somehow, or in some of the workshops, you see that whether growth or we talk about profitability. So most of the founders, we say growth in spite of profitability. And here he is talking about profitability, and probably, that has to be the key. So now coming to you, Dev, because he is a bootstrap, and you are in the industry with investors and in the ecosystem. So how do you take that, whether what steps we the people, the businesses who are looking to be the actual big size or taking dominant place in the industry, how we should approach to the funding or the working style and all this? What is your say on that?
Sure. So just to give you context, we're essentially at Alt Mobility building a platform for leasing of electric vehicles for commercial fleets. The problem we are trying to solve is for access to finance. So it's investment, and raising capital is like a daily job for us, because we're essentially solving for the hardware problem related to climate change, which is that you have all these new technologies coming up. And somebody has to bear the capital cost of the transition, whether it's solar assets, whether it's electric vehicles. There's a lot of capital that needs to be put in for these technologies to scale up. And so the business we are building is essentially focused on reducing that capital cost and absorbing that capital burden. So a lot of our work is actually, I am, focused on raising equity. So a lot of my discussions have been over the last 3 years we've been deploying. We've deployed about 8,000 vehicles on the ground. That translates to somewhere about kind of 160 crores in assets under management. And so the journey for us has always been, how do we raise both debt and equity? And so our conversations when we started 3 years ago with investors were really around, largely speaking to impact funds, largely speaking to infrastructure-related investors, but also venture capital. And throughout my conversations with about 130 plus investors, what we realized was that investors are certainly looking for companies which are sustainable. There's a clear change in narrative wherein there's a strong focus on profitability. We've all been speaking about it, but there's also a clear view, a much more clearer view of what the end goal of that company should look like. In the EV sector where we are in, there are incumbents that are already in place. So when you look at the fundamental transformation of the automobile sector, you're essentially placing a new OEM that is building an electric vehicle is always being pegged against an incumbent, which is, let's say, a Bajaj. When you're creating a play in the financing space, you're always being pegged against a Shriram Transport or a Bajaj Finance again. So there are always values that new players need to create to be able to justify their existence. Really, the fundamental question that anyone is being asked in this sector is really how is your business going to look like 3 to 5 years down the line? And what differentiation or what value are you going to be able to create to take a place amongst the top market share holders on that table? So that's one of the fundamental conversations that we have when we are speaking with investors in this sector. So the goal is really, what are you going to look like 5 years down the line? What is going to be your position in the niche segment where you're innovating in? And then how are you building that sustainably? What are your North Star metrics that allow you to essentially become more sustainable in terms of your growth and create that trajectory? Now, a lot of that profitability may not come in the initial years, because you're really focusing not just on product market fit, you're focusing on being unit economics positive. So focusing on both of these aspects is quite important. Scale is something that really kicks in once you've been able to establish these two metrics. And I think that's the trajectory that we have followed. We've been profitable from the first year onwards, and we continue to show profitability every year since we've grown in. And we've been able to demonstrate growth at the same time. So there's a significant balance that we've been able to create between high growth and maintaining profitability. That's been kind of how our trajectory and experience has been.
So definitely, it's not only the growth in terms of, because by acquisition of client acquisition is very important, which only will bring in growth. So definitely you are looking at that thing, because as I told you, I was going through your last post, and I saw that you were trying to, grab the bigger market and, number of fleets, you are trying to add on, and which will definitely, have the costing incurred to it. Costing would be involved in it, but definitely the profitability you have kept in mind. So it's not that only the valuation part per se we have to look upon for, but profitability we are making in place, right? So that's how. And in your kind of an industry, definitely it's not that one car, it has to be number of cars. So if it is coming, also one company is coming, big number will be coming in. So that will make the profitability more, viable, right? Great. So now coming to you, Ankit. So normally when we have seen traditionally, big companies are always from manufacturing background, and you are in manufacturing, right? The recent trend talks about, tech and all, and then we see that they have taken leaps and bounds and in terms of growth. But traditionally, if we see all companies who had made a place, they were from manufacturing. And then if I come to you, how you are seeing, because in manufacturing, in one day you cannot be giant, right? So how you are taking it, that for profitability, sustainability, what are the measures you suggest in your company you have taken, and for the industry per se?
Thanks, Priyanka. I think just to give all of the audiences the context, Zyod is a tech-enabled apparel manufacturing company. So we supply to fashion brands and help them the overall end-to-end design to delivery supply chain. So we focus a lot on manufacturing. And as you rightly mentioned, see, it's not a one-day job. It's a traditional old industry requiring a lot of hard work, and that requires a long-term strategy, which I think Varun, they rightly mentioned, that you have to have that sustainability in mind, that long-term goal, what you are solving for, and that becomes the cornerstone. So you have to figure out that this is the actual value that you would be creating by your solution. What is the change in the life of the consumers, the customers, or the ecosystem before and after your company? And that what becomes the real driver of creating such a company, where once you're solving the real pain point. So in our situation, where the fashion industry evolved from a consumer lens, where e-commerce was rising, Gen Zs were moving towards this fast fashion consumer behavior, it required a lot of agility in the supply chain. And for that, there was one starking number that we realized, that most of the brands, they fail because of inventory losses. And that inventory loss is primarily because the supply chain is not agile or fit for this 21st century. So that's where the technology angle comes in picture, where you figure out what are the inefficiencies in the supply chain and how technology can solve it, make it fast, make it uh, more agile supply chain where you reduce your order quantities. Gone are those days where there were just like two seasons, summer, winter. Now you have spring, summer, pre-summer, fall, and the list can go on. So now you have to build that efficient supply chain, which is rapid to the changing consumer trends. And once you identify that one cornerstone of your business, you start working on it, and that then creates that long-term value, which eventually will provide that growth, that scale, because you have repeat consumers, customers coming in, as well as that would then actually reflect in your bottom line P&L numbers, and that's where the value is. And just one last thing to sum it all up, see, markets are always cyclical. When there is low interest rate, just during the COVID times, it was a booming market. When now the interest rates were rising, the markets became, or we saw a funding crunch. But if you are building a very strong, sustainable, fundamental company, you are always in a good market.
Great, great. So, the three industry perspective we have heard, and now coming to your industry, pharma industry is one, pharma and arms and ammunition are one, which actually regulates the economy all across the world. So now coming to your industry, you are into nutraceuticals. So because this is capital intensive, right? Nutraceuticals, if you want to scale up, will take a huge amount to, but definitely, yes, the big giants are doing it. So in your kind of industry, how do you see that, for sustainable growth, the startups should look upon for, or the Gazzlers should look upon for?
Sure, thanks. So first of all, to just give you a context, so I come from a healthcare background, and so I come with like almost 15 years of my experience handling patient cases, efficacy or efficiency of medications, patient safety. So that's what basically triggered, venturing into this, venturing specifically into this physio, this domain. So to put into perspective, we have three different domains: healthcare, wellness, and then skincare. Now, talking about nutraceuticals, one thing that is really important here is, to get the background done. So like you said, there's a regulatory framework in place, and then you have a lot of research to do. So specifically, if I talk about the COVID times, so before COVID, the awareness was like quite limited. After COVID, there has been a lot of awareness. Talking about numbers, nutraceutical industry was supposed to be, 27 billion by 2027 or 28. So we've already crossed that numbers in 2022, which makes it a very lucrative kind of a domain right now. So it's easy to get attracted, jump in with the perspective that there's a I would say that it's almost like a success ride where everyone is trying to hop onto. But very specifically, it's not that easy. You need to have that kind of research, that kind of information. The regulatory framework itself takes like almost 1 or 2 years. You come up with an idea, then you have to come up with the research, then you have to come up with the effects and possibly any adverse events or whatever is possibly the factors that impact. And then after a couple of years, you can actually come up with a product. So this entire thing takes a lot of time. Now, especially, we are talking about the funding and the bootstrap. So yes, we are bootstrapped, and we've gone through this grinding and this churning as well. 21, we started with almost 20 products, and that in itself, mind you, it was a research of almost 3 years. So we took like 3 years to get into it. Then we came up with almost 20 products, and we had to scale it back down to 8 because it didn't work. With that extensive research, with that extensive everything coming in, and the COVID, it didn't work. So we came down to 8, and then we scaled up to 12. So lessons learned, yes, scaling cannot be hasty, scaling cannot be rushed. For any case, if you want to, scale up to a certain level, specifically healthcare, where lives are at stake, where patient lives matter, it cannot be a rushed growth. It has to take time. It has to be sustainable, and then very important thing is trust. So most of the times when we talk about consumers, specifically in nutraceuticals, it's a very common kind of a feedback or a review that the consumers don't feel that the specific nutraceutical products are actually helping them out. So noticeable changes or noticeable benefits. That's a really difficult thing to crack, especially when it comes to the consumer base. So that's where we basically come in. So just to give you a context, so like I said, I'm a clinical pharmacist, and we have a team of doctors and pharmacists. That's me, and a panel of think tank, which are like majorly into healthcare. The doctors, the pharmacists, the nurses, the dietitians, and then an entire panel. So what becomes important here is, I'll give you an example. So the clinical doses in terms of nutraceuticals, that play a very important role. The kind of dose that you have to take, which will actually help it absorb in the blood, is really something that will take time. And nutraceuticals is more of deficiencies of the body. So for the current diet that we have, the current lifestyle that we have, most of the time, specifically, this is an interesting observation. So in tier 2 and tier 1 cities, we find the deficiencies are higher rather than the rural people, or rather than the people who are still grounded to the roots. We see the deficiencies are higher because of probably the lifestyle, because of probably the quality of food that we take. We're more into processed foods. We're more into different kind of diets. Then adulteration is a problem that is that has a very limited control. So that's where these kind of benefits, these kind of deficiencies kick in. So it's really important to study the kind of the cohort of population that we are going to address, and that definitely changes with the time, with the geography. So
Okay. Different industry perspective we have seen, and, people like how you people are doing it. Now, I would like to understand, because ultimately it has to be self-sustainable growth. That is what we need to look upon for. And in different kind of industry, as he was talking about, and I can understand because I am in this industry, and people are actually not aware about the concerns what they have, or in any business, that is the problem. People are, because if EV, because let's say, the entire industry is talking about, government is talking about, so people have become aware about EV lena hai, or pollution ko control karna hai, or environment ko theek karna hai, and all this stuff. But then again, the cost is very, very high, and big giants are also coming in. Big players are also there, and as you said that you will be talked about in comparison to that of Bajaj and Shriram Finance and all those. So I would like to understand, how do you see, what are the pitfalls as in mid-size status? How do you find out this question, because I have talked about EV basically. So what are the pitfalls you see, so that, let's say, the thing what the investor is asking for 5 years, and if we have to keep it in mind and we want to overachieve it, or whatever the numbers we are looking at, we need to do that and need to be faster than the competitor or the big giant coming in and grabbing the entire market. What all you have taken as a step to recognize those things, and you are planning to?
Sure. So from our perspective, when we look at enabling access to finance, we see that traditional finance, vanilla finance as it exists for the automotive segments, has the potential to be disrupted, because electric vehicles are smarter and more connected vehicles. They allow you access to data that comes from within the battery packs and the vehicles. We essentially have built a company which is very data centric. So we collect data across the entire life cycle of our fleets, from its purchase to its ongoing running, the cell voltage, current, temperature coming from the battery pack, to every single spare part that's changed in the vehicle, to every single charging session that happens within our fleet. And what we've built is a stack that is built on top of a conventional vanilla kind of leasing or financing stack to create a life cycle management play, in which we own the entire user journey or the vehicle journey, and manage the entire life cycle of that vehicle, which through data and how we're able to optimize that entire experience for the user. For example, if a vehicle is going out and going to access a charging station, the market rate you would pay is about 20 rupees. You have a very difficult charging experience. What we're trying to do is essentially integrate that within a single application so that you can access charging point operator X or Y through a single unified app, and you get, let's say, a 30-40% discount on the charging session. We work on reducing the servicing cost for the user. The cost for servicing is built into the leads, for example. So objective for us is not just to look at it from just a simple financing play. We look at it as a life cycle management play, where we reduce the total cost of ownership of the vehicle, to create more value for end users. And that's what really differentiates us from any conventional combustion engine vehicle player that exists in the market today. Looking at data, how we're able to leverage that to create more efficiencies. EVs are already more efficient, require less servicing. But on top of that, how we leverage data to integrate the entire ecosystem in a single experience is really what we're striving to build.
Great. So data is the most important factor you are talking about, right? Now, Varun, coming to your industry, charging point, he talked about 20 rupees and stuff like that. When we say your industry is easy to enter, when we talk about there is no entry barrier is very low. When you say that, and when we are talking about data, that the customers who have come in the arena, but already in your company, they have used salads from your company, they have tasted it. But then again, discounting we see a lot. Zomato gives sometimes this discount, and then Swiggy gives you this discount, and then different players the local players are giving other discounts and all this stuff. So in this kind of a variant market, how do you see that, what all steps you can take? Because here the numbers can be huge, but in food it can be even higher than whatever the numbers are there, because everyone has to eat. So how challenging it is to grab the customers and retain the customers, because if the LTV is more, then only you are going to sustain, because it is not one time thing. So how do you see in that case?
Yeah, so I would also relate my answer to the entire context of this discussion, right? I think, yeah, you've mentioned the right thing. In food industry, where the transactions are so many and the average order value is low, and with the mindset that we have been discussing, wherein customer acquisition and top line and valuations were always a priority, discounting has been extremely rampant and invasive, right? What I mean to say is that, sad but true, in such less involving purchase decisions like ordering food, most people, and I'm generalizing, most people would do a trial if the discount is there or if the discount is higher. Now, that's the fabric of how the purchase decision making is evolving in our country, with exactly the same priorities that we were discussing, right? I mean, the priority is valuation, priority is top line, bottom line is not the priority. Then you would not care if you're making losses. You would just go ahead and give a lot of discounts and have, just have your customer acquisition costs that are being looked into, and then you're getting in a lot of customers. Yes, that is one of the main incumbents and one of the main predicaments in this case. How do you fight it out? That's your question, right? Salad Days, for example, is not a very discount-oriented company. I do not think that, be it any product or be it any industry, discount can be a growth strategy. Discount should not be a sales strategy. It should be used wisely. It can be an incentivizing strategy. You can get your first time trials in the with discounts, especially now I'm talking with my industry. For example, we do not give discounts to repeat customers. Maybe short term top line can suffer because of that. We may not get as quick growth or quarterly growth initially in initial years, right? But tell me, at the end of the day, would people like to buy bad quality food at discounts? A lot of people would not, right? You might incentivize them for first time trials, but after that, consistency and quality of product as well as service, that really matters. And in food industry, consistency is the largest challenge. Making one profitable shop or a cafe or an outlet or a cloud kitchen versus scaling it up into a chain, into a brand, in remote locations across country, etc. That's a completely different ballgame. Why? Because we are operationally extremely intensive in nature. So I believe that discounts should be used as incentivizing strategy and not as sales or growth strategy. They should be used for first generating first time trials, and after that, it is what you are serving and how you are serving. That is what ultimately matters.
Great. So consistency is the key, right? Just Ankit, I think we have to finish also. So just, what is your take on this one? Just consistency we are talking about discounting in the fashion industry is, as you said, that not season, even 15 days, it's changing, right? So how do you take it in your industry, and what all to retain the customer or to acquire the customer you see for the scalability, what you'll do?
I think what common points that came out was customer centricity, giving that quality, as well as having that whole life cycle management. So I'll keep it quick given that the time
So
is
just
up.
two liners, it's a time up. So lifestyle and quality.
So I think one key takeaway from all these points becomes keep that customer centricity at the bottom of it in each of the industries, and that's how you will sort of help scale businesses into a more profitable, sustainable, growing empire.
Great. Just a liner from you.
So I'd like to add to this when you talk about retention and customer acquisition and growth. So one thing that is that actually works within the healthcare space is more about community building. So for example, we came up with different initiatives like the Girl Circle. That's one of our initiatives. So that specifically answers. That's not a sales pitch or a sales initiative. That's basically to address the questions that females can have with respect to their female health specifically. Similarly, we have another initiative called Doctors on Air, wherein there are a number of blogs, and then we've come up with the videos and the podcasts as
So
well.
awareness, basically, you are talking about
Basically,
that
the
is what the
awareness and
awareness, what you are talking,
engagement, I would say.
engagement and
When
awareness you're talking
people,
about.
when people start building that kind of trust, and they understand that yes, the problems are being addressed, they're being heard, they're being listened to. So that basically creates more of a cohesive experience for them.
Thank you. So what I can make out from the discussion of these panelists is not the valuation game, the building game we have to play. And it is those who will build will only last, I believe, right? It's not about the valuation. If we are playing the valuation game, trust you me, as an entrepreneur, five of us sitting here and everyone sitting in the room knows that we are not going to sustain for a long time. So building has to be the important character of the business. And if you talk about the barter system when there was in the country, then also it was only building, and still today, and I believe whatever the future generation will come, if they will talk about building the business, then only they will be sustainable, otherwise it is not possible. So in terms of Indicorns, back to the basics, जो हमारे इंडिया के धरातल और हमारी जो बेसिक्स बात करते हैं कि ग्राउंडेड रहो और अपने चीजों को मत भूलो, focus on the reality and being the genuinity of the business is the most important key thing, what I could make out from that, and that is how you'll grow. That's what I have taken up from this panel discussion. Thanks a lot, everybody, for giving your time, and thanks a lot, everybody, for being a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Picture, please. Can you please have in the front? Thank you, Priyanka, for moderating that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please. Sure, yeah, quickly moving ahead, our next panel discussion, it's on all for AI. How adventurous is digital playground and how adventurous it really is. Share their views on the same. Let's please welcome our panelists. Our first, Shruti Kharbanda, Robotics and AI Chairperson, North, Indian Chamber of Commerce. Joining Shruti is Deepak Sharma, co-founder and managing partner, India Accelerator. Joining them is Harmeet Singh, Lion founder and chief AI officer, Rabbit AI. Joining them is Gaurav Bed, co-founder and CPO of Star.ai. Joining them is Dr. Kamal Chitanand, chief data scientist and managing partner, Chi-Square. And this session will be moderated by Aditya Arora, CEO of Ford Capital. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody.
Yep. A very good morning to all of you. Can I have a loud good morning from the room? Perfect. Because we are the next 30 odd minutes, we're going to talk about AI, where we're of course going to compare it with humans. So I of course want to give the first battle to humans and say a loud good morning. Good morning once again. Good morning. So I think we can say that humans of course can do better good mornings than AI. And AI can't really replace humans that ways. But eventually, of course, we'll try to see this narrative building in over the next 30 odd minutes. But before we start, would love to get a quick round of introduction from such a diverse panel that we have in the room, right? So maybe all of you can just take quick 30 seconds and talk about what exciting work you're doing before, of course, we can have this fruitful discussion.
Thank you, Aditya. So I'm Shruti Kharbanda, Robotics and AI Chairperson, Indian Chamber of Commerce. I also have a startup where I'm launching a robotic sports league. So this is Robo versus Robo Sports, and it's the future of sports that as we see it. Really exciting, and we're building humanoids for it. So that's where I am.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Deepak Sharma, co-founder and managing partner at India Accelerator. At IA, we invest in promising startups with extraordinary potential. Not only we invest in startups, we also provide them a 360-degree mentorship for their business growth, tech, and geographic expansion. We are based out of Gurgaon and have offices in Ahmedabad, Pune, Dubai, and US. We also invest in the startups through our AIF funds. So we have three Cat 1 angel funds and one Cat 2. And there is a Gift City IFSC as well, with which we are waiting an approval on. Over the last 7 years of our existence, we have accelerated more than 200 plus startups. We were recognized as the best startup accelerator in the country in 2021 by Startup India. Pleased to be here, along with my panelists.
So, hello everybody. So, I am Harneet Singh, right now Chief AI Officer and founder at Rabbit AI. Previously, I founded 5 companies, exited some of them, running some of them. And this company, we recently got backed by NVIDIA and other players. And what we are doing is we are creating small language models fine-tuned for various industry use cases, specifically education, defense, and customer experience. Personally, I've also served as a AI consultant to South Korean Navy, and that's where I got this tag of Lion Founder. So they jokingly called, "Oh, you are a lion, and you because like 6 are said to be lions, and you are founding Rabbit." That's the irony. So in that group, so that's where it became famous in the Gen AI world, and my marketing team suggested to do a trademark on this, buy this domain, and follow that Ashneer Grover philosophy. So that's where I am, and I happen to share same college as Ashneer Grover, IIT Delhi. So yeah, that's in, and probably in the session we can share some interesting things. And glad to be here among such experienced and diverse group of people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Gaurav Baid, co-founder and chief product officer at Avatar. We are a computer vision and AI platform. So we sit at the confluence of two technologies where AI acts as the human brain, computer vision acts as the substitute for human eyes, and we end up reimagining the visual discovery with our spatial experiences. So we use existing 2D content to create immersive spatial 3D experiences for the end consumers across different platforms in the retail industry. We'll obviously talk a bit more about that, but really happy to be here today and part of this amazing panel.
Thanks, Adit. This is Kamal, and I'm co-founder Chi-Square Analytics. Also chief data scientist there, trying to do justice to my PhDs from old time, but I find them no longer relevant because the world has really moved on, and the AI/ML, the way it has picked up. We just hope that we are learning enough. So each day is a learning, is what I can say today. So sitting on old laurels cannot make you reach anywhere, is the realization we have had. This company has been there and serviced several Fortune 100 clients across the globe, Fortune 500 clients, in US and in Europe. Delivered more than 500 programs over the last 10 years. The good part is, which we realized much later, that because being in B2B space is not the rocket space where you could just start flying on the day 1 or day 20 or day 100 also. So it's a long perseverance space. So been there. But the good part is that now products have started coming out of our stable, which are AI products. And I'm very happy to share that in the last 3 months, I have bought at least 8 domains. Okay, and at least 2 of those are AI domains. So you know what I mean, actually, and the path that we are taking. And the work that we have done so far is now getting translated into the AI/ML battery so that it can be pushed forward. So I think it is exciting times, whether it is B2C or B2B, and we really are enjoying, being part of this time at this point in time. Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. No, so we have investors, we have industry chairpersons, we have of course, entrepreneurs who are also building something exciting stuff. And then, yes, I'll quickly take another 10 seconds and quickly introduce me. I'm more from the investor side. So Aditya Arora, of course, CEO of our capital. We're a $40 million fund, early stage category one, SEBI registered, investing in early stage startups. Till date, invested in about 100 companies, out of which I think 5% would be AI companies who are directly working on AI. Another, I think 10 to 15% would be companies who are using some sort of AI in their model. So I think exciting stuff. So let's start. I want to open the floor within the panel for, I think the first question that comes to the mind is, AI has a lot of negative effects also that we talk about, whether we talk about, let's say, an interpretation bias, whether, let's say, we talk about an hallucination, or whether, let's say, we talk also about ethical AI, that, of course, how it can be used in a good governance practice. So maybe if you could share certain thoughts as to what kind of developments you're seeing in the new modern age AI, the models that are being developed, right? Is it more towards the welfare of humanity, or is it still looked down upon as something which is, of course, an anti-human source also? Maybe anyone, if you want to start with.
Okay. So, yes, there are a lot of concerns regarding the inaccuracies of AI models. So there was a recent case with a very famous airline where an Gen AI powered chatbot used by them promised some discounts to the customers, which was not what it is supposed to do. And it took decisions on behalf of the airline staff, which airline refused. So I guess, and in my personal, if I start with my personal experience, when we use Chat GPT or even our own tool, Rabbit AI, sometimes AI goes beyond what it is asked to do, it is trained to do, because AI is trained to optimize what its users like. So in statistics also, in mathematics also, we reward, there's something called as rewarding the AI model, where you reward it if it satisfies the user experience, which depends on the prompts and chains you are giving it. So it can go beyond what it is trained for. Now, how to responsibly use it? So, for example, my experience of developing AI models for the industries which are very sensitive, like defense, to the industries which are very critical, like education. What we have done is use AI only as per your convenience. Don't give full power to AI. So basically building guardrails around this and knowing when to use AI.
Absolutely.
So when even coding came in for the very first time in 2000s or 95, so people became so excited that everything will do by doing the hard coding through Python or Java and all, and there was a hype around that. But I guess there are some things which can be very easily done by a normal calculator, and an Excel better than a Java program or a C++ program would do. Same thing is with Gen AI. Not everything needs to be delegated or passed to AI. It should be very well served within within your use cases, and limited powers should be bestowed, and human should remain the master. And there are frameworks, guardrails are being built. AI is given very limited access to data, and there, even within the AI, we are creating 2 3 kinds of, there is a testing model, there's a reward model, and then probably there's also a human layer where we make the AI fine tuned for an industry use case through RLHF techniques, reinforced learning through human feedback, where we actually tell the model not to go there, not to go here, and also put guardrails and security measures.
Yeah.
I guess that's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
So you're saying, of course, there is certain way in which it of course can be performed, can be outputted, and of course you can set up guidelines like how you scold a child, right, to not to do these things. You can scold a AI practically to not go there, and of course do these things. Yeah, please.
So just to add more a holistic perspective, as I see AI. So I'm a student of the Bhagavad Gita, and there Lord Krishna tells to Arjun that your mind can be your best friend. At the same time, it can be your worst enemy.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So when we apply this allegory to AI, I think it has pretty similar analogy, and the kind of wave that we are seeing with AI, it is going to have a transformational change in terms of how we operate.
Yep.
So while it is transformative, at the same time, people who are building AI systems, they need to be transparent. And at the same time, they have to develop this trust that what they are trying to build is something which is going to help humanity.
Sure.
So that's
very interesting take. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I think those are wonderful points. Uh, certain industries, let's say flight operations, for example, are very sensitive industries, for example, even though AI has taken in, but, the confidence that, you could move over a lot of these change operations which are there, or managing, internal dynamics also. We have heard, things which have happened in the past, which were not very nice. So the guardrails, like you said, in industries like airlines, in industries like healthcare also. While healthcare has the biggest potential, I must say, and I know for sure now Fractal, it's a B2B again, which launched a company called Cure.ai.
Yeah.
And Cure is a simple thing. It's not like a very crazy big thing, which is there. But all it does is that if you have past X-rays, CT scans, it goes through that data, trains the model just to be able to predict correctly, what a new CT scan which comes its way, what kind of complexity it has, what are the immediate measures that need to be taken, or it's absolutely fine. Now, while this is good, but the type 1, type 2 error is still quite high. And it's an industry in which you cannot afford to give a wrong advice to a patient. You'll get sued in a very bad way. So while that is there, but the fact is that within 4 years, being a B2B space, Cure is already valued at 230 million today.
Yes.
So I can only say that we are still, kind of scratching the surface here, and the valuations are going to go through the roof. Guardrails need to be there. Right industries have to be just kind of skimmed through, and I think great potential exists.
Definitely. I think then valuations are not set by AI, mostly by humans. So there is always a cognitive bias as to how huge it can go. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, building on to what Deepak said, and I completely agree. Although AI is an extremely powerful tool, we cannot actually sit back and wait for the regulators to tell us what the policies should be and what the guardrails should be. When you start using such powerful technology, the onus is on the creators as well, because the creators are the best guys to start putting guardrails and checks and balances, which comes through ethics, comes through morality, and comes through the fact that your tool is being used for the human good. And if those principles are kept at forefront of the development, I think rest everything flows naturally.
Got it. So one very interesting thing before we actually go into the policy side, because that's also a very interesting question. A lot of companies are moving, of course, to US, mostly India-based companies. So of course we'll come to that take. But before we do that, I think in today's world, what I've personally seen, and I'm sure Deepak would also agree, that every investor who's getting a pitch deck today has AI written over it, right? Where you don't even know what is the end use of AI, right? It has typically become a buzzword. What e-commerce was in, of course, 2000s was what of course your IoT was in early 2010s, then what your blockchain was in, of course, 2015 onwards, right? Crypto then in 2019. It's become a wave. So what is your definition of AI, that when you look at a company or when you look at even yourself, right? This is why what I call as an AI startup, as an AI company, and this is a not AI startup or a not AI company. So maybe your take on that.
Actually, you've raised a very good question. Everything has a maturity model. So if you look at AI models, it's got a maturity model. It starts with manual automation, rule-based engines, then semi-automation, self-learning, and then AI. So you have to actually sit back and distinguish which level of maturity a company is coming from. Many people start calling algorithmic implementations as AI or rule-based engines as AI. That's not really true. It's more of an advanced automation. So AI starts coming into picture when you start learning, building models, you're learning from it, and you're actually building intelligence and self-expanding intelligence out of machines. That's when AI comes into picture. That's my
Wow, interesting.
If I could just add to that point, Gartner has a very interesting take on this entire cycle, which, as you mentioned, for e-commerce, blockchain, different technologies, that cycle kind of repeats itself. AI is also seeing that. So it has gone to the peak of inflated expectations and is slightly coming down from there. Now, what's important for AI as a domain to do is to get into the slope of evolution from here on. So that is more longer lasting in terms of its impact, as we have seen with internet, with e-commerce, which have been able to get onto that phase without just dying down, with some other technologies have. So what is important in this phase is for the technology to focus on value and that value or outcome driven, as many investors, as investors, you must also be looking at, right? What is the end outcome that the platform is delivering?
Yeah.
And it's practically based on two simple pillars. First is data. What is the data that you're using in terms of building that platform today?
Sure.
Is it your moat? Because algorithms are no longer the moat. Algorithms are mostly open source. Everyone can build an AI tool today, but it will depend on what kind of data it is working on. So that's a very important pillar. Second is the community of users who is using your platform. Because I think, as Harneet was also mentioning about human enforced learning, so as more and more people start using your platform, it's getting further trained. With more experiences being built, it's learning from there on. So these two pillars help you to build a real AI platform and not get into the hype cycle and eventually die down.
Got it. So you're saying essentially data is eventually going to be a moat, and basis which how you're training your models, and of course how you're building your own set of sequencing around it, is going to be eventually important, and the users who are using it as well.
Yes, it will be the confluence of both, because there is no other real moat. It's when, if you were to look into finding the right company to invest in or right player to bet today, if they miss on any of these pillars, they're going to struggle in the long term.
No, absolutely. I think moats are overrated in today's world. It's like a famous cab company once said that their own maps were being copied when they themselves, of course, copied that from another open source company. So essentially, I think moats are very underrated that way. I think Deepak also had a take, and then Harneet also had a take. Yeah.
So I think from a business perspective, I just zoom out and talk about more from a business and an investor perspective. So when we look at AI, to your point that every startup pitch deck now has an AI inbuilt into it. So when we look at from a business perspective and from a investor lens perspective, what we see is the value which that specific product and solution is bringing, and that product or solution, is it really a delta 4 against the competition? So the problem that is there existing in the system and the existing products and solutions which are there. So this AI product, how different stark it is as compared to the existing products. So is this really on a delta 4 level in terms of solving that? And if I map it more from a B2B or enterprises perspective, how quickly will it help in terms of revving up the sales? How efficient it is in terms of optimizing the costs? So is it more from that specific perspective that we really look at and then make our decisions?
Very, very interesting.
Very interesting. I'll agree to that, and I'll add just two quick points. One, I guess a lot of people confuse AI and Gen AI. AI has been there for 10 years, and it was not in that hype. Even when I wanted to pursue AI, there were not very good opportunities only in AI. In the name of AI, they make you do data analytics and very basic pre-processing kind of stuff. Gen AI is a recent hype, and when, as a founder and also an angel investor, when I look at companies or products or problems, I follow a 3-step framework. Whether someone is using AI/Gen AI for either delegation, or number one, delegation, number two, augmentation, or number three, replacement or shifting. So delegation is not an AI mode. Delegation is, let's say you have a better processor now to process your data. that everybody has access to. If some company is only applying AI in their product, service, or market at delegation level, I don't call it a Gen AI company, because they are just delegating some tasks which probably earlier inferior model is doing, or somebody else is doing via coding. Now AI is helping it. They are delegating it to AI.
They are just fine tuning it. Yeah.
They are delegating it to AI, so that's not a mode. Second layer is augmentation. Augmentation, for in Microsoft's terms, it means that you are actually helping somebody amplify their job role, right? For example, GitHub Copilot is one example of augmentation. So tools like which is helping me generate good emails, generate good coding, and generate probably SQL, or generate images and videos. Those sort of companies, I would say, are in the augmentation stage.
Sure.
So they are the ones who are actually using AI. Probably some weightage could be given. And I guess 80% of good AI startups are in that range. Third is replacement. I guess you're having a talk earlier, this robotics and, AI having limbs, and AI can also do your laundry, and AI can also fight wars on behalf of you. That is replacement. That thing has not yet come. And I guess the most worry is around that oh, AI will replace, AI will kill, because I guess that makes for the best news articles, the most clickbait thing that happens, but we are not there yet. So I guess the second stage is there, where I personally invest or advise people to invest or try to build. Augmentation is the key for now.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. In fact, instead of replacement, I always feel it's the higher order jobs that actually get created when replacement models come in, because what you're replacing is mundane job with higher order jobs, and that's when you'll need more AI scientists, more skilled engineers in there to manage those systems. So the scare against what we keep saying, job replacement, that's not really true. It's just that people will have to study more and be more skilled to get a better job.
So rather than replacement, it's a shift. So when steam engine came, people feared that when steam engines became more efficient, people feared now coal will be required less and coal mines will go away and people will lose their jobs. And there was a lot of protest if you go back in history. But what essentially happened is there was more application of engines, and still today, coal mining is such a big industry and engines are getting used in everywhere. They find more applications and there's no job replacement.
No, of course. See, job is, I think we can go on and on. It's a different topic altogether, right? We would have probably not wanted, of course, to replace jobs, at least not the investors' jobs also, right? Otherwise, we'll go out of business. But yes, let's come a bit towards, of course, the central discussion around the buzzword. I think Kamaljeet, you also had
a quick one, because you started with how is it that you identify what could be AI and so on. So I think panel has given its point of view. I'll just give what we went through, because like I said, that we had a big repository of work that we had done over a long period of time. Now, not everything really qualifies for AI. You go back. But when we sat through 1 week of full brainstorming, top guys, being there and trying to figure out what actually have we produced in the last so many years. So we saw that there were actually 60 intellectual properties, approximately 60 that we had. Now that 60 is good, it's good to have, it's in the kitty. But when you have to take it to the market, the idea has to be scalable as well. It has to, create its own market and figure out for itself whether it will sell, whether it is AI, non-AI. So from our standpoint, so we figured out that at least 10 of those, 50 disqualified because of so many reasons actually. Of the top 10, we saw that half of those were actually ML ideas, which we were also mimicking. Actually, we could push this ML as an AI. In our minds, it was like, okay, this is ML, but if we put a layer here, it can actually get pushed as AI. But then we realized then we'll not be true to ourselves if we do that. So we said, okay, these 5 are ML. Let's go with the ML philosophy. But the top 5 that we thought, not all of, some were self-learning there. And at least 2 of those which were scalable also, and which had, the self-learning plus Gen AI concepts. He said that, okay, let's be honest, let's stick with only 2 and, kind of push that, because this is scalable and meets all the criteria to be truly AI. So then we went we had to convince the team which was putting so much effort behind, that, okay, we are not going with 10, we are just going with 2. So fine. I mean, it took a while, but we were able to, kind of take them home. But good part is that we launched the product last week. It's called Kaiverse. It's a multiverse of, AI from a campaign optimization and from a kind of marketing spending and investment standpoint. So we just launched it recently, and we are happy that, at least something made it to the market now.
No, perfect. I think we, of course, had a nice volley around, of course, what is exactly AI, what is exactly non-AI, and also I think the much needed question around, is AI going to replace the jobs? I think what I have seen is two things. One is that AI is, of course, is looked still as a stack, right? And stacks generally don't get replaced. So in my view, of course, it's here to stay, of course, for a while. The second, I think, thing is that and I would love, of course, all of your take with it. But since we have, of course, time for just 3 minutes left, I'll just merge through both the questions. One is the enterprise side of AI, right, is still yet to be adopted. In fact, on my way to this event, I was talking to an AI founder who's building a personal assistant, of course, for all your enterprise level needs. I've seen that enterprises are still yet to, of course, adopt it fully. Right, there's a whole lot of regulatory compliance also that stops them from accepting. So I would first love the take on it. And second is, I think on the global policy and framework we're talking about, India specific recently, of course, was in the news for announcing an AI park, which they sanctioned about 10,000 odd crores of budget specifically for setting up AI parks in the country. So how do you see the enterprise level adoption in terms of AI scalability? And second is, how do you see a policy level kind of implementation also coming, which can push specifically the AI agenda in India? So, yeah.
Maybe I can add on the enterprise point, Aditya, because we work with a lot of enterprises as our customers.
Yeah.
And I'll point out 3 distinctions which has helped us to win them as customers, which a generative AI platform doesn't kind of adopt to. First is the difference between non-deterministic to a deterministic approach. Most of the GPTs around that you would see, or other Gen AI tools that you would have, they're all non-deterministic in their outcome focus. You have to bring in deterministic nature for enterprise to really adopt it. Whether then you take an agentic eval approach or you bring in a RAG to help achieve that. But being deterministic is very important. Second, what the enterprises need is control over editing. Control over the editing of the output which comes from it. It's not like that if you get let's say a video from Sora today, and you can't control it, that's not usable for them. So that's very much needed. And the third piece, which kind of flows into the policy side as well, is the ethicality behind the whale, right? So what kind of data was used? If you cannot tell me what was the database used to build this platform, I really can't use it, because I don't want to expose myself to copyright suits tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is a complete no for enterprises. So if you can take care of these 3 aspects, as we have been doing at Avtar, so you can actually build a solution for enterprise where they can use AI today.
Very interesting take. I think the founders take much needed that we wanted. Yeah, maybe Deepak.
So I'll share some insights on the enterprise specific side, because we get a lot of startups which are building solutions for the enterprises.
Yeah.
And typically what we see is from a GTM perspective, when we take those back to the enterprises, there are 2 broad concerns. One are around the security aspects, and the second one is around the data specific aspects. Some of these large organizations have such critical data, of their customers, especially if it is a bank, on the financial side, and putting in an AI startup product on top of it, and so there is a lot of risk awareness, that we see in terms of leveraging a lot of these specific products more around security and data specific aspects. They want to do it in their specific on-prem, and so there are a lot of pilots, a lot of experiments still happening there. But in terms of taking these from startups into enterprises, still there is a lot of resistance and a lot of work needs to be done.
Sure.
How I also see the space evolving is that when we look at the enterprises from an innovation perspective, by virtue of their huge size, there is inertia, and they are not able to have that kind of a speed which a startup would be able to do.
Absolutely.
But what we see is that there will be a lot of M&A activity which will happen. So there will be a lot of these startups, say for example, which are in the vertical AI specific space. They are building a lot of good, products and solutions. And once they reach a decent scale, they will be open to acquisition, and a lot of these big companies or big enterprises would come in and gobble them
That
up.
we are seeing already happening also at a large
Absolutely.
scale.
So that is something which will happen from an enterprise perspective. From a policy perspective, I think India has national AI policy. We see a lot of AI first frameworks and all those things which are coming in. In fact, yesterday itself, Hyderabad announced an AI city, and a lot of work is happening on that. What I also see is that while from a policy framework and all those things are happening, there has to be something which has to be done on the skilling specific front, right from the schools and colleges, because AI, Gen AI is going to disrupt the next 20, 30, 40 years. The way we operate, it's going to change. The change is so fundamental as microprocessor to smartphones to internet, that is happening.
Perfect.
So from the schools itself, from the colleges, a lot of these things have to be embedded. So from an education perspective, these things have to be embedded.
Perfect.
And also from an enterprise perspective, people who are in their mid-careers, software engineers and all, there has to be a huge upskilling that needs to be done.
Perfect.
So all those things needs to be embedded.
So I'll of course cut you short also now because we are almost past the time. So put two quick takes, of course, from Shruti and then
I'll just add one line to it. So that is the only reason that enterprises have a problem of using these GPTs. We started Rabbit AI, and our take was that your data don't have to leave your premise. We will take our model and our infra to in your virtual private cloud, smaller model which works for you. So enterprises have two problems. One, they don't want to share their data because of privacy concerns. Second is they also don't want to share their training process. For example, as we work in education industry. So let's say as a university, if I am creating questions and good content, right? I cannot rely on that. I cannot make that model open source, right?
Perfect. So Harneet, sorry to cut you short.
Yeah, just building on to what everybody is saying. In case of enterprises, what my experience has been, they have so many distributed systems across their organization that they don't have a central bank of data that they can actually use very easily to train AI models.
Absolutely.
Right? So first activity that they need to do is that consolidation and bringing the whole thing to intelligence together before building the models. So there's a lot of work being done on isolated aspects of enterprise, but not as a holistic thing. But in terms of policy, just closing that thing is the bigger the enterprise, the more protective they are to their reputation. And their reputation impacts a lot on their stock market, on their customers. So they are more risk averse.
So we need on-premise solutions, of course. More that.
Quick one, time's up. So, but while I agree with most of what you said, only the last part, from the data standpoint, I feel organizations, enterprises many times have the data, but they do not have the mindset yet. They don't want to expose them to that risk of investment. So what they've done is that they've created labs so they can experiment or they can partner with somebody who can take part of the risk and has skin in the game to some extent. So I think that's what enterprises are doing. Government has been a very big evangelizer in the past. And I would, through this forum, definitely put it out that government has to take not one step forward, maybe 3 steps forward on this and bring in enough investment, create enough. They have fantastic, best use cases are with the government. If I look at it, defense, customs, police, security, health, there's so much. So I think government has to put this pedal on here, and I think we'll all gain.
Government has to do that. Yeah. There's so many compliances that AI startups also need to take. They don't have clarity. If government creates a central level of framework where you can get all these HIPAA compliances, GDPR, SOC 2, every compliance that is out there, I think it solves. And of course, also helping in enterprise level implementation. At a lot of PSUs also are now using AI in their work. So I would have loved to take forward this conversation further, but of course, in the paucity of time, thank you so much to all my lovely co-panelists for being here and sharing your insights. And to all the lovely audience who of course, listen to us so patiently. It's been the most patient audience I've seen in almost any event. So let's have a huge round of applause for all of us. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I promise you that buzzer wasn't me. I promise you. But please, a picture, please. And so thank you so much, Aditya, for moderating that and for keeping a check on the time as well. Thank you. Please, in the front, please. Aye. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Please. Okay, with that, very quickly, let's move ahead with the next panel discussion, which is on Wealth Creation 101, shaping Bharat's startup cultural narrative. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome our panelist, Anish Popli, founder and CEO of Procmart. Joining Anish is Abhijit Anand, co-founder of Up Coffee. Joining them is Dipanshu Manchanda, founder and CEO of Zapfresh. Joining them is Vaibhav Anant, founder of Bamboo. And this session will be chaired by Dhruv Dhanraj Bail, founder and managing partner of Eternal Capital. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. Thank you so much. Dhruv, just a humble request, the timer for you, otherwise they'll put me up here.
No, that's fine. Come karo, hum jaldi karenge. I know you guys want this for branding reasons, but I'm going to take this off. Okay. Hi guys. Sorry, it's a rushed affair. This is sort of a masterclass because of the traffic and the rains and everything. अब जब दिल्ली में बारिश नहीं होगी तब भी लोग complain करेंगे. So we've been all chatting and having coffee because we were here a little early. We've realized we've lot in common and they have a lot to share. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 minutes to set some context, and then we're going to sort of try and jump in. Of course, we're all aligned on what we're doing. So this is a bit of a blasphemous panel, right? Because we're using the word wealth and culture in one sentence, right? So we're basically saying the culture of startups is that you need to create wealth. Otherwise, what's the point of doing a startup? And I think there's a lot more to it, and that's what we want to unravel today. Some facts for everyone in the audience. In 2021, $35 billion went into early stage deals. Last year, it was only $8 billion. This year, we're already on a run rate of about 7.5. We should close the year at 10. So it's a better year for deals. We're getting back there, but again, it's not 35, right? And this is an optimistic year for India. The bull market's still going. So what that means is that there is recovery, but the recovery is muted, and it's more, people are using the word logical. Let's see how long that lasts. 4 years ago, or at least 3 years ago, there were 100+ unicorns in India, valued at 350 billion. Today, Horan has just replaced that list and said, we only have 67 in India left, worth about 220 odd billion. So some are calling this value erosion. Some of them are calling it right pricing. But one of the big things that's emerging is that it's becoming tougher to jump that valuation barrel. And if that's the case, one of the things we want to talk about today is whether that's going to impact the ability to create that wealth for you, which is notional as a percentage of the value of your company. Is it going to prevent you from or prevent people from becoming founders and jumping into the startup prey, right? Both either as an employee, early stage employee, or a leader, or as a founder. Another interesting fact that I was reading up while doing on this panel is how funds operate is also changing. The people who are actually giving this money and giving this wealth sort of to unlock. Recently, while I was setting up my fund, I found out that in Eastern Europe, especially in Russia, funds now have a target where 15 to 18% of their companies in their funds are actually dividend paying companies. So it's no longer a unicorn foundry in the rest of the world where you're just saying, look, let's just put the chips on the roulette table and let the ball spin and we'll see something will come out as a fund returner. They're actually balancing what Chanda is, recognizing that and betting on that. So let's try and touch that in today's conversation as well. I definitely want to just sort of close my monologue with the last point, which is I think India is very interestingly stuck in this three-phase cycle. Phase one was 2010 to 2015 when we were copying all the models. So for an Amazon, there was a Flipkart. For an Uber, there was an Ola. For a DoorDash, there was a Zomato. So that copy was happening. That was phase one, the Me Too phase. 2015 till today, and COVID, of course, has prolonged that. We are doing something which is the indigenization. So we're taking threads, ONDC, UPI, putting all of that into the business models and making them specific to India, to the point that the last 30 unicorns in India, 20 of them do not have a corollary in the West. They're all for India, from India models that have created that kind of value. And I think phase three, in my opinion, is where India starts becoming a net exporter, where the from Bharat solutions start, helping leapfrog innovation and growth in other developing economies. And some of India's models get copied. For example, France adopting UPI, right, is a big thing. So I think these are a couple of the threads that I want to go through and touch on it. But as we are going through all of this, one of the things that, to the last point, was we're going through this big phase. Everything is changing. Paisa change ho raha hai. So we know money is coming, but it's not coming easy. We know funds are investing, but their mindsets are also changing. We know that there is innovation happening, but that innovation is also changing. So in this, I want to take, let's say, maybe 2 minutes with each person and go through, starting from you, Weber, is just we go through the, across the panel and just talk about what does it mean to being a founder today. How has that changed from when you started to today? How are you seeing it continuously change? And specifically, when you talk about this India versus Bharat divide, what do you think of it? So maybe just touch a little bit on that, talk a little bit about yourself, your company, but maybe touch a little bit about this question.
Well, thank you, and proud to be here among the esteemed panelists that we have. I represent Bamboo, and Bamboo is into sustainable packaging solutions where we develop alternates to single-use plastics, as simple as that. We work with almost all of the major brands that you had heard of, right from Amazon to Flipkarts, Mintras, Unilevers of the world. And we help them reduce the carbon emissions. We have saved roughly more than 135,000 tons of carbon emissions so far, reducing more than 65,000 tons of single-use plastic in consumption. That's about me. One thing that you rightly said was, change is the only constant, right? It's ever changing. And as an entrepreneur, when you start the journey, the first and the foremost thing that comes to you, why have you started the journey of entrepreneurship, is because you wanted to solve for something, the pain that you have gone through, the problem that you have seen so closely, that you want to solve for it. And that's one thing, which keeps on evolving, which keeps on telling you that what you are building is right. But over the years, the market makes you thick-skinned. The market and the people that you work with make you realize, how you can become more mature, how you can become more positive, how you can do something different at each phase of life. Business journey is not constant, it's ever evolving. So 0 to 1, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, all of these phases of business requires different set of people, different set of mindset, different set of strategies that get into it. Perspective of India versus Bharat. Right now, people have started realizing how large the opportunity is in Bharat. Previously, it was all, we were all, I'm working with a US-based company. So that is changing. People are now very proud of working with an Indian-based company. They're very proud of, announcing it very I would say at the top of their voice that yes, I am associated with an Indian company, and we are proud of working with them. So I think that has changed. The talent retention has changed. Peop, the parity between the pay has changed. In US versus India, Indian also are getting paid really well as compared to previously people used to go outside to get more paid. So I think that's the perspective I have from India versus Bharat. And over to you. Thanks.
So, Dipanshu, to you, and you're someone who, also very interestingly has just filed for an IPO. So you're very interestingly at that phase of just about to unlock value. So would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, great to be here, Dhruv. A little background about myself and the company. We are, one of the first D2C brands, started in 2015, right at that cusp of where people were looking at replicas of international, formats, and we were like completely out of the league, doing something which hasn't been done globally also. So we sell meat online. I run a brand called Zapfresh. We deal in poultry, goat meat, fish and seafood. We currently operate in 3 markets, NCR, Bangalore and Bombay. And our experience, so first of all, individually for me, as a founder, why to be a founder has always been a very personal journey rather than anything to do with wealth creation. Frankly, it was always like, I don't know what's going to happen, but we were just going for it. It's a purpose-driven initiative for me. The 2007 recession really taught me that I have to be operating in only 3 markets, which is education, healthcare, and food. So every, I think, blip in the market or a macroeconomic situation gives you a certain lesson, or you can learn from it in different ways. My learning was that I associate myself to be more fundamental sectors which are there, and what radically can be changed in those sectors. So I tried my hands in all sectors, education, healthcare, and landed up in food. And it's been 10 years now, and we continue to build a legacy brand. We've never been in that crazy, aggressive growth, trajectory, because we believed in the market too much. Actually, we believed in that there is always a demand which is going to be there. So there's no rush, or to create wealth. Patient capital is what we have appreciated, and lesser interference from investors also was appreciated, which is very difficult to get when you are in a rocket ship. So we're not in a rocket ship, never been. We're building a car and it's moving, at a good average, giving us good average. So we are fine with that. And people who want to be in the car are, want to be safe. They don't want to be in a accident. So we have avoided that, and we've been playing very cautious. That has been the overall, thought process of setting up a type of a venture. And for us, the wealth creation has happened for a lot of investors. Of course, not that crazy multiple what happens in unicorns, but we never wanted it. So there was always a clarity that wealth creation with balance is how we want to operate, and we've stuck to that. And today, I think going IPO is just another natural step which has come, forward, where we feel that, this is the right way to build, a legacy business, instead of taking private capital and then eventually figuring out what to do to create profitability. So it is a little too much risky for us. We've been a little cautious in terms of the efforts we want to put in. It's a very difficult category which we operate in, highly unorganized. There is nobody was there at that point. Even today, there are hardly 2-3 players. So we haven't seen that kind of impact till date, and there is long way to go. Overall commitment to the industry, to the category which you are starting, should be the foremost important thing which a founder should look at. If that is there, everything eventually falls in place.
So interesting segue. Quick one-line answer on: you sell frozen meats online. Now tell me the India versus Bharat. So within that context, give me a view of India versus Bharat.
We sell fresh meat. We don't sell.
My apologies. You sell.
I personally believe in the size which is there in the Bharat. And I believe that the India has a sex appeal to the entire global market. So you continue building that, balance, and try to ride the, momentum from a global story, but don't lose your roots. And the roots is Bharat. So build product for Bharat, but keep appealing to the international audience as well and the investors as well. So there's no harm in doing both. We've been doing both.
Fantastic. Okay. So, Abhijit, over to you. You're run a proudly Indian coffee brand. So would love to hear from you the exact same context around, India versus Bharat, but also your journey. And I know we're going to jump into it later, but just try and touch on it briefly, and then maybe, we'll try and speed this up a little bit.
Thanks, Dhruv. I have a very different take on India versus Bharat. I'll start with an introduction on. So I'm Abhijit Anand. I'm founder and CEO of Up Coffee. What is Up Coffee? Up Coffee is India's first tech-enabled grab-and-go coffee chain. We are changing the plethora that coffee should be luxury. Coffee should be meant for the niche of the country. Coffee should be meant for freshly brewed coffee should be meant for 0.5% of the country. So we believe in India for the longest of the time, coffee was always meant to be related to freshly brewed coffee, related to a particular class. A lot of international brands come to India as a neighborhood coffee place, and here they position themselves as a luxury chain. And we believe India will never be blessed with great coffee if it always remains as a niche commodity. While coffee is the second traded commodity in the world, the most consumed beverage in the world after water, still for India, all we know is instant coffee. So that's what Up Coffee is doing.
I thought it was Johnny Walker, but okay.
Sorry?
I thought it was Johnny Walker, but okay, go for it.
Not yet. So that's what Up Coffee is doing. We are India's highest rated coffee company in just a span of 2 years, thanks to people like us sitting in the room with some of the amazing repeat rates in the country. Now, my point of view in India versus Bharat to what has been brought in the panel is a bit different. The way I look at it, I believe for the longest of the time, everybody in India and outside India was solving for a certain India A, as I believe, or call it tier one India, right? So everybody was trying to solve for tier one, wherein I believe Bharat is actually going to the roots. India is not a country where you solve, in my opinion, again, very humble opinion, that's the way I take it. India's strength lies in its roots, in its depth more than its breadth. India's roots lies in how do we reach the tier 4 capacity, tier 4 strata of the country. How do we unlock the mass consumption in the country? And the one phenomena, as there's only one phenomena which I believe it has happened in India in the last 3 decades. I can speak for 3 decades, but that's all I have seen in my life, is 2014. And one thing that happened in 2014, I think a lot of people relate to that, is the geo phenomena. Before geo phenomena, I remember myself as a student and early professional, I used to change, as a student, I used to swap SIMs because it was $300 for a GB or $249 for a GB. After 2014, the dialogue changed. And that has actually taken internet from a group of people to a mass of the country. An entire internet phenomena, take it any startup, any business, any unlocking of the strength, actually happened. I believe that was the first Bharat phenomena in India. And that's what I believe, that's the debate, or that's the point I look at it. And I believe that's where solving for Bharat, people even looking outside, a couple of my friends in the US and Europe, building startups and now looking into India, they're not looking into Mumbai and Delhi. I see they are talking about Assam, they're talking about Kochi, they're talking about Mysore, which for me is the real gain for the country. That's Bharat for me.
Anish, please.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So I'm the founder and CEO at Prochmart. So just to give you a brief about our business, we are into B2B e-commerce, a very boring business. We do industrial supplies to large corporate like Colgate, Cadbury, PepsiCo, Unilever. And we started way back in 2015. Yeah. Just to give a brief about my journey. So I started my journey after engineering with a BHEL, right? So it's Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited. I worked there for 5 years. It was a very organized, a very very good company to work in, a bureaucratic organization. Yeah, I enjoyed a lot working there. It was not that I learned a lot from there. But after that, when I worked with a startup, right? I was working with a startup called Energo Engineering. It was it was not a new age startup very much into rocket ship kind of thing, but it was a slowly build over the time and growing at that pace. So at that time, I got involved working with the founder, right, directly, and that actually changed my view. So ऐसा कुछ नहीं था कि बचपन से founder बनना था, but when I worked with a founder, right, when I got a holistic view of a company, how a company is run, how a startup is a organized chaos, right? It's very difficult to basically fight every day at a startup where you have to balance between the short term and the long term. वो जो किक है, आफ्टर दैट आई थॉट बॉस मेरे को भी फाउंडर बनना है. तो फाउंडर के साथ काम करने पे आई रियलाइज दैट आई वांट टू बी फाउंडर. बिफोर दैट आई फ्रैंकली देयर वाज नथिंग इन मी दैट वाज वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स अ फाउंडर, राइट? नाइदर my family में किसी ने ever have done a business or something like that. So that gave me a kick to be a founder at that point of time. It was never about कि कुछ wealth create करनी है. मतलब frankly at that time what I was earning, I was very happy with that. There was nothing on the wealth side of it, but this kicking with working with the founder helped me go that extra mile to be a founder. And उसमें हुआ भी है, what problem that pain point that I already saw while working in the corporate sector, I tried to solve that. India versus Bharat, if I see, so being in a B2B industrial supply space, right? We need to be in Bharat, right? Because factories to Bharat mein, India mein to hai nahi. So there is no factory. So what happened? Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, all the factories were moved away from them. So we are currently having 22 offices. Out of that, I would say 18 offices are in Bharat, right? So, but the problem obviously that we faced initially is ki, when we had an office in Delhi or Bangalore or Mumbai, right? We had people coming in and joining in us, right?
Got it.
But way back in 2016-17, when we started opening our offices in Vadodara, Pondicherry, right? There were no people who were coming. First of all, startup, for them, it was a strange thing why we should join a startup. Secondly, a manufacturing background, right? A manufacturing background and a startup, it didn't go gel at that time. And being a B2B startup where actually B2C were dominating at that point of time. So it took us time to convince people that believe in our vision, right? But it happens slowly and gradually. And frankly, over the time, I have seen a lot of acceptance from Bharat, right? About the startup, about how the startup ecosystem is. And yeah, it has been a great journey, and India is evolving. Even each small sectors are evolving. So today, when we go to a small city like Bhilai or Kochi, things have changed. Yeah. People are ready to join startup. People are ready to put that extra efforts to make sure that the things grow. Yeah. So that have changed a lot.
Great. So I think you covered part of my next question, and I think what I wanna bring from that from all of you is that you found a problem and you chased that problem. Now, as a founder, what I found very interesting was that Abhijit, you spent 10 years nearly 10 years doing oil and gas, which Schlumberger, and I'm assuming you were on rigs and enjoying the per diem lifestyle. And then suddenly one day you say, screw all of this, I'm now going to go out and launch a coffee chain. What I'm trying to get at is a path to sustainable wealth creation is that you figure out a good business model, you crack what the model is, whether it's, someone calls it product market fit, someone calls it, hypothesis based testing, whatever it might be. But there is an aha and a eureka moment that happens. So Abhijit, let's start with you, and then we'll get everyone to just chime in for like 10 seconds each. But like, how did you suddenly one day go from oil and gas to saying, look, I'm going to do this in coffee? And when was your aha moment in coffee that's saying, okay, ye bada ban sakta hai, I'm now going to dedicate the next 10 years of my life to this, because that's where I'm going to get the kick, as Anish just mentioned.
Dhruv, great question. So I'll add a bit context that you asked in the previous question as well. So I come from east of India. The only way I knew coffee was I used to sprinkle instant coffee on top of my tea during winters. right? And coffee, instant coffee was bitter, so never liked it. Moved into job, got a dream job after graduating from IIT Dhanbad. And then the only reason I will go to a XYZ cafe is because I'll either be on a date or a meeting or a business in-person collaboration, because I wouldn't want to pay $300 for a coffee. Just did not make sense from the part of Bharat I come from. So again, life changes. An idea initially was to be in job, right? So coming from Bihar, either you become an engineer, a doctor, an IAS, or nobody. I chose engineer. So, but after 10 years working in 6 different cities, 3 different countries, 6 different job roles, different kind of environment, I came back to India 2021 to found a company, because I realized, and I had a very comfortable life in Europe, and I realized India is the only nation in the world where you can go from X to 1000X, and there's no other place. So leaving that comfort, that was the answer, right? But when come to India, I did not want to start coffee. I wanted to start wine. And I realized wine was complicated. Right? Too much of things you can't control, right? And you, as an entrepreneur, you don't want to be in line. I mean, you're fighting every single day, but you definitely want to have some control on the parameters that you do. So coffee happened by accident because I spent $24,000 in 1 month drinking 3 times a day. That did not ring well to me. Said India is the 5th largest producer of coffee in the world, 7th largest exporter of coffee in the world. Why is the cup of coffee in India cost the same in London, San Francisco, New York, and Singapore? This did not make sense, right? So love was there, passion was there, and I think to one of your point, was wealth creation a part of it? The answer at that point of time was no, and I believe that's where personality comes in. I'll let my fellow founders also comment. Personality comes in because for a lot of founders, I'm based on the people I've met, is the kick. You know, is the kick. So a lot of people get kicked because you get challenged. You like unseen territories, uncharted waters, and that was that for me. And I realized, and the difference. I mean, I run an NGO for the last 7 years, and I found a difference is NGO is where you create value for the people. Business is when you create a value for the people, plus there is a business gap, so you make money out of it. And Up Coffee for me was the latter. That's why I landed up to Up Coffee.
Interesting. Let me pull Vaibhav into this, right? Because you talked about setting up a business. Now, Vaibhav is someone, so is Anish, but Vaibhav, you entered a very, very traditional business world with a very different approach. Now, this is a business where, one, people have not, they innovate, but they innovate when they get to scale, and you are innovating really early on and then becoming more mission driven. So that's one challenge already. The second is, this is a business where people have used debt or their own revenues and revenue factoring to grow the business and not have raised equity or given out parts of the company. So both things you're doing differently simultaneously because you want to build a business. And I'm assuming that's not the wealth was not in the first 3 priorities. It was building a great business, right? So how has that journey been for you? Because it's a little different. As he said, you're trying to build a business as a founder. You're doing it for the kick. You're doing it to, create maybe a large sustainable business at some day. You're addressing problems of Bharat. How's that been for you? How has that journey been for you? And how did you come around and say, okay, this is what I want to solve?
Great question, Dhruv. And somewhere I relate with Abhijit as well. So I did my graduation from NIFT, nowhere related to chemistry or whatsoever what we are doing today. What we believe, or what I believe rather, when I started Bamboo in 2018, it's been 7 years, almost 6 years now, more than 6 years now, that if you want to create your own space, you will have to think differently, you have to build differently.
Yeah.
And at that point of time, there was a lot of noise around single-use plastic straws getting banned in the US, right? And it was inevitable that this ban would come in India as well. So strong government tailwinds across the globe, which we foresee much, much earlier, gave us the time to experiment, fail multiple times, maybe more than 1,000 times, I would say we have failed, supported by the government of India as well, in development of these materials, what we have done so far. Wealth creation was never the problem, or I would say never the focus. But as Abhijit rightly said, the juncture of creating value and at the same time making money for your own self, or making business sense is very important. So we realized that it is important to create a business, because if we are only developing a product, We are not creating an NGO. To be really honest, we are here to make business. We are here to make wealth for our investors and for ourselves as well. And you know, it's a traditional business. We are still seen as a manufacturing company and not as a material development company or a meta material company, which we are trying to change into the people. Um, but creating something which is very different, it is a traditional business. Packaging will always be, and historically also will be, a traditional business. How you can add value to that traditional business is something that you'll have to look forward to. It would have been very easier for me to create a company into plastics or into paper, right? But that was not the case. So what is so unique about it? What is your moat, right? Is what we need to think upon. About creating anything for that matter, like which is Anish's thing, or Abhijit, or anybody for that matter. That moat is extremely important, and that can come from multiple ways. Uniqueness into the product, how you are positioning yourself into the market. What is the value that you are creating for your customers? What is you that you're solving for your customers? So the customer has to be in the center for each and everything. You have to solve for it, no matter what. So traditionally business ki aaj man kya banaya, kal man kya nahi banaya, office band hai. That has been the case with a lot of manufacturers, which we want to change. The experience of a B2B company with their suppliers need to change. That kind of service is not there in India, was not there in India, and I'm happy that we are trying to bring that change.
Interesting. I do want to do, and I know Anish is nodding his head because we've chatted about this. Uh, we'll come back. I'll circle back to this in a second. But one of the big things, when you were touching about is we've all been talking about mission and vision driven. One of the big things that companies are also built up by people, right? And you need your employees also to be mission and vision driven. While yes, people do believe in you and the founder, they also come in believing on the that if I put in this hard work, if I burn the do go beyond, there's never a defined job scope for an employee, right? Early stage employees, you do sab kuch karte jo karna hota hai, right? You grow, you do whatever it takes to grow, problem solve, troubleshoot. Now as you're growing this sort of gamut, why do they do it? One, I'm not saying the only, but one of the reasons is that there is a lucrative ESOP value that comes in, right? Interesting fact, in the last 4 years, even with the funding winter slowdown, about $1.5 billion worth of ESOPs have been encashed based on filings, right? If you look at it, only $1 billion was done in 2022. A little over half of that was done by one company, Flipkart, when they did the PhonePe merger, and 140 employees just walked away with 500 to $600 million. So the fact is that you stick in, you play the long game, you stick in it long enough, it happens. But that's also now, as you talk to, my wife is in executive search, so she talks about placing CXOs, she does the consumer tech world. She says the faith in ESOPs is now going down. People aren't seeing as much of it. Every funding winter or every down cycle makes people deterred from it. So now one side you need talent, you need great talent to grow a business, because how long can you do it yourself? You need more of you replicated to do that, and that's great talent from the market. That talent comes, yes, because they believe in you and the vision, but they also want that ESOP value. But on the other side, you also have people not believing in it because it's not easy liquidity. Dipanshu, you're someone who's very close to unlocking that value for a lot of your employees and a lot of your investors. Let's start with you. How does this ESOP की value नहीं है market में, इसीलिए अच्छा talent नहीं आता, problem being solved? And then let's get all of you to chime in, maybe quickly, and we'll try to conserve some time.
Dhruv, let's look at Bharat from this perspective. Where is the ESOP in Bharat? It's all about, teaming up with a purpose-driven team which wants to reap benefits together, irrespective of that cycles, irrespective of, that money-making machine. There needs to be more emotions, emotional intelligence, I would say, rather than we are looking at a more rational mindset here. And for us, what has worked, I'll tell you, I've chased people to work with me for 2 years, 3 years. They've gone to competition. Those competition got shut down. They came back again. Now we want to work with you. So what I'm trying to help you understand is that ESOP is not the only carrot here, okay, and should not be the only carrot. There needs to be a little more long-term approach which the prospective employee needs to have. And how we have looked at people when we hire is purely entrepreneurial streak, how hungry they are to grow, but not foolish to leave. So that is something which is very rare to come by. And with the youth, that has happened a lot because of course of this so much money being flushed. They've gotten a taste of what that adrenaline rush is of money, and it is getting corrected. So I think it's a correction. It has nothing to do with that interest is going to go back. Maybe there's a blip that they don't see that ESOP value, but it's going to come back again, and now it'll come back in a better way. With us, we being going public, I mean, our value unlock is immediate when we give ESOPs. So that's what I was talking about, that you stay vested with the company. If you believe in the founder and in that industry, that's what matters.
Got it.
The payouts will come in different ways and in different forms which you relate to as an individual. So if somebody, for me in my team, for example, I don't do any micromanaging. I give a lot of freedom. So there is certain kind of a USP which the founder of the team provides to the set of employees, and they need to identify that as a fit for them. And that fit may have the ESOP component immediately getting unlocked, or that may have it later. That's a very subjective thing. There is value. There is absolute value in ESOP. A lot of people who are mature, are able to understand it. The young is because they've seen that cycle. They don't know, that they have to spend and do hard work to get what they deserve.
Got it. Alish, because out of the five of us, you're the second longest running organization. So would love for you to jump in on this.
See, on one side of it, I totally agree with Dipanshu, right? See, ESOP as a concept is very westernized, right? Wealth cannot be the only motive for any employee to join, right? ESOP cannot be the only motive. And India actually is very diverse country where the motives are very different, right? Every person has, someone has money, someone has culture, everything. There's a lot of diversity that we see, right? So obviously ESOP can be one part of it, right? But there are a lot of ways to make sure that you have great talent in-house. Secondly, I think so, थोड़ा सा Indian investors and over the time, I think so ESOP cannot be an event that only liquidates at the time of IPO, right? So as a founder, I really have to fight with the investors to get the ESOPs unlocked in between, right? I don't know why it is in India, but it's there, right? And it didn't make any sense, right? Because if the startups are giving ESOPs, right, and if they have to wait 10, 15 years to IPO, because IPO is not something that can happen in a 2-3 years unless it's a very different kind of business, right? So investors has to believe in that, right? And that has to pass on to basically make sure that culture of startup grows, right? So I think so founders should not have to fight. That should be something that I think so if we have even copied from Western world, right, then we should see that it gets copied right.
In the right way. Nakal karo to wo bhi theek se karo, dimag lagaya karo. I agree. Okay, we're gonna wrap up very fast. 30 seconds each one of you. One thing you'd like. It could be anyone. It could be the regulator. It could be your investors. It could be your employees. It could be you yourself or the founder community. One thing that you'd like to start. One thing that you'd like to stop. And one thing that you'd like to continue so that this cultural narrative of startups improves, very specific to the wealth creation, right? So link the startup narrative to wealth creation, something that you'd like to start, stop, continue. I mean, the government has already done something, right? They've moved the capital gain rate down from 20 to 12.5. That's a step in the right direction. My hope is it continues in that right direction, right? I think they should start simplifying the codes, maybe allowing for secondary trading to become a digital practice. Something I feel that should stop is what he said, right? This need for things to move faster, and constant validation that is required. I think whether it's founders or employees, they need to stop worrying about funding being a validator, right? Model is predicated on capital, is a very dangerous and a tricky slope to be under. Capital should be predicated on the model. So that's my view. I'd love to go around the room, starting with you. Quick start, stop, continue.
I would like to start, implementation of the policies which are there but never gets implemented, right? So that's something I would like to start, because that will lead to creating more wealth for the organization or the industry. Something I would like to stop would be the corruption which is there, to be honest, even in the, corporate world, and keep continue building for the solutions or the solutions around the customers that we have.
I think I would love to start, getting involved in, more food regulatory, discussions with government, because as I don't know how many people know that, in food, first of all, is the maximum inflation is happening in food. There is 26% structuring that, yes. And
what would you like to stop?
I would like to stop, delaying things and fast track few initiatives which we've been sitting on for a while. And the third one was
Continue. Something you'd like to continue.
I think
Using the industry should continue.
I think would continue, attracting the right talent, is something which is all like it's a all the time thing which you have to do, because you keep looking at adding people, and people are the most important thing.
So how the value proposition
how do you keep
of an
attracting
organization
and engaging with the right people to come on board, join the bandwagon is ultimate for me.
Very interesting. Abhijit.
What I would like to start from the institution is true digitalization of the process and transparency. The government or the regulators have been talking about it a lot, but specifically in food and retail, it's 10% transparent, 90% translucent. So I'll say we have to go from 0 to 1 in that case. What I would like to stop is only associating the success of an organization to a founder or to a group of people.
Yeah.
I think it's a success of the team. It comes bottoms up, not top down. So I'd like to create a scenario where it should not just be a couple of people who are glamorized. What I would like to continue is building in the international texture into the discussion. So more international companies coming into and helping out, collaborating with Indian companies. There are a lot of stringent policies put in place, which means certain ratio of ownership and things around it. So more kind of transparency will help Indian businesses to flourish with international standard.
Great. So globalization should continue. India should keep being open their borders, make it easy for people to come in.
So obviously, I would say, for a start, we should enjoy failure, right? That's one thing that we should do, right? Even a failed entrepreneurship is something to be proud of, right? I would say, stop seeing success as a one night thing, right? Because suddenly we have so much social media that most of the youngsters think that it's a one night thought process of basically doing and changing it. Yeah.
Business is not a TikTok reel which goes viral overnight.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And continue?
I think so. India, ease of doing business is one thing that I see that India is improving, but there's a long way to go, right? And government should push it as much as possible, because we have just started in Malaysia, Indonesia, and we see still India is not that better. And though we are much better in tech and everything, if we compare from these countries, right? But I still think that even in Vietnam, we are seeing that we have just started and the ease of doing business there is good than India.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you're saying we we are opening up, but we should continuously keep simplifying the way to do business. Great. So thank you. I think it's been a great panel. Thank you to the panelists. I'll summarize quickly by saying I think the three big takeaways for me are, keep the pride in India and Bharat going. Do the India sexy, but still look at the Bharat opportunity because it's significantly larger. Let the tip of the iceberg draw people in, but then work for everything else. Capital, is recognized in two ways. It should be patient and it should bring value to the table. There's enough capital available in the world, but value addition externally kya ho raha hai, that matters more. And I think the third is, which I quite liked, was that everyone is mission and vision driven first. But the idea is that you look for stability, and stability is actually what gets awarded. With ESOPs, it's not the other way around, that because I'm giving you ESOPs, you continue to be stable. So that's really been an interesting point for me. But thank you all. I had a great time sort of chairing this session. And I think we are between you and lunch, so we'll now call it a day.
Thank you so much, Dhruv, for moderating that, everybody. Thank you so much, our panelists. A picture, please. Aye. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Dhruv mentioned that between lunch and this, but no, there's one more small session, which is very interesting because that is a spotlight session. While you're getting the stage ready, I shall introduce the session, which is India's IPO Gold Rush, Final Dream Milestone for Startups. Before I invite our next speakers and our panelists, and of course the session chair, just to ask you, how many of you have recently invested or have applied for any IPO? Anybody in the audience? You have? There's only one? Nobody else? Wow. We have all college students here or what? How many students are here in the audience today? How many students? मेरा सवाल गलत था. ठीक है. But okay. So at least we'll get to learn. Our next session, it's India's IPO Gold Rush, Final Dream Milestone for Startups. And to share their views on the same, let's please welcome the founder of Libas, Siddhant Keshwani. Joining him is the founder and director of Endosys IoT Labs, Salil Kapoor. And this session will be chaired by Arjun Yadav, senior correspondent, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them, everybody, to the stage. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I was expecting a bit more, number of hands going up when Aditya asked about how many of you have invested recently in an IPO. Because quite frankly, 2024 is a great year to talk about the Indian stock market story. If you read the newspaper this morning, the front headline on the Economic Times says that after 15 years, September has the most number of listings planned in a single month. You look at the stats. The year till now, 2024, about 56 companies have raised more than 65,000 crores through IPO route, compared to just 20 companies raising about 15,000 crore in the whole calendar year last year. And, there may be liquidity, higher secondary market valuations, but at the heart of this, it is the retail market and retail investors. I mean, they have weathered every storm. You look at any macroeconomic trigger in the last 4 to 6 months, be it the general elections, US recessionary risks, the yen carry trade, the RBI governor subtly giving hints that every money is going into mutual funds, the budget increasing capital gains taxation, right? Then, of course, recently the Hindenburg saga actually revealed the nationalistic side of retail investors. कि हम देखते हैं market कैसे गिरेगी जब Monday को खुलेगी, right? So, and if you look at the IPOs recently, and especially new age startups, Main board, leave alone the main board. Look at what's happening in the SME IPO board. You, I'm sure, have heard about that Yama dealership going, public recently. Then just yesterday, a packaging company, and how, a minimal setup do they have, and the oversubscription rate they have. So there's clearly a euphoria, Siddhant, Salilji. Uh, and in this backdrop, when we are looking at the financialization of the Indian markets and Indian startups jumping this bandwagon, how would you describe this financialization? And for startups today, is this the final tick mark when it comes to validation or sign of success? Siddhant, if you would like to start.
See, I mean, uh, public markets have been going around for like many, many years, right? And I think last 3 years, 4 years, there was a huge suddenly spike in, VC funding and all those things that we've been seeing over the 4 or 5 years. But essentially, I mean, the only major way to raise money for the last 30, 40, 50 years for the whole world has been through public markets. And it has been done very effectively, right? And I think, I wouldn't say it's the last leg. I think it's beginning of a new era for a lot of businesses, because at the end of the day, if you do benchmarking for a company, the only way to run is that you're bootstrapped first, or you raise a little bit of external funding, and then from an investor's point of view, investor view, maybe that's the last way of liquidation, or probably a liquidation event for them. But for companies, I think it's just the beginning. I feel that's where the true business acumen or sense comes into play, because now after that point you're actually not just working for yourself, you're working for the country. People who are investing in you have part owners in the form of like hundreds and thousands of people, probably who are investing in you. And I think for us as companies who are building out and probably eyeing an IPO, we feel that now is the time, because people are actually getting very educated now. I mean, we used to hear there were a lot of studies which said, right, the equity market in India is still so small if you compare it to the Western world, even though it's growing rapidly, and we've seen it's massively grown over the last 3 to 4 years. But still huge potential, a lot of newer audiences, newer people who are kind of entering are looking at equity markets as a very good investment form, because it has given the highest returns over the last few years, right? And for us brands, what happens is the moment you actually think public markets, your discipline becomes a lot better in terms of operating businesses. You think of businesses from a different lens. We've seen what the COVID wave did, right? When there was so much VC funding, private equity funding happening, the discipline was somehow was a little bit lost. Brands were actually focusing on the matrices that were being looked upon by these VCs, by these private equity players. So I think that's changing. That's why, hence, you've seen over the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a little bit of democratization where uh, businesses are looked at in a very different lens. People are not just looking at growth; they're looking at bottom line. They're looking at how will the company sustain in the public lens, in the public view, 5 years later, 10 years later. So.
Sure. The interesting part of this conversation is the composition of this panel. Siddhant represents that community for whom we are having this panel. And Salil Kapoor ji, he has a vast experience of heading public listed companies in various positions. He's been part of Dish TV, Voltas, most recently Hindware. So Salil ji, I want to understand your thoughts on what really changes for startups, when it comes to their journey from being in the unlisted space to the listed space. What really changes when it comes to culture? What really takes, to maintain those investor relations? If you could shed some light on that.
We have seen, if you pick up the history of how valuation in the startup world has evolved over the years, the long phase and the initial phase was all based on the valuations coming from your fundraise, at what value you have raised the fund. And what happened is that many times the fundraise was not dependent on the fundamentals, it was more dependent on the FOMO concept, which is fear of missing out. So if you are a VC and you have invested in a certain startup, and I have not been able to invest in that hot technology and a future thing that somebody's building, uh, I would want to either invest in the next round or invest in a similar kind of a business where somebody else is trying to build a similar kind of a model. That was FOMO. And sometimes the investments by experienced and large VCs were also done without looking at the fundamentals and the logic, what they were doing. It was purely emotional and not rational. So now, as I said some days earlier at another forum, things have changed totally. Not only the funding winter that we saw about 2 years ago drove everybody from the burn obsessed model, that how you scale whatever way, whatever do you need to scale at any cost, or what is a typical burn model, how much runway you have, how much money you can burn so that you can scale, to earn before you burn model. So that has changed the FOMO to a typical GOMO. And the what FOMO is a fear of missing out, as I said. GOMO is a new acronym which is coming into the play, which is first is governance, because if you are going to get listed, the first thing that will come to you is governance, and governance includes compliance and various other small nuances as well. The second one is your operating profit, and the operating leverage that you have. It doesn't matter what rate you grow. Of course, you need to grow. It's business is a treadmill. You have to continuously run to stand at the same place. Forget going ahead. So growth is a given, but what is the operating profit? And then the M stands for the management quality, because people will look at it. Long-term sustainability will come from the quality of talent that you have. And the last is the operating model. And within that is also your economic moat. Is the model that you follow sustainable in the long run when you will have a lot of competition coming around? Now, this new thing is something that these startups will soon start getting used to, because this is a fact, and this is the filter, and this is the lens through which all the investors that look at, globally, large investors and even the retail investors globally look at companies that are listed. And I agree with Siddhant that the things have changed. A lot of large investors, a large number of investors have come into the play. There are some different worrying signs as well, because people are picking up loans and taking leverage to trade. That's not a great sign, and they are investing blindly without looking at fundamentals. But I feel that in initial euphoria will settle down. The investors will get mature over a period of time. We are already the fifth largest, or the top five, as far as the economy is concerned, and also as far as our stock market is concerned. So maturity is about to be there. People will see the challenges, the volatility, in the market will drive the maturity.
Right.
But yes, the big shift is going to happen from valuations, which were looked at in another manner, to becoming more practical and real world.
Right. Thank you, Salilji. Siddhant, what has been your understanding of what Mr. Salil just shared? I mean, he of course has that first-hand experience, but you must have, been talking to people who have had that experience among your fraternity to go into that space. What really changed for them? What have been some of the learnings? And in that context, where would you put Libas's journey as well?
So, when you actually start a new company and as a startup, when you start operating, right, you're looking at so many things at the front end and trying to solve for so many customer facing things that you actually tend to lose track of what's happening at the back end, because that time it's a race, right? ये भी करना है, वो भी करना है, ये भी करना है, ये भी बेचना है, यहाँ भी बेचना है, वहाँ भी बेचना है. So your focus as a startup for the first few years in your growth phase or growth stage is so much on the front end and what's happening. You actually don't look at corporate governance, like you said, right? And you don't look at a lot of other processes, systems, teams, management, etc. So a lot of people who I network with, who I know are in the same network, who've done IPOs recently or some time back. Of course, majority of learnings for us also comes from there, because we are in that phase right now where We are also learning, planning, etc. And when we hear mostly, I think the majority of the changes comes at the back end than the front end, because front end you're still selling the same product, your channels that you're selling it at is the same. What the changes really happen at the back end, where discipline comes into play in terms of corporate governance. You think of things from a very different light. You don't take decisions because as a founder, कोई भी problem आएगी, somebody would walk into the office, I will say, okay, fine, do this, this is the best solve. But now you have to look at that question from a different lens, at how will it be seen, how will it show in my books, how will other people look at it. So for them, they feel that every move, every statement, everything that they do at the back end is somehow being governed, because you're responsible for a lot of people who are actually watching you in your day-to-day activities. So any decision you take, starting from something as small as what goes up on social media, right? People can, certain things can make or break. As a startup, not like enough people are not watching you. Even if they're watching you, they're looking at from a fan base kind of a point of view and not from an investor lens. So a lot changes. Corporate governance gets improved. You have to make sure that for people to have confidence in investing in you, you have to show them what are the actually, who are the people who are actually working in the company. They care about who's the CFO. They care about what is the background of your certain key managerial positions. So I think what I hear and what most people say is that corporate governance is actually something which is the biggest change at the back end, and discipline is one, profitability is one. You look at cost in a very different way. You have to make sure that any money that is going waste, you have to be more disciplined around that. So I mean, these are the few things that we feel is majorly the difference between a pre and a post IPO kind of a scenario.
Right. And based on those experience, those learnings, those observations that you shared, where do you see Libas's journey now in that context?
So, like I said, when you actually look at doing that, so it's a process, right? Today, it's not like I can say that we will do IPO and then solve for these things. So, when we have a vision that say in the next 2 years, 3 years, so our vision is that in the next 2 to 3 years we want to do IPO. So, for that we have to start working today, and hence are working towards corporatization, corporate governance, discipline. All those activities have started. We've already started looking at things in from a very, very different lens, and I think this journey, I mean, in 2 to 3 years should be enough for us to do that. That we are kind of ready for that situation.
Absolutely. Salilji, very quickly, I would also, just coming back to what you mentioned about the investor euphoria in the market, government really serious about the financialization of the Indian market, the pace that it has been going through. Can you expand a bit more quickly on your understanding of the investor mind frame when it comes to their understanding of the business models that we are seeing when it comes to these recent IPOs, be it on the SME or the main board front? What's your experience on that or reading?
See, the kind of people that you look at who have started going out and investing in the market, you feel good and bad at the same time. Good because you can see everybody. It's not only people who were interested in stock, which was about 10, 15 years ago. Now you see housewives. And with all regards, what I mean is the people who are not working and not interested in business. Those people, that could be house person or house maker or whoever who has no interest in business, now getting onto the trading floor. You see early professionals. When I started my career, I wish I was as much as involved in the stock market as the youngsters are now, because the power of compounding over the years would have been tremendous. But what you see now, they're doing more trading rather than building up the long-term thing. The understanding of business models is really not there. There's a big problem that we probably will need to solve, because otherwise time will teach in a very harsh manner to all those individuals. And that is why you must have seen the regulator stepping in and saying that please don't give away loans for trading purpose and try to control that part, because otherwise people will start losing money. There's a difference between gambling, trading, and investing. Now, if somebody else is doing a day trading, buying in the morning, selling in the evening, and moving into F&O and making some money, and you get and putting a TikTok reel on top of it, and you get influenced and you give up your, your job, or you take your mind away from your job, which is your sole money making machine, to getting into this thing, it's risky for the generation. I think there's a big need for the education, the investor education on what is the right thing to do, what should be done, and of course, people should invest, because otherwise the inflation will eat up into your money, your bank FD rate or the savings interest rate is not enough to keep up with inflation. This is a big area to make your wealth grow, and make passive money grow. But you need to do it in the right manner. You need to understand rather than play in the market.
Right. My screen showing time's up, Salilji, but very quickly to conclude this, 2 or 3 points that should be on the essential pre-checklist for startups aiming to go public. Your word of advice for them.
I have met Siddhant for the first time, and I'm very happy that they're looking at IPO and with a 2-3 year horizon. That's the first thing. You should not decide to immediately go out and get the bankers in place and start going public, because you need to make a lot of changes. I fully agree with what is being said, that initial part of the journey is just grow, because that is the way to do it. But then later on, you need to get your back office in place, room in place, all the processes in place, and that needs some time. So first is start little early. Second is governance is the big thing. And that is why I said FOMO to GOMO, because governance is the first point, because people will start looking at it. It's very different to answer 4 investors or 4 large, VCs sitting in a room in a board meeting, and get onto a call where you will have 150 analysts who don't understand with due regards to analysts, please don't take it otherwise, who don't understand your business and will question all the things which you will suddenly find funny and basic, but they will question. So that is a very big change. So second is get the governance in place so that you don't have difficulty in answering the questions. And third is build the talent for long-term sustainability of your model and moat, so that you can keep on growing, not only as a business, but also as investors' favorite, stock.
Right. Thank you, Salilji. I agree. Con calls have recently got a bit more hilarious, but Siddhant, 10-15 seconds. Any concluding thoughts?
No, I mean, I think the whole scenario is going to change. And now, I think after the funding winter that we all call it, we've seen that even investors look at businesses from that lens now, right? So the discipline now, even for startups, have started on day one, which was kind of getting lost over the last few years, where so much money was coming in. I mean, now that suddenly liquid markets are not that liquid, so people are seeing that drying up, right? So even, I mean, I've spoken to so many investors over the last 1.5 years, right? And the first biggest ask is that where are you in terms of profitability? Where are you going to be? And how are you going to go public if you're not profitable, right? So those are the kind of questions. And it's good that people are getting disciplined, because with too much money in the early stage, you tend to lose track of how to grow your business efficiently, because the only way to make money for you is by burning money, which is not a very sustainable case. And 6 months, 1 year later, when that money really dries up, then you don't know how to run a business. So it's very important that in the first early years of your business, if you have that discipline, and then maybe you use certain money to accelerate your proven success, then it makes sense to burn a little bit. But I mean, when you start with that burn, there's no going back, right? So I think that's good that that discipline is coming on day one. So
thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Our audience, can we please have a big round of applause? And for all the students, I'm sure you have some sort of insights as to how your investing journey could become, how it should become. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And thank you, Archana, moderating that picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I always say this, from food for thought. It is now time for food for our stomachs. It's 1:30. It's time for lunch. Let's please regroup at 2 o'clock sharp, so that we can start with the next panel discussion. Thank you. Enjoy yourselves.
I love this. I love that. 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 I love that.
Welcome back, everybody. If any of your colleagues are outside, may I please request you to also bring them inside. We can start now. I'm at the back. If you're all wondering, where am I? Maybe also I'm also trying to get out of the dark hour after lunch. A couple of minutes more and we shall start then. 5 minutes more. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello. For all our friends outside, if you can hear me, we'll do a take two outside. Prashant. Hello. Resham. Can you have someone settle the stage from the team, please? Okay. Everybody had lunch? But silence means ki haan. That means you had. Before we get down to business, you just want to make sure that none of you has entered that after lunch dark hour. Uh, very quickly, right hands. Sabke, can you show right hands? Please right ही दिखाना. The gentleman with folded hands, sir, आप भी कर दो. मैं nervous हो जाता हूँ. Yeah, a quick wave. Yeah, lovely. They're working. That means just try and draw a circle with it. जैसे हम थिएटर में कहते हैं शून्य में. सर ये पार्टी नहीं सर सामने. Yeah, lovely. It's working well. Left hand, a quick wave. Let's try and draw a square with it. Me sir, no. They don't offer me lunch sir. मेरी payment से काट लेते हैं वरना. Well, let's draw a square. Lovely. Now let's just try both the hands. Try a circle with your right and a square with your left. Try it together. Just try. Take a moment. A circle with your right and a square with your left. Just try. An extra gulab jamun for someone who manages that. Okay, we've got you with us. That means. Surely, our next panel discussion, it's on building multi-generational startups, pivots and possibilities. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome our panelist, Ankit Agarwal, founder, Unstop. Joining Ankit is Deepak Sahani, founder, Healthians. Joining them is Rohit Garg, co-founder and CEO of Olvi, formerly Smartcoin. Joining them is Saurabh Pandey, founder and CEO of Lelo. And the session chair will be the co-founder of Vama, Manu Jain. Let's please welcome everybody with your applause. So you've had lunch. We can either go there or go here. Let's try and go here once again, please, for them. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so Rohit, we have you also. Why don't we quickly start with just a quick round of introductions? I'm Manu, I'm the co-founder of Vama. And just two things, tell us who you are and how many number of pivots have you done till now?
Hi guys, I'm Ankit Agarwal, founder and CEO of Unstop. I think we've done 2 pivots. If they qualify in the definition of the pivots, I think that's also subjective. But yeah, in our journey, it's been 2 pivots.
Hi all, this is Rohit. I'm co-founder and CEO of Smartcoin, now called Olive. So we are a fintech lending startup. And now I think we've expanded to create a credit-led digital financial platform for the entire emerging India. In terms of pivot, so I think there's definitely one in very, very early days where we shifted the entire business model from something else to what we are doing today. The second thing, which is not exactly a pivot, but I think more of a market expansion as we've realized the opportunity is much more massive, is to go from credit to now creating an entire financial platform. So I don't know if it qualifies as a pivot, but it could be like 1.5.
The name changes pivot.
Okay, so then that qualifies. Yeah.
Everything's pivot.
Hi, I'm Saurabh. I'm the founder and CEO of Elo. Elo is a new age media and entertainment platform. So we are the #1 live entertainment platform in India. Broadly do creator-led live streams, games across vernacular languages, across multiple formats. So for us, to answer your question, we did one very hard pivot in the first year of our journey, where we went from short video and different tasting content to purely a live platform. And another big one, it wasn't a pivot as such, it was more of a philosophy change, is where we went from pre-revenue to revenue, where we changed our entire model. We launched microtransactions. So yeah, those 2 journeys, happy to be here, excited.
Yeah. Nice. We were an astrology company. We pivoted to a puja company. I don't know if that qualifies for a pivot. So I'll try to keep this as light as I can, and guys, feel free to jump in. A lot of us are startup founders also here, right? Everyone talks about Zomato, everyone talks about Flipkart. They have pivoted, right? How do early startups know when to pivot, and how can we learn from this pivot, right? Like, how do you see it, right? Like for them to today do Blinkit, Zomato, right? Like, yeah.
Right. So I mean, I think both are really great examples. So like if you look at Zomato, right? So started as a discovery and listing platform. At a certain point when they realized that there's a growing appetite for delivery, so then they obviously ventured into that. Timing was also great because that was a period when the whole internet and smartphone penetration obviously drove a lot of expanding time for that market. And obviously with COVID again, then they went into grocery delivery, and with a very timely acquisition of Blinkit, they've obviously, I think, very, very aggressive into that as well. Similarly, if you take case of Flipkart, right, started as a bookstore, expanded into everything. Then again, at a certain point, did very important strategic acquisitions of Myntra and Jabong to get deep into relatively better economics, fashion commerce market. And then I think very interestingly, they realized that, this whole payments, digital payments and UPI is going to explode. So what they did with PhonePe is obviously very, very amazing. So like once you put all of them together, right, there are a few things that stick out in my view, which are very, very useful for early stage startups. So one is at the macro level, right? So And that generally holds true globally, but I think more so for a country like India, which is growing very, very fast with sort of big changes happening every few years. So if you're keeping a good eye on how the macro environment is changing, what are the defining things that are coming into the picture? So 10 years back, it was maybe Internet 1.0. 7-8 years back, it was about UPI and then geo effect. Then it obviously became post-COVID, very fast digitalization. And today maybe it's AI and certain other trends, right? So these you have to have an eye on how the market trends are changing, what you can do with it. Second thing that I also think is important to build multi-generational companies in particular is you pick sort of a large TAM. That becomes very, very important because what ends up happening over time, once you start going into a certain product or a certain segment, once you learn about it, there are obviously adjacencies that you can pick. So in that sense, having a high potential TAM obviously helps you to keep discovering or keep iterating. So that's something that you have to do as an early stage founder on the macro side. The second thing, once you've zeroed down on it, I think India is historically been a relatively, I think, trust deficit country. Now, obviously, that has given rise to so many brands coming up in every space. So once you've zeroed in the space, you try to make yourself among the top 2-3 brands in that space, which helps you to, again, cement your position, gain sort of much higher customer retention, which can obviously help you again propel into different sort of tailwinds as and when they arrive. So that is the second thing. Third thing, which again, which then is more internal, right? So once you have figured all this, are you really capable of actually capturing that market opportunity? Which I think there are 2-3 things in my view, right? So again, one, if you are actually basing it a lot on technology and data play, that allows you to handle the scaling complexities as and when again these opportunities arrive. So how do you think about that? How do you create a more of an agile and adapting culture inside the company to capitalize, right? Again, Zomato being a case in example. Apart from these things, when COVID happened, there was obviously a lot of mistrust in terms of whether you can take food deliveries or not. So how they created contactless, how they created, again, I think that trust that was obviously very exemplary. So in my view, I think these are the 2-3 things that obviously early stage startups can keep in mind to make sure they can seize these opportunities in a better way.
So thanks. That's super helpful. आपने बोला TAM, 2 वर्ड एक और आता है TAM, PMF is all we hear, right? So Saurabh and Ankit, right? Like tell us about PMF, right? Like do you guys wake up and say, "अच्छा आज PMF हो गया"? Like how does a founder know that, boss, I've hit PMF? Like does Shark Tank PMF, right? Like how does PMF happen?
Shark Tank is not PMF. But I think just to elaborate on the pivot, I think where I was going wrong, and I'll tell you and that's why I said that if that qualifies as a pivot. See, in my view, Flipkart as such hasn't taken a pivot. Correct. So if I stick to an e-commerce domain, Snapdeal was a coupons company. They become an e-commerce company. That's a major pivot.
Yeah.
Flipkart from day one was an e-commerce. They expanded from books to pretty much everything. So that's more like an expansion rather than a pivot, in my view.
Yep.
Right? And similarly, Zomato did pivot because they were basically an intermediary company or so. So I think that part, as founders, we need to be sure in terms of what's pivot and what's general expansion, which I think we do confuse. Coming to PMF, I think for us, the PMF started, and in the first instance, we realized that before our recent pivot that we did in 2021, we were always discussing on the value proposition for the user. Is consumer or user of, then we used to be called as Dare to Compete, coming back to the platform on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, right? For me, I think if I'm increasing those engagements, if we are consistently increasing our DAO mouse, I know for a fact that I'm able to create some value because of which the same user is coming back again. That's one element. So basically, whether our users are loving us, whether we are solving their problem, and I think for us, the metrics were DAOs, MAUs, whether they are increasing or not, and that sort of worked well. The second aspect was on the customer side in terms of whether we are able to have our repeat customers. So we work with all the top recruiters, let's say Flipkart, Amazon, Reliance, Tata's, or so. Can they, are they coming back to us every year or every quarter? That's one. Second, I think for PMF also, at least for us, was that in every repeat business, am I able to go deep into their pockets? If I was getting 100 rupees out of 1,000 rupees pocket share, am I increasing it to 150 or 200 with my expansion? Because then the PMF is just not my base product, but also everything which is ancillary to my base product. Are they willing to take up those elements or so or not? And I think that was basically the journey that we had in terms of the PMF bit. But I mean, you may not realize one day that you don't have a PMF, but soon you may realize one day that you have a PMF. It's not that आज मुझे PMF achieve करना है. It's a gradual process, I'm sure.
कितने साल में आता है?
सालों मतलब मेरे ख्याल से अक्ल उस चीज के लिए सालों लग गए. Once we got what it takes, then it didn't take us maybe 2 to 3 months to get that. Like, yeah.
So I'll build on this. Yes. I'll actually break this into two parts. We'll talk about the pivot framework and then even PMF. For pivots, right, we thought about this very deeply because we went through one ourselves. And I had sort of created like a mental model or a framework for this, where we felt that there's actually three parts to it. There's pivots, there's extensions, and there's relevancy. Pivot is inspired by something that there's a quote that I get very inspired by. It's a quote by YC, which says, build stuff that people want. Right? I think everyone's familiar with that. They say, build something that people want. It's a very, very simple line, but it gives you a very true sense that have you built something where if you haven't, then you shouldn't be ashamed of pivoting very quickly. Like, for example, we pivoted from being a short video app to a live video app in the first 5 months. You could have just persisted with that and said, yeah, we can for about a year, we figure out more users. But as a founder or as a product manager, like I would always consider myself as a product manager. So when we see it, we could understand that the product love is not there. We will need to build something which has more long range retention, which has better engagement, etc. So that's the call you take on a hard pivot, right? On examples of e-commerce, Flipkart, PMF in one, and you want to sort of extend to more use cases. Like if I've built a DAO, which is very sizable, and I know that X amount of minutes in their day comes for this use case, but now I want parallel adjacent use cases. I could build extension businesses. I could build payments. I could build travel. I could want to be a larger state of mind or a larger wallet share for that user. And that becomes more like an extension framework for a founder. And the third becomes a very relevancy framework. Like, for example, in this day and age, if you're building something like I'm in consumer tech, if you're building something in consumer tech and you don't have any element of AI in what you're building, then about 5 years later, would your business still be as relevant as what it is right now? That becomes a question. So relevancy is always evolving depending on whether your technology has evolved, how are you dealing with cloud, how are you dealing with new infrastructure. So for a founder, I think that's very important. And for any business, that are you doing a hard pivot? Is this just an extension? Or are you doing something to be more relevant with how technologies or trends have changed? Like people changed from web to mobile in the early 2000s. Yeah. And I know for a fact that consumer apps or consumer technologies that time, which didn't change very quickly, like Microsoft completely missed the smartphone game. And Android went into it very fast because they missed the third element of this, which was relevancy. So they didn't pivot, but they could have become very relevant. And that's one part of your question. I think the second part is very interesting, which is PMF. And I fully concur over here because I think it's an ever-evolving journey. For us, PMF changed in what would you define as engagement PMF, where you could set certain KPIs. And my only suggestion in that would be that whatever you think your PMF is, the only question you need to ask is that if you had to grow 10x, would this PMF still sustain? Like, for example, you're acquiring, let's say, 2,000 users every month, you're acquiring 5,000, 10,000, and you're getting X retention, X engagement, X orders. I don't know if that would be scalable when you acquire 100,000. Your CPIs could go off the charts. Your retentions could not sustain. If you have a slightly more elastic curve, if you have a curve that's sort of staying with the kind of user base that is growing, then you sort of have PMF at least on one factor. And the second thing, the true litmus test, I think, of PMF is revenue PMF. And that's something most folks will concur, that if you have actual people who are willing to pay for your product, and they are willing to come back and pay again, then I think you have revenue PMF. Like, we launched monetization this year and we realized that building for revenue PMF is a whole interesting learning curve. And you have to go back to the drawing board, build so many things again, and realize that 100 things are breaking, 10 things are sticking. And then you go into this core funnel of what is really relevant in my product. And that's all that PMF is about. Everything else is a frill around it. So I think from product to revenue, the PMF definition changes, and it changes with scale. Like, we were acquiring close to, I'll give you a perspective, we were acquiring close to about 100,000 users a month till I think 1.5 years ago. And we felt we have PMF. Now we have close to about 90 million users and about 3.5 million new users every month. And the definition of PMF has changed completely in the company, that now it's no longer retention engagement. Now it's just about how many of these are converting to paid users and what is the paid user retention. So that definition has to evolve as long as you're true to your ethos. So yeah.
Rohit, you want to add? While I'm amazed that a Bangalore founder, consumer tech, DAO, talking revenue. Aisa bhi ho raha hai?
No, so I sort of, I think, totally agree with that thing, you know, what Ankit and Saurabh have covered, right? Because I'll again break it down in two phases. One, obviously, the PMF thing, which is something I think you have to figure, and that's something we have also seen that it changes at every scale. So that definition you have to keep evolving. Like, as founders, you think, you know, one day now demand is coming, retention is great. So now, you know, like in the next, say, 5-6 months, you will just keep growing exponentially every month and you will be there. And then you suddenly realize that things start to break again, right? So one is obviously product PMF, for which you could have different metric. It could be retention for a sector and business. It could be NPS. It could be something else. So that is something you have to obviously keep a track on. Once you have known that there is obviously a demand curve that's shaping up, then the second thing is obviously on the unit economics side. Revenue is obviously one part, but then again, there are 100 ways of driving revenue as well, depending on the business you are in. But is the truly unit economics shaping in the way I think it should, right? And I think once you have those two things in place, then I think definitely once you build internal capabilities to capitalize on that, okay, that you have enough tech, you have enough team, you have everything in place now to capitalize on that. I think that's when then you should like take a call and I think really go at it. But like I don't think there's any other way to discover this. I think time and again.
Thanks. So I think next question थोड़ा deep जाते हैं. Founder journey, high, low. Everyone says वो Instagram पे रोज डालते हैं high, low. एक ऐसे graph है. It's my favorite DP. Right. So tell us the low points. Right. Everyone celebrates the highs. Tell us how low, if you can, how low have you actually gone? And then this whole thing of like मेरे तो दोस्त हैं जो businessman हैं. कहते हैं तेरे पास तो investor हैं. वो बचा लेते होंगे तुम्हें, बताते होंगे. So tell us how important is this investor, mentor, angel, VC in that down, right? And if you can share some of your experiences of the low which happened, right? Like founder journey is just too glorified sometimes, I feel, right? Like, but the actual struggle it doesn't come out. Yeah.
See, these two things are separate. Only investors don't give you lows. Let's be clear. So I'll tell you in my case what happened. See, we've been building this business. Today we are sitting at close to about 15 million users, typically with about 5 million MAUs and about 500,000 DAOs, right? Now, from the numbers point of view, that was very good. And most of it is acquired at zero CAC because of our community model. Now, I'm just giving a scenario of with investors and without investors so that you understand. I'm the only founder at Unstop, right? So there were times where I was wanting to have a thought partner to sort of discuss few elements of expansions, to take those decisions, whether this is right or that is right. I think that's what I have found in my set of investors, in our board. And when we have those logical, rational decisions, those are decisions that also make me think beyond what I was thinking earlier. I think because of, I think the exposure. Obviously, you can't expect at the end of the day, the call needs to be by the founder, but at least if the investors are making you think, that's a good aspect, nothing else, right? And that's why I think choosing whom you want on your cap table is very, very critical because as a founder, you at some point in time you may need only funds to survive. I acknowledge tab to jo mile so acha, right? But when you have crossed that stage, I think then we need to choose whether these investors will be able to grow my business together, right? Whether together is crucial or they will only be looking at me that Ankit, you have not grown the business. We don't care. You have to do that. I think that those are the conversations that needs to have. Coming to the second part, I think from the low, it happens. I mean, there were times where not recently, but earlier, where you go into that shell, okay, where you do want to cry, you do want to figure out, yaar, ab main kya karu? And generally that happens not on a daily basis, but maybe on a quarterly basis. There will be downs and ups or so. But what happens there is that I can't have that those emotions coming live when I'm actually in office because I need to be positive. As a founder, everybody needs to see me only positive. Trust me, because that's how you will only be able to give that motivation to the team, to the leaders that, hey, everything is fine. No matter what pressure is coming from the investors or from the outside clients or so, only some bit should be passed on. It has to be passed on because they also should feel that pressure. But whenever you're actually down, and generally what I do, frankly, there are times when I go low and I always think through. So I share my date of birth with Mark Zuckerberg, exactly same. So in a sense, brother from another mother, right? So मैं अपने दिमाग में ये बोलता हूँ that he is doing so much so he's in front of US jury, he's handling so many. मेरा तो कुछ भी नहीं है, so अंकित सब ठीक हो जाएगा. And I think that's how a founder's journey becomes lonely in some ways, but you definitely need some thought partners whom you can share this. And now that can be your spouse, your friends, or maybe your investors. You need to figure that out, but you need to put that out that, hey, I'm feeling low. What should we do? Unfortunately, your team
Yeah.
may, I mean, in my case, it should not be the team because I should not discuss in terms of what are those gray areas or negative areas in the whole business unless and until it is business related.
Saurabh, you want to go?
Yeah. No, I think
कुछ काम तो दो किसी इन्वेस्टर का जिसने हेल्प किया, right? We should get some fun.
No, मैं तो नाम भी ले लेता हूँ. मतलब my actual most, so I'll give you my relationship with my first investor. The investor who put our first ever check into the company was with Waterbridge. So the partner from Waterbridge knew me from 5 years because we were with we were in Flipkart together.
Yeah.
So I think it's very important to have at least a few investors, if not all. Like we've been very lucky to have a very supportive board, but you need to have folks with whom you can honestly brainstorm or riff with, right? Like you can agree to disagree on certain things, you can brainstorm on initiatives. अगर आप उनको सिर्फ अपनी good news बता रहे हो, that we've scaled to this much, we've got this much revenue, then the day things go south, they will never be prepared because they'll be like, no, so far we only knew the good. Is there something that is not working? So in most of my monthly updates, I would typically always update saying this is what is going well, this is where we failed very badly, and this is what we wanted to do, and this is what we want to do in the next quarter, because that's a good thinking model for you in general, that be very honest about what's not working. But you know, in the spirit of the question of lows and this, I think, look, a founder journey is extremely lonely. Like as a single founder, it's even more lonelier. Like I concur a lot with what Ankit said, that because you actually feel very low, not because of any external circumstance most of the times. It's sometimes something as silly as a feature that you really wanted to work but did not work to the extent that you thought it will. Or for a lot of D2C folks, it could be a product line, it could be a particular SKU that you felt, yaar, ye tod dega, this is going to get me there, and it sometimes just doesn't happen for 100 reasons. And there, but then there will also be something that you felt will bomb completely and it just outshone and everyone loved it. So there's those highs that get balanced with the lows and vice versa. But I truly believe that a company's culture starts and stops with in a lot of cases with the founder. So Paul Graham from YC recently wrote about something. It's called the founder mode, where he said that run a company in the way that you want to run it. Don't just give it to like 10 managers to say, I won't micromanage, I won't get into this, I'll operate at a very high level. And it just spoke very clearly to me because it validates a lot of, shoulders on, just go in fully and go deep into certain things. But I truly believe that a company's culture, even for every spirit, gets started with the founder. So if you're the first one in and the last one out, that typically would mean like a 17-18 hour work day. And over a period of time, like I don't remember taking a holiday in the last 3.5 years. So if that happens to your life, then you have to be prepared for that journey. I mean, if you're prepared for that struggle, if you're prepared for that, then itna lonely nahi lagega. You won't feel those lows. And sometimes, like, I can't even take it back and discuss these problems with family or spouse because they won't understand that, okay, why are you, anybody would say, okay, why are you even building this then? Just relax. I think the best people sometimes to discuss this with, at least from my experience, what I found is that if you have a very good founding team, like your original founding members who are with you from your day zero, like I happen to have a lot of those folks, which very famously, right, I read about his case study at Apple once, where Steve Jobs would do a retreat with only those folks from Apple who he said are people who matter the most. And that's a very bold move, right? Like out of 1,000 people, he's taking 40 people on retreat saying, I want to brainstorm only with these guys because they are the ones who matter. So for me, it was my founding team with whom I will debate and say that this is what I feel low about. This is what I feel is not working. It could be something as stupid as, people are not coming on time. And that could also be something that a founder could feel low about, that discipline has gone fully off. This remote working, how do we manage with all of this? But all those are real problems which you can confide with people who you relate to. And that's the way I've at least dealt with this.
Just wanted to add one point. I think what I did, and just giving you clear cut. So when we were forming our board, so whenever you sign those SHAs, agreements or so, a board, I mean, we decide who will be on the board based on the percentage that they're getting after receiving the funds. Simple, right? I chose a person who was investing. He was only not a majority stake, but I wanted that person to be on the board only because he was a founder himself. Because what happens is when in those board meetings, the discussions are happening, you may want a person who has run a company to be on your side because, see, the point is there will be rational discussions, but those emotions that as a founder you may go through, that a founder would understand rather than an investor. And those decisions might just be that, hey, I need a better team, or I can't fire my team no matter what they do because they have been with me for ages. I think those are certain aspects that we need to be sure about. And it can be a board seat or an observer seat, but at least if there is one person or maybe more alongside who understands your journey and your emotions, that's better than a pure play investor.
Fantastic. Okay. We have the last question from me for all three of you. So if today, Rohit, and this is for all of you, if you were to start all over again today, what would you build? What sector, what's that hot sector where VCs are lining up outside our house and saying, humse paise le lo? Or just something that you resonate with, right? Like you think this is the future.
Right. So, I mean, if you only want to look at what VCs are lining up for, obviously some of those sectors are very, very clear, right? AI is the hottest, and there are obviously others.
Profitable now, no? It has to be.
I think so. So that's the thing, right? I think with the VCs, I think that always moves in cycles, right? Today, everyone is talking about profitability. Couple of years back, all of us know what sort of models were funded and were called visionary, and today, like, no one is obviously, like even paying attention to them, right? So things will move in cycles. As an entrepreneur, you have to play a long game. In fact, for India, I think the game is generally even longer because I think that the country is building, and I think a lot of these things are happening over time. Good thing is, at least now, I think we are in that phase 2.0 where you are seeing exits happening, other things also building up to like, sort of profitable and scalable in a sustainable manner. So that sort of maturity is coming. But in any case, as an entrepreneur, like if you think, okay, tomorrow I'll start this and in the next 3 years, this will, go holistic and then I'll just retire and chill, right? That's definitely not happening. So you have to trade across cycles. And for that, you have to be prepared to go to a space which you really, really like. And as I said, I think early on, right, that have a very long-term view on, okay, this is something which will work, does make sense to me. I want to stick in it. Maybe I'll learn, I'll grow, I'll enjoy it as a part of the process. Otherwise, the lows will always, I think, catch you if you're only going into it because it's hot today. Because tomorrow when it's not, then definitely you don't have any extra passion to really continue into it, right? So even when we chose fintech, I think almost 7-8 years back, I think that was my thinking around it, that India is in a place where financial service, like if you have to grow to a $7 trillion, $10 trillion economy, obviously fundamental sectors have to make sure that base is covered, right? And financial services is one such market. The great thing is with all the innovations that have kept happening, not just technology side, say, but even from the government side. So starting with our India Stack, then UPI, and now we obviously hear about ONDC, OCAN, ULI. So there's obviously a lot of phenomenal work happening. And I think we have barely scratched the surface, right? So obviously payments have done certain things. There's obviously certain thing which has happened on consumer and MSME lending. But now I think secured lending is getting more interesting. Over time, people want to, I think, will want to manage their entire financial health. How does that happen? Frauds are rising, problem statements are changing. How do you take care of that? So in my view, like at least if you ask me, I would again build for the same space. Problem statements could be somewhat different, but I think over the next 2-3 decades, you will keep seeing, I think, very, very fundamental transformations happening. And if you stick to it, it's a massive market. If you pick your niche right, ultimately you will create a horizontal play. You will tackle each and every problem for your customer. So there's a lot to do. But yeah, I mean, of course, apart from that, if you have to pick a space, I think AI is something which is again fundamentally changing everything. There are certain obvious sectors which have already, I think, been taking advantage of it. For the others, people are still figuring. So obviously, there's a lot to do there. Climate is obviously another interesting thing.
AI, climate is what I heard.
Could be, yeah. Okay. I think very, very climate plus AI plus fintech. Okay. Yeah, I think.
Let's come to Saurabh.
Yeah, no, I think any space which has become obvious where VCs are investing is already too late for people to enter, in my view, because there's something that I believe that the riches are in the niches. That if you pick up a space which you find very interesting and it's not become very obvious to everyone, then you can build that and you can grow your market very considerably because you've identified something. So I mean, now suddenly a lot of these plays have become very obvious. So you'll see a lot of red oceans there, you'll see a lot of competition, etc. coming in. But just to sort of get to it's a very interesting question that if you had to build all over again, what would you build, right? I feel that I would be doing a lot of injustice to my own self if I felt that I wouldn't be only building Ilo, right? Because I feel that the space that you pick has to be a combination of your problem statement or your passion area. Like I used to do stand-up comedy and theater at a point in time. So for me, creator economy was a passion area where I said, yeah, isme kuch karna hai, entertainment hai. India could have its own YouTube at a point in time, and Ilo could potentially become that. So for us, the entertainment opportunity was massive. And second is, I think if you're able to deliver value, then you can build a lot of things within this use case. Like, for example, a lot of problem statements people don't talk about is that loneliness is a very large problem. Many other problem statements are growing. So within the entertainment ambit, I think I would build consistently and add newer and newer problem statements here. So that's it.
Ankit, do you want to add anything quickly before we?
I mean, mine will be a bit contradictory to what people may want to hear. Generally, I've seen two sectors which will always be evergreen because I've not heard too many hospitals getting closed and primary schools getting closed. Colleges are many getting closed, right? All the edtechs who have raised funds are going offline now because I believe there is money and there is investable models even offline if done well. So hypothetically, any hospital you take up, right? Maybe the idea is that how can we make it more affordable if somebody can crack it and go berserk on every city in India and every possibly multiple, whether tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, because healthcare penetration is very, very minimal. But people are not doing it because it requires huge amount of capital, which not everybody will be able to sort of get in terms of the money also. But I believe primary education, opening up schools and opening up hospitals
It's the basic.
should be good. Yeah.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. This has been super helpful. I think all of us have loved it. I'm sorry we're out of time for questions, but anyone has any questions, feel free to catch the speakers here. They'll be here for a cup of coffee at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. And thank you for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. With that, it's time for our next panel discussion. While they're setting up the stage, I shall introduce them to you. The panel first, it's on charting the deep tech horizon, investing in tomorrow's breakthroughs. And to talk about that, to share their views on the same, I shall first introduce the panelists and then we'll welcome them together. Up first is Rakshit Bhatt, co-founder of Galaxy. Joining Rakshit is Bhakta Keshwachar, co-founder of Chara Technologies. Joining them is Vishesh Rajaram, founder of Special Invest. Joining them is Mayuresh Roth, co-founder and managing partner of C Fund. Joining them is Dhanashri Mandani, founder and CEO of Salam Kisan. And this session will be chaired by Sudhir Rao, senior partner, Celesta Capital. Let's please welcome them, everybody. Though they are here, but again, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. This session, as the word says, is Deep Tech Horizon. I am sitting with a really set of stellar people. So some of the students at the back, I mean, if you really want to look up to people, here they are. They get it. And I had to go back to Google. What is deep? So I don't know what deep means. So I said, let me just check. Then let me help myself. Gehra. Gehra. तो जिसमें गहराई हो or it's not meant for everybody. It's not easy to go into the deep end of the pool. It's not easy to go into the oceans. It's not easy to try out stuff that is gehra. So for some of these people who live it every single day of their life, I'm really glad to have them. And I'm going to have each one quickly introduce themselves. And what is your gehrai? What did you love being deep about? And are you doing exactly what you ever wanted to do? Rakshit Bhatt.
Yeah, so hey everyone. I'm Rakshit and I'm one of the co-founders and currently the VP of product development at Galaxy Space. Let me give you a little bit introduction about what Galaxy is. So we are a space tech company. We are building a constellation of satellites around the Earth. And the speciality is that this constellation will have the capability to image or provide an image over any location on the Earth, a cloud-free image over any location of the Earth at any time of the day. And this kind of data is extremely critical for strengthening national security, for empowering farmers by reducing their financial risk, or fighting climate change. Did I always thought that I would be doing it? Actually, no. But coming back to the original question of what deep tech is, so I think in my opinion, it's about going to the first principles of engineering and trying to push the boundaries of innovation for technologies that are already out there, right? So rockets were already there. What SpaceX did was they went back to the first principles and tried to think that can we
reuse the rockets so that we can reduce the cost of putting stuff into the orbit, right? So the technology was already out there, just push the boundaries of that by innovating and looking at the first principles. So I think that's what I always like to do. Back from the college days when we started Team Avishkar Hyperloop, it just turned out that when we started, it was a very interesting concept. We started by thinking about building satellites, and even though at that time we had very little knowledge about what's a pivot, what's a go-to market, what's a total addressable market, right? But fundamentally, it was extremely interesting, and I think we kept meeting people on the way, and that's where we reached where we are.
Thanks, Rakshit. Bhakta.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bhakta. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Chara. Chara stands for motion in Sanskrit. We are building a new motor technology that does not use rare earth materials. Most of the motors we use today, high efficiency motors, they use these rare earth minerals in them, and rare earths have a bunch of problems. And the biggest one being our friendly neighbor has 90% control over the supply chain. So we are building motors and controllers without using rare earths. Just to add one more sentence to what Sudhir said about deep tech. For us, the definition of deep tech is work on a product and deploy it, and it should be the first of its kind in the world. Very simple. So when our motors get deployed in large numbers later this year, it's not only be the first in India, it will be the first in the world. This is now what I wanted to do is along the same lines. India as a country, as a society, at least for the past few decades, we have been a service-based economy. All the big companies, Infosys, Wipro, Accenture, and all that. Product companies are still rare. We always wanted to build a product that is brand new technology, deployed in India, made in India, and deployed all over the world. And that's what we're trying to do at Chara. Thanks.
Could I take Dhanashree next before you, Mayuresh? We have three founders here. So I thought, let them speak first, because they should get the voice first. And then we have three investors. We'll each introduce ourselves as well.
Hi, I'm Dhanashree, and I'm the founder and CEO of Salam Kisan and Prime Aerospace. So the reason I started Salam Kisan was for a very simple problem that I saw and something that I wanted to solve. In the 4 years that I spent in the US studying, I just saw a huge discrepancy between the farming landscape there and the farming landscape in India that I saw growing up. And I really wanted to do something about it. So I set out to, just democratize data-driven and precision agriculture for Indian farmers. And to answer your question of what deep tech means to us at all, like both of my companies and for all the work that we're doing, it's essentially taking more complex technologies and making it accessible to people and making it useful for everyday usage of people. Because one of the other important factors is also like when you look at the Indian scenario and the country at large, 66% of our population is engaged in agriculture in some way or form. So it's using more complex technology and helping them on the day to day.
That's a great combination. So we have these founders. You see their websites. They'll write words first. It's really a matter of phenomenal regard for some of them, because this doesn't come easy to be the first in anything that you want to ever do. One is just rank number one. But when you get back to basic sciences, go back to first principles, that means you're really thinking about inventing something here in India, and as most of them say, made in India, but for the world. So great to have three founders here. I'll now switch to Mayuresh.
Hi, my name is Mayuresh Raut. I am a co-founder at C Fund. We are an early stage deep tech fund. Thanks for having us here. And it's a pleasure to see some young minds trying to have a crack at really deep fundamental problems. And if you were to ask me even 5-6 years back, sitting now, if my first few investments would come in areas like semiconductors, making cells for batteries, I would have probably laughed at myself. But that's the journey we've traversed from 2017, 2018 to now. Things are absolutely brilliant, and there can't be any better times. As for me, I grew up in an India which there were constraints, and all parents goaded their kids to either do engineering or medicine. So I'm that vintage, probably a little. Some of us are. I was an engineer, did material science and engineering. My master's project, in fact, was making high temperature composites for rockets, working for the Department of Defense in the US. But ironically enough, I have not worked a single day in that industry. How did I find myself in the venture capital industry? I had an idea that at the end point of what I wanted to do would be managing some money, whether it was private equity, whether it was hedge funds, I didn't know. But then things happened. I ended up in Bangalore. I was the first lot that was hired by GE to do data science. It was called data science then. It became analytics, became machine learning and AI, as you all know it now. And then found my way making angel investments 2011. Then we ran a informal group of INSEAD alums as an angel network. And then obviously when a bunch of people get together, there's only 2-3 guys doing the hard work. The other guys are riding on the coattails. And 2 or 3 of us wanted to do this. And if that's what you want to do, then the logical line ends up with a fund. So started off with a fund. 2018, we started deploying. The first fund was, we were not fearless like Vishesh to make really deep tech investments, and neither was there a comfort level with our investors. But that's how we started off. And the second fund, as I mentioned earlier, going deeper into deep tech.
Vishesh, I met, I think, 12 years ago, approximately. And he was at the time already an investor in a semiconductor company. And I saw Vishesh at that time and I said, my God, when will we do more of this in India? And he then subsequently set up a fund. And let me give you just a quick snapshot of both Mayuresh's portfolio and Vishesh's portfolio. Some of the language there is important for all of us to read today because it's going to become very relevant 5 years from now. So they're investors in flying taxis, which you don't see them today, but you get to see them. So if you really want to know what's likely to come in the near term, then go to Mayuresh's portfolio and Vishesh's portfolio. You'll see electrolyzers, which means the hydrogen economy. Only the ministers of energy will talk about it and transportation, and they actually invest in it. Synthetic biology, quantum, all of the language that probably is not mainstream. It's not Rasgulla, Gulab Jamun today. It's going to happen tomorrow. Vishesh, I'll start off questioning. Like, why do you look into the future? Are you happy with the current?
It sort of connects back to my past, and I think you asked this question on, what did you really want to do and where have you ended? I think 20 years ago, really, when I started my career, there was a plan for me to inherit a business in the pharmaceutical space, which is in the family business. We were making certain products which are truly unique to us, process efficiency, product efficiency, and a very viable business. Of course, that didn't go to plan. And I very serendipitously ended up getting hired into a venture capital fund. And I think I sort of carried the past. I sort of carried the past with me to say that, hey, if you have to go out, build a business for the 10-year forward-looking or invest in a business that's 10-year forward-looking, from a pure first principles, this business has to competitively survive 10 years and make money 10 years and then sort of generate shareholder value. And if I had to sort of draw that back to saying, if I have to be successful 10 years ahead, I can't be doing the present. I've got to be doing something relevant in the future. And I got to be working with folks who have a very unique insight, which is not common about the future, right? And this insight would then allow you to build a business which is competitively sound, that realizes meaningful returns in the long run, right? So part of the need to look into the future simply arises from the fact that you're building companies 10 years ahead that needs to competitively defend itself and survive its time. So to us, it's just pure first principles to saying you have no choice but to look into the future because you're building companies going down in the future.
Fantastic. And maybe I'll just give a minute as to what excites us at Celesta. And essentially, when for us, deep tech, as investors, we need to sort of think about world's first scenarios. But also for us, it's also important for us to understand, like Dhanashree said, how, in what time frame will it be really deeply useful? Can we really make it extremely important in the daily lives of people? And so our sort of view on deep tech is also in context of time. You said 10 years, we think about 5 years. And essentially, we think that there are certain emerging applications the world needs desperately. Like we cannot get past on the road, right? So flying taxis need to be made if we're not going to have elevated roads to satisfy us. Otherwise, we're going to take 2 hours to come here and there's no interest to come here, right? We could be doing this on video and get out of this ability to go and meet people in person. So we want to look at mass adoption in about 5 to 7 years, look at a trend, and then, like he said, the current day technologies or the current infrastructure that is being used today to even prototype or paint the future does not exist. So, for example, for Bhakta, rare earth is in its own definition rare. It is not available. It is now a geopolitical issue that a single country controls the ownership, the supply, the price of those materials, and therefore holds to ransom every intent of every one of us here to go electric. And if that is the scenario, then it energizes people like Bhakta and his co-founders and his team that he's built to actually look at first principles. How do I make a motor without using the rare earth? And I think, and therefore, each one of us are motivated by this entire challenge that the current construct is not good enough. In fact, it's woefully inadequate. And in that context, therefore, is India ripe? Do you really believe over the last 5 years, something magical, miraculous, or are we going to trundle along? Is it going to take much longer? So if you guys could give a perspective of -5 years, +5 years, how do you believe that this ecosystem is going to really work in our favor in many ways? Because you guys want to go and solve world problems. They're not India problems. You know, the previous session was Bharat versus India, etc. You're talking about planet, the Earth, humanity, and then you just happen to be in HSR layout or wherever, right? Somewhere in Bangalore or somewhere in Noida. So yeah, can I have, what do you, because you've been in the investing landscape, so you get a much wider angle view.
Yes, I think the T-5 years, a lot has changed. And as you rightly said, everybody's thinking of building it for the globe. Then it becomes very important how the rest of the world perceives you as a country, as a nation that can innovate. And having seen that for the last 17 years, I think there is clearly a lot more acceptance that beyond pharmaceuticals, beyond IT services, beyond SaaS, India can make other products coming from technology. So that, and I think that sort of layered in with policy, at least giving the right sound and the right inclination to say that, hey, we are looking to improve our export share. We are looking to build incentives for building in India, building in resilience, building in reducing global dependency and all of that, right? So I think that entire theme at the top level is playing out very well. What hadn't happened as much before as what's happening now is just the participation from academia, the participation from industry, and just not having the fear of failing is really what's propelling forward for people from bottom up to innovate. Rakshit's young. When he started this, he's out of college. I mean, 15 years ago, you wouldn't find that many folks trying to get out of college to go do a startup, right? They would say, let me go do a master's in the US, let me work for Google, let me work for Flipkart. But today, the fear of, oh, what happens if I don't get this right, just doesn't exist. And that's the prime ingredient for innovation to flourish.
Very, very salient points. So I would switch straight to Rakshit because he talked about Rakshit, and Vishesh is an investor in Galaxy. He, of course, studied graph convolution networks, and then he's doing some stuff that seeks to really think about how can eyes in the sky affect any one of us. If you see what Galaxy has been attempting to do, is really look at agriculture, look at aquaculture, looking at defense, sovereignty issues. It's a very wide spectrum. And therefore, let's go to hyperspectral. Tell us something about the engineering. And is the ecosystem going to support you? Will you really be able to be world beating in nature? And living in Bangalore, does it help you?
Okay. Yeah, I think flying taxis will solve it. Yeah, no, yeah, so what I feel is that as Vishesh pointed out, right, I think in the last 5 years, so I feel that there are like 3 to 4 components of what it'll take for us to become successful in our specific industry. Number one is definitely the risk appetite of the founders and the investors. Number two is how much we can push the boundaries of innovation. Number three is the support and interest from the government in both in creating regulatory bodies as well as policies, because this industry is very new. It has majorly been like ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, has been the primary body dealing with any space tech innovations in the past, right? So, and the final element is, of course, us being able to create a significant business out of whatever technology we are building, right? Because you can't build a startup or a business unless that final element is completed. So, sorry, what was the second part of your question?
No, are you getting enough support?
Yeah, so I think
to really become world beating in nature.
Yeah. So
does the Indian Space Research Organization support you?
Yeah, so I think regarding your initial statement as well, right, whether we are reaching the peak, I think the first element of founders and investors' risk appetite came like about 4 to 5 years ago. It was there at a very niche level, but really it has exploded in the last 4 or 5 years. Technology has also matured quite a lot for us to attempt a lot of these innovations, right? But at the end of the day, we obviously need to accelerate developments, and for that we need access to a lot of facilities that have already existed, which have already been created as a result of our super rich space history, right? And second thing is we need some policies or regulations in place, or a regulatory body in place, so that we have a proper channel to approach these government organizations in order to get access to their resources, their facilities, their knowledge, right? So there was Indian space policy that came up in 2023, and InSpace was also created as a result of it. And we have seen a lot of acceleration into these developments in the last 1 year, right? So I think technology has ripened, the risk appetite was there, and the interest and the support from the government is now being realized. And I think the final element is us being able to mix all of them and create a business out of it. And I think in the next 3-4 years, we are going to see that as well.
Thanks, Rakshit. I have the next question for Mayuresh. So deep tech, for us as investors, you need to have deep business and you need deep finance in addition to deep tech. So unless business, finance, and technology really come together, we don't make investment returns. and there is atrophy because if you stretch time too much, your IRRs don't come. And therefore, in that context, do you get to see cross-functional teams early on, or do you need to build them as you go?
See, let's not kid ourselves. He's an exception, but most often founders in the deep tech space have either studied or have worked in that space for a period of time, several years, maybe even decades. There might be some who come orthogonally at it and blow out all these assumptions, but they're more an exception than norm. Having said that, if most incremental innovation happens along set paths and the expectations are known. But when there are intersectional plays, that's when magic happens. That's when you have these enormous leaps, which are a direct result of diverse cultures, diverse disciplines, diverse identities working together. So absolutely, intersectional plays are something that have been historically that have enabled us to advance and leapfrog technologies, and going forward also that will be the case. Additionally, you have to understand that most fundamental achievements have always been at the cross sections of several industries. Basic research on top of that tied to applied research has always been an intersectional play. That we are big votaries of that, and most of our portfolio also kind of justifies this kind of a line of thinking.
Oh, that's great. I'll just amplify once more. So I think Vishesh brought in an important point that research and academic support is now, I think we haven't seen this, at least I haven't seen it for the last 40 years, in the level of support and effort that professors are making at our leading institutes of various institutes. I would say whether it is in biotechnology, or whether it's in space, or IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, Kanpur, wherever, right? So that's one big point. Academic depth, where the research would have begun 20 years ago and is sort of now manifesting itself into application layers, you're saying that's available. The second, Rakshit brought out, is that the government and the government agencies that often in most countries would be the early investors in research beyond the academic zone, all the support, the grants, that each country must build its own intellectual property. It must have its own sovereignty over what is relevant for itself, whether it's materials, whether it is certain products, or for its own, literally, for its own defense capacity. And so the government has extended its armory, whether it's from ISRO or whether it is Department of Defense, the DRDO, all the labs are now open to early stage companies like ourselves to come, embrace it, and take it to market. Is that fair to say? So 2 points that are coming through right now, and I wasn't there 30 years ago. It's in greater momentum today. And therefore, let me ask you, Dhanashree. Now you want to take these complex research and then apply it in a 5,000-year-old industry called agriculture, where not much has changed because the sun and the soil have stayed similar. And you're trying to actually switch the track with precision agriculture, and you're trying to deploy all kinds of technology. So when you get onto the ground, there's anything but tailwind in your favor. Yeah? So the tailwind is probably technology, but the headwind is us as humanity. Do you give us your views on this? And how are you going about that combat?
So a couple things here. Would like to amplify on the points that they spoke about how the government intervention is really acting as another tailwind in this industry. As far as on ground, like farmers are concerned, I think UPI penetration we have seen that as one of the biggest growth drivers for us, because now like mobile phones are not known in rural areas, and our way of getting through to farmers is through these phones. So the smartphone penetration in the country has really acted as one of the other growth drivers for us. Like at Salam Kisan itself, we have in the last 1.5 years reached over 1 lakh farmers, and we've done over 40,000 acres in drone spraying. So this was all in a year, and this is all because there is that high tech adoption that we are seeing, and there is a very high level of educational change and transformation that we are seeing also from the government incentivization of various things. One of the other things here is like we've ourselves worked on a couple projects with the World Bank, World Economic Forum. So there's a lot of investment that's been pushed into precision agriculture, into drone technology, into the agriculture ecosystem of the country. So all of these are acting as very big factors in pushing it with farmers.
You know, everybody talks about deep tech needs patient capital. Vishesh, do you find patient founders?
Do you find patient founders? I think the ones we work with.
Because we are in the era of quick commerce.
Yeah.
We want things done in 10 minutes. These things take 10 years.
I think it sort of alludes, I think, a part of what the point he made as well. Many of them actually come from having spent a lot of time in this sector. And I think we also make it a point to let them know that this whole world of entrepreneurship, as much as it's made very glamorous by various people, is actually a very painful and long winding journey. And more often than not, as long as you're you're motivated by the cause, oftentimes financial returns are just byproducts. So I think we try and make sure we have these conversations enough as much as we can, even in the open, so that people really know that they're in this for a very long haul. I mean, if you're exiting in 3 to 5 years, you have to consider yourself very lucky. Most cases, you're building this for a decade, 2 decades as well. Yeah.
And therefore, in that context, Bhakta, you've done a startup before, sold it. It was a fast-paced, widespread play that you did in EasyTap, right? And now, the question to people in deep tech is, what sort of metrics do you measure yourself with in this long period of build? But deep tech takes time to build. And in that build period, you need patience. And then you have this external factor of various investors and the whole market is waiting or whatever it is. But your own internal metrics, could you tell us, as there are other founders over here, because we don't have revenue, we don't have LTV, we don't have all this CAC, and you got all this language that commerce uses. But you're nowhere near the word commerce when you started out. You have a hope, and you have to have some metrics. Is it milestones? Is it so? When you use the word deep, like what? How do you drive those metrics? And I'll ask Rakshit also the same question, because sometimes it's only engineering metrics. And so how do you satisfy yourself that you can celebrate a cake can be cut on the shop floor or in the R&D lab, that, whoa, man, we got it. But actually there's no dollars at the door.
Yeah, I'm laughing because that's the toughest part of doing a deep tech startup, a company. So another definition of deep tech is you're about 5 years from a product market fit and another couple of years to any meaningful revenue. So it's a long haul. And we need patient founders first, more than patient capital. So the metrics is a very hard one for us when we go and talk to investors. How do we measure ourselves against, the existing metrics? They talk something like CAC. I didn't know what a CAC was till I started EasyTap. Things like that. EasyTap was a different story. It was more on the mainline kind of startups. What we are doing now is completely different. The risk is very high. So the metrics at a higher level, we still go by the same startup principle. Are you solving a real problem? Are you solving the 1 billion problem or the 100 billion problem or the some other larger number problem? And the only metric, if we can call it so, is the customer interest. Are customers ready to accept this new technology and deploy it? I think that is pretty much the only metric we can go with for the first several years. We can always define what we call as engineering milestones and measure ourselves against it, especially in the first 2 to 3 years, where it is deep engineering. And then slowly the customer interest shows up, and the customer interest, then it's easily measurable. You have an MOU, you have a paid pilot or an unpaid pilot, and then slowly the initial orders. So in some sense, Sudhir, it's the same metrics, but it's just shifted by half a decade. That's what we are at. So we are a 4.5, 5-year-old company, depending on how we measure it. We're roughly a 4.5-year-old company. Only this year, we finally got our first purchase orders from several companies, and we are now deploying it. So from now on, it will be the usual metrics. We'll have to struggle with those. But the first 5 years, I think we depend on engineering metrics, and of course, we have to sell a dream and a story.
As an accountant, and I'm just an accountant, there is chara in the balance sheet.
Yes.
There's no chara in the P&L.
Yes.
And so you'll have metrics for the balance sheet shift.
Yeah.
And often, unfortunately, that's also the intangible balance sheet, because there's no dollars and cents either on that.
Yeah.
So it's quite fascinating.
Even now, take 30 seconds. Even like last month, when I was talking to somebody, and he said, "How the heck did you raise so much money with zero revenue?" But that also reflects on the other side of the table, which is the investors. They have to see value. They have to understand that that is a huge problem. And of course, we always, as entrepreneurs, we think every problem is an opportunity, and it is time to solve it.
I'll go to Rakshit, and I'll maybe flip a question here. You've been involved in the design and the product itself, right? At Galaxy?
Yeah.
And you're designing for the world at large. And you're in the space business. So you're going to look at this world. So I want to ask a question. In the design principles of deep tech, which often tend to be very engineering in nature, yeah, you're solving an engineering issue. But ultimately, when it leads to adoption, even though you take a space view of the world, at that time, we don't see the borders that we all live in. And so what sort of geopolitical design do you put in? That when you want to observe the Middle East versus the Southeast versus China, and there's another pair of eyes upstairs looking at China versus Pakistan versus India, does design make a big difference in the way you think about geopolitical design?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are different parameters which we have to decide before we launch the satellites, right? And there are about 6 to 7 parameters, simple ones being the orbit, right? You can have, considering at what altitude your satellite is, you can have LEO, low Earth orbits, middle Earth orbits, or geostationary orbits, right? And then based on what angle of inclination that you have with respect to the equator, you can have sun synchronous, you can have, right, all those things. So depending upon what geography do you want to map and how frequently do you want to map it? Like how frequently is another question, right? What is a revisit, whether it's once a week, once every day, right? Those parameters keep changing. So it has to be very balanced. So we need to understand our customers'
very in very much depth. How do they use the data? Where do they use the data? How often do they require the data? How will this requirement evolve? And based on that assumption, we try to create a very balanced set of constellation that can maybe, let's say, map India every single day, but let's say India, US, Australia, China, Pakistan every single day, but then let's say Russia like once every 3 days. Those kind of things we do.
Thanks a lot. We have 60 seconds each. The time clock is good. But paint the future, Mayuresh. What do you see 5 to 10 years from now? What should we be working on today if we were to be successful 5 to 10 years from today?
I think, well, if I had a crystal ball, then I would know how to get those unicorns in my portfolio, right? I don't. But we can kind of look back at how the past has happened and draw some kind of a line, and then maybe throw in some magnitudes of approximation as to where it could go. What you need to align with is what is happening at the regional, the local, the national, and the geopolitical level, and also look at what the polity is giving the focus on. So if you look at what the Indian government has done, they've systematically gone down and knocked down the 3-4 big items which had the biggest forex outflow, which is energy, defense, electronics. They've thrown their might behind space. So that's what's happening in the Indian context. And there's obviously the big 800-pound gorilla that is sitting and waiting to blow apart all our assumptions, which is AI. Yes, we will have flying taxis. We will have space stations. We will have manufacturing that will move into space. We will have personalized medication. We will have wearables that will enable doctors to track everything before it happens. So the huge burden that is going on insurance, healthcare, the hope is it will come down dramatically, because instead of treating a disease after it happens, we will be in a position to mitigate and even avoid most of these use cases. I mean, you can let your dreams run wild, but that is how the future will pan out.
One thing.
Don't ask me when it will happen, though.
Darshi, one thing you'd bet on within your own area.
I'm betting on the use of Gen AI for farming. Like 5 years to 10 years from now, it's going to be widespread.
Great.
In fact, maybe even sooner.
Rakshit, other than space.
I think I'm extremely biased when it comes to space. Right? I want to see people moving manufacturing into moon, and we mine a lot of rare earth minerals from Earth, and that is actually pretty damaging for the planet. So we want to do that. We want to shift that on asteroids, on moon, and I think that is where I see it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Bhakta.
Being in Delhi, I want to see cleaner air 5 to 10 years from now all over the world. So seriously, and the technology to do that, and we can deploy it all over the world.
Awesome. Vishesh.
I think if we just have to survive longer, there are two things that matter to me. One is, how do you solve for energy? So there are ways to do nuclear energy, bring down the cost of energy, make it accessible. Second is, if there are ways to use synthetic biology to make materials, you don't have to then be restricted by resources in the past. Those are two ways to probably sustain an expanding population on Earth.
Fantastic. But let me just say that for me personally, if you've got to achieve that what's written on top, just surround yourself with breakthrough talent. Thanks a lot to each one of you. You've made this panel engaging, exciting, and I do hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am and all the gents, and of course to these who are moderating that. Thank you. A picture, please. In the front, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, we now move towards our last panel discussion for the day, which is, it seems quite fun. This is funding gets creative. new avenues for funders and also for founders. And what are the new avenues? To discuss this and more, let's please welcome on stage our panelists. Up first, Ashish Kumar, co-founder and general partner of Fundamentum. Ankur Bansal, co-founder and director of Black Soil Capital. Shiva Shankar, partner of Ankur Capital. Joining them is Vikas Agarwal, co-founder of We Founders Circle and Avenya Ventures. Joining them is Priyanka Gill, venture partner, Kalari Capital. And this session will be chaired by Resham Sohail, editorial lead, BW Disrupt, and also BW Business World. Let's please welcome them. Thank you.
Thank you so
Resham,
much, Aditya.
the timer, and all the best.
And the screen already says.
No,
time is up.
we'll, of course. So Resham's the planner for today. All in your hand. All the best.
Thank you so much, Aditya. This was the panel I was looking forward to. So far, we have listened to a lot of startup founders, a few of investors, but this is a panel where we're speaking to a lot of speakers, which are investors. We have angel investor, we have VCs, we have somebody who is working into the debt space. We also saw the big announcement coming in, Caspian Debt and Black Soil also. We'll talk deeper into that. But starting with what has happened last year and what we are seeing in 2024. In 2023, that was a year very harsh that left startups craving, starving for funding. It was expected in end of 2023 that the environment will get better in the second half of 2024. We have seen the rise in VC funding that has happened in startups in India, 42% rise in Jan to July when we compare it with the last year. And also, there is a trend that says there is a consistent or let's say a muted or a flat growth when we see at early stage startup investing. But there is a rise in growth stage capital. Now, given this background, the reason why I'm saying all of this or sharing all of this is I want to understand in your opening remarks, panelists, how are you reading these developments? And more so, stress upon how have things changed in 2024. We all know that 2023 year was a very hard one. We have seen the funding crunch, funding winter. We have seen many thousands of startups shut down. What's happening in 2024? And also, in short question, is the funding winter gone away? Or are we now in summer, now in spring? Priyanka, lady on the panel, we start with you.
Hi,
how are you reading these developments? In your view, how has the approach of investment, given the trend that we are seeing a mature approach from entrepreneurs and founders lens as well towards funding. And of course, investors are more meticulous, more vigilant in terms of giving valuations, in terms of giving funding. How are you reading these developments? And as expected, that things will be better in the second half. Is that the thing that's happening right now?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for that. I think it's very important to understand the context within which this question is being placed, right? So the so-called funding winter was preceded by a funding bonanza that all of us, of course, partook of, and which was a reaction to a black swan event, which was the COVID-19 situation, right? So if you look at it, COVID-19 happened, the whole kind of world shut down for a few years. Then came exuberance, right? When funding shot up, arguably valuations were irrational at that point. And then came a reaction to that, which was a so-called funding winter. And now here we are today. So if you were to take kind of the black swan events out of the system, I think where we are now is a return to normality, right? And what we're also seeing is a return to rationality. So the overblown numbers that in terms of money being given or the valuations being given, that is now a thing of the past. The expectation that kind of entrepreneurs may have had that, hey, on the back of an envelope, I'm just going to raise a crazy amount of money, that is definitely a thing of the past now. And even for investors, I think when I put my investors hat on, we're looking at entrepreneurs and Kalari Capital. We're an early stage fund. We're looking for entrepreneurs who can build interesting, innovative tech-led ideas that can scale, but they can do so in a responsible fashion, and they can do so with a view to building for the future.
Two things there. One, you talked about valuation, and of course, we have seen inflated valuation, and hence the governance ruckus happened. Two things. So we'll talk deeper into the how you founder and investor both can look into governance. And second point there, you mentioned about early stage startups. What's happening there? We'll come back to you. Now I'm coming to you, Ankur. How are you seeing the developments? And also with that, when we say that we are going back to normalcy, we are now least expected to see the number of unicorns we have seen in 2022. Would you agree that we are seeing the startup buzz, so-called, going away from India?
So yeah, no, startup buzz is not going anywhere. I think there is still a lot of excitement in the serious players that are on in the business. So my background was in the public markets when I started my career. So what we are seeing today is like a very different era where public markets are way ahead on fundamentals and private markets are extremely reasonable. So what we have started seeing is many of the large family offices taking a larger bets now in the private markets because they are seeing this is an opportunity for them to hedge the valuation bet. And of course, the interest now has come back in the growth stage because a lot of the last 2 years, the entire situation of the GMV and revenue being the only metric that people focused on. And now suddenly consumer VCs come to me and talk to me about EBITDA and they talk to me about debt EBITDA. So those things have not normal. That has become the new normal. That okay, debt should be taken for cash flow servicing and all of those things. Never, because balance sheet was never a concept for most of the VCs, right? So, but those things have changed. So that these are the good developments that have happened, and we hope that remains in the future because as lenders, we like to see a lot more. I would say cautious optimism in the businesses that are being built out with growth. But ultimately, the action is now going on the side of growth again. People have fixed their businesses, and those who have not been able to fix their businesses are again anyway struggling. So it's still a large portfolio out there. There is still a lot of companies that need to correct either on the valuations, business model corrections, and bill corrections have happened. Today, very rarely we see businesses which are high burn in nature and want to continue that way. But at least the path to profitability is a lot more tangible. So back in the day, 3 years ago, it used to be a slide back in the annexure in FY28 or FY29 EBITDA breakeven. Now it is the front page thing. So they start with EBITDA breakeven. Even in an early stage company, they talk about that. So that is the buzzword. Startup funding has been replaced by that.
I can see the agreement with what Priyanka said. We'll come back to you in the second round talking about what's the size of AUM you're looking at collectively when you talked about the merger 2 days ago. Coming to you, Ashish, he talked about how domestic capital focusing. I mean, I want to focus on domestic capital. What would be your advice? There are reports that says 85% of capital that have been invested in startups have come from foreign. And this is the number data which kind of disheartens me because we know that India as a country has a lot of dry powder, right? Categorized into micro VCs, VCs, angel investors, family offices, AIFs, many other. What would be your advice, your suggestion to the ecosystem? How can we see much more movement for domestic capital? What would you say?
Thank you, Resham. I think the movement has already started, right? If you look at the total money that the VCs have raised in the last maybe 2-3 years, the ratio of new capital, domestic capital in the VCs have actually increased significantly as compared to what it was, let's say, maybe 5 years prior to that. So I think that movement is happening. And I'll say maybe there are 2 or 3 things that are happening, which is kind of contributing to that. Number one, which is in general, Indian family offices, Indian institutions are more familiar with the concept of startups better. They have seen some wealth being created. So there is just general more awareness there. The second thing that is kind of happening, and some of this was in work that some people were aware of, right, which is kind of parity between, let's say, the capital gain tax between, let's say, the private market and the public market, right? So while the announcement happened now, but I think some of us, we had some sense of that this was basically a matter of time before this could happen, right? And why this is important is that if you look at, let's say, large domestic foreign capital, they do allocation first, and then, between public and private, and then they choose who the managers are. Whereas if you look at typically India, they will basically choose where am I gonna get the best return on my capital, and then they will look at allocation. So which is why this change in the taxation is probably does not have so much implication to the overseas capital, but this will have significant more implication to the domestic capital. But I think why this was 85%, I will not necessarily be very disheartened. In fact, I would anticipate this number to, in terms of the absolute number, to be high, primarily because if you look at the venture ecosystem in India, technology ecosystem in India, truly started maybe 15 years back or so. And this is at that point of time, the kind of companies that we used to create in technology world and in public market, right, were very different. That very big decoupling, right? And this was largely inspired, impressed, and influenced by what was happening, let's say, in the West, right? US, Canada, so on and so forth, right? Now it's very natural, and the managers were also people who really had studied there, had seen ecosystem there, and they came back and they were actually trying to do that. So it's very natural for them to fund those businesses which looked like an American company, right? We kind of learned over a period of time that that's not maybe how exactly it will work. So there is Indianization of that is starting to happen. If you look at many of the companies which have started in the last 3, 4, 5 years, and we can probably talk about examples over a period of time here, is that I don't think you will be able to find equivalents of those in the US or Canada or Europe anymore, right? So I think a lot of that has started to happen. I think, my sense is that next 5 years, if the last 5 years, the number was 85%, my sense is this number will probably drop to 70 to 75% with the total market actually going up.
Can you give a wild number to how much dry powder do we have in India in terms of capital?
I don't have the numbers, first-hand information, but I think if you look at the total VC capital, my guess will be truly capital that has to be deployed in the next 2 to 3 years should be close to $40 to $50 billion from the VC side.
That's huge. That's aspirational. Let's see. Coming to you, Shiva. He mentioned about the conversation we heard about valuations. Now, in 2022, we have seen the largest amount of unicorns, right? In 2024, so far, we have 5. How are we looking at this? We know that there has been a market correction in the last year, but are we not seeing unicorns anymore in this year? And second part of this, if you were to give a milestone, place a milestone to replace the unicorn, which is more realistic, which is as Ankur said, more on the face of it, keeping profitability on the first page, EBITDA on the first page, what would it be, and what metrics for that?
So I'm not going to comment how many incremental we're going to have priced in, but I think the targets for the industry should be, you're seeing the compounding from current basis of where you are. Like Priyanka also called out, 2021 was this anomaly for what you saw as number of companies and the quantum of capital that was there. We are in a good base to be building on. India has a very strong foundation of capital flowing in globally for the reasons that the other panelists have also called out. So we will definitely be growing and compounding from here. And that should be the aspiration of saying whether you get to the specific valuation of $1 billion, I think that's less significant because that's anyways a private valuation. Currently, based on how public markets seem, they seem more flexible to look at models that they were waiting on earlier as well. So if those companies end up going and get that valuation in the public market, that is absolutely no harm in it. It's actually a positive thing for the industry. So it's a question of saying how many companies we get that kind of continue to compound into here. And I don't think we need to worry about whether we refocus it on a revenue base. That's a flexible way that we look at it. But it's even if we're looking at the unicorn metric, it's 5 and we have to compound from here. The anomaly of what 2021 numbers were, I don't think should be something that we're factoring in our math.
That's well explained, but I'm still looking for a milestone that you would give out. Milestone or a metric that one startup or a founder should look at.
the startup should be building for. I think what Ankur said was right. You need to build so that how you're building for long-term profitability to compound in the business. That's the way to think about it. And that's how even from an early stage, we are trying to engage and understand from the founders of, as we are looking at it, it's not about saying, can you get from our side being a seed Series A, pre-Series A investor, will you be able to get a Series A, Series B? It is, are you being able to see these long-term trajectories play out? What is the proof point you need to get to by which this funding can really get you to from a deep tech base? Because there, you may still need incremental capital. You can't get to profitability because there's a significant product development side. But once you get to that proof point, is it clear that what the long-term business model you're building for is? And as long as that's something that can compound for decades, you will see yourself building in a very strong base.
He's still being on the safer side. I appreciate. Ankur couldn't stop. Ankur, you would like to add to it?
I was thinking on ask this question to Priyanka.
You
closest to that, what it means to be a unicorn.
I can take a stab at it.
Please.
Yeah, so see, I think it's a very tricky question to answer for the reason that no size fits all, right? But I'll tell you what I have seen in the ecosystem. There are two types of kind of entrepreneurs, right? So one is, who basically have a let's say a more secular risk reward appetite, right? So they do not want to take a Boolean risk, because ultimately in a business, what happens in a startup, you could work for 10 years and then figure out that, hey, you could either be a billionaire or you could basically effectively have nothing, right? So I think from that perspective, if you, and both are a great businesses, right? As a venture capital, I definitely would want a lot of people actually to take that Boolean risk, because these companies create very, very large value in case they succeed, right? Which is great for people like me. But if you are, let's say, in the second category, which is in a more secular risk reward, I would say that optimize for profitability in a 5 year of, existence, right? So you raise maybe 1 or 2 rounds and then get into a stage where you effectively manage growth with both private and public capital. That's basically one way to think about it. The second is, and which is when, like what Ankur is talking about, think about debt, venture debt, think about debt, think about other, types of capital. But when you're looking at, let's say, the first category, which is like really very, very large businesses, I will say just optimize on two things. Number one, strength of value proposition, and second is market share, right? If you have to continue doing that, right, I can tell you that there will always be investors who will effectively back you, right? Because as long as they see that you could become very, 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 very large, there are bets that, and there are hundreds of millions of dollars of bets that one has to be taken.
Perfect. Well explained. I mean, I was looking for this. So yeah, Ashish made up for you. Now I'm coming to you, Vikas. Tell me, how do you look at the phenomena when people say that too much easy capital in early stage would harm the trajectory of growth for early stage startups? And the second part of it, how are you looking at some of the sectors that are expected great growth in coming 2 years, or let's say 12 months?
So I'll just add up to first earlier 2 questions. I have some data just to add out. So people talk about India and all the money. Let's understand, first 50 years, we were a cash economy. There was hardly any investments happening in equity. If you talk to my father कि mutual fund में पैसा डाला, हमारी life में कोई mutual fund नहीं आज तक. In that sense, and that's how India has grown up. And we keep comparing with US and Europe. That's a very different shift that we have done. Government has been trying for 10 years. Mutual fund सही है. कितने लोगों का mutual fund है? It's 3.5% of Indian population. Against the average median of 30% worldwide.
Just to add to it, we have come this far that we are seeing startup IPOs happening and a lot of people investing into that. So we'll cover that bit with Priyanka too.
Yeah, I'm worried on that with the motorcycle case happening over subscribers. That's a different story.
Altogether.
But first, understand I'm a great proponent of India growth story. There's a lot of FOMO happening worldwide. But when it comes to investor, the peak is still 3.5% of economy that's investing in an asset mutual fund, which is as small as 500 rupees. And that makes me believe there's a lot of parity to reach from that to 30%. And whatever people invest there, only 1% of that always ends up investing in startup. Let's be very clear to that. पूरे India में कितना investor होगा startup में? I am not able to add more than 2 lakh people, to be fair, who may be LPs or who may be angels. Only 2 lakh in a population of 140 crore.
How much more do we need?
How much more we do need? 1000x. That's a minimum. And when we talk about future, when we talk about competition, I say that market creation का time है. 10 साल सब लोग लग जाओ. मार्केट क्रिएट करते रहो, अभी कंपटीशन कहाँ पे आ गया, मतलब अभी तो पैसे की इतनी रिक्वायरमेंट है. So that's one thing I just want to put as a way forward, where I'm very, very positive for India as a growth story. Secondly, when we talk winter, and I would like to connect to Ashish on his thoughts, and he's right. Winter is not about lack of money with investors. जो कमा रहा है वो तो कमा ही रहा है, उसको invest करना है. Just that which asset class you want to invest in. My own portfolio in PMS gave me a 90% return annualized on last quarter. And as a VC fund, we are committing हम 24 से 30% देंगे, ये देंगे. Bullshit, no investor is ready to invest in any of the VCs or any of the startup, simply because other asset class is doing good. So it's not about lack of money. It's about which asset class I want to get into. And anytime winter comes, there's a lot of money that used to come from Dubai or Singapore or even Japan. They just seize it because it divests into some other asset class. कमाने वाले की कमाई नहीं कम हो जाती, पैसे वाले का पैसे नहीं कम हो जाता. They just define. So that's how I see winter. Today, India has a great winter for VC funds, I would say, because equity is doing bullishly well for the last 5 years. And I worry all the Gen Z kids who have started investing since 2019, post-COVID and all that. उन्होंने तो कोई ड्रॉप ही नहीं देखा हुआ. उन्हें यही नहीं पता मार्केट करेक्शन कब होती है. One single day of exit poll and Modi and all that happened, and people were all over the place कि पता नहीं क्या हो गया. So that worries me, and that also excites me as an opportunity. So yes, these are two top numbers. If I talk in that sense, your second question was which industries?
Sectors, yeah.
I am bullish about health, education, and defense. These are the sectors जहाँ Indians सबसे ज़्यादा पैसे खर्चते हैं. Investors VC करे या नहीं करे.
Are you sure about the EdTech?
I'm not sure about EdTech. I'm sure about education. It will come from EdTech or it will come from manual. It will come from किताबें छाप के होगा. I don't know what way it happens. कोविड में सिर्फ मोबाइल फोन इसलिए बिके क्योंकि बच्चों को पढ़ाना था. मोबाइल फोन को वीडियो गेम्स के लिए नहीं लिया. You keep reading stories from a रिक्शा वाले ने अपने 5,000 कर लिया and all that. And if you see last 10 years, thanks to a Jio giving almost free internet, thanks to smartphones, everybody has, even at a 5,000 rupee, which is not even $100 at price point which we are sitting. I think that has boosted a lot in terms of where education goes. So I'm coming back from education, but these three sectors perennially खर्च होना इस पे. ग्रोथ होती जाएगी. अभी कितने लोग इंडिया में पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन ही करते हैं? 0.5% ऑफ पॉपुलेशन, इफ आई कैन ऐड अप. अभी तो टिप ऑफ द टेल पे बैठे हुए हैं, एंड दैट्स स्टिल बेटर देन यूएस बाय द वे, इवन ऑन दोस नंबर्स. बहुत कुछ पढ़ा है. इफ समबडी गोज इनटू प्राइमरी एजुकेशन, somebody goes into non-CBSE education, you will start covering 80% India, and that's a lot of info. So a lot of heads with. I'm not a great proponent, sorry, personally, AI से क्या होने वाले ये क्या? These are enablers. These are not industry. These are not sector. जैसे हर आदमी Excel use करता है, जैसे हर आदमी calculator use करता है, हर आदमी computer, हर आदमी यही करेगा. That's a tool. In which sectors? For me, it's defense, education, and health, which is a perennial requirement.
Great. Priyanka, I'm coming to you. Now, tell me how you're looking India's growth story when we talk about IPOs. We have seen many startup IPOs coming in. We also seen some muted response. Why has that happened? One. Point number two is this appetite for IPO for startups healthy? How are you looking at this? What would be the long-term impact?
See, firstly, thank the Lord that IPOs are coming. You know, for the longest time, and the venture industry is, Kalari is 16 years old. We were one of the first funds that started when money came back from the US after having successfully exited two of our companies. For the first half of it, I mean, IPOs used to be that shiny, magical thing, jo kabhi hoega, right? We had seen the Make My Trip IPO, and Deep Kalar was and is God, because he had actually done it successfully, and that too in the US. And when I was an early stage founder, I don't even think my initial decks even had that dream कि हम IPO करेंगे, right? These days, I mean, entrepreneurs flip the word IPO out, जैसे change होता है, which is amazing, right? Which is only happening because they've seen IPOs happen. And I take your point, some work, some don't work. That is the market, right? But I think for in the venture capital industry, in the private equity industry, I mean, of course, being able to see exits for LPs, that's a great sign, right? So that is there. IPOs are a good thing. They unlock capital. They give liquidity to investors and to the entrepreneur. Now, I think
what we'll see is companies are beginning to recognize what is the makings of a good IPO, what are the fundamentals and the practices you need to put in advance while you're entering the IPO process. I think that process is getting more and more clear to entrepreneurs. And folks are looking really long ahead. Like this is 3-year prep at least that you get into when you are even considering the fact of an IPO. All of these are very healthy mechanics and science that are happening to the industry. It's a sign of an industry coming of age. And just to your point about sectors, like India is kind of looking at deep tech in a very serious way. Like when was there a time when entrepreneurs could convincingly say that I'm going to build a deep tech company? Chara was here, right? In space, all of those. So the exciting sectors that are coming up. And again, to the previous point, we're just not aping the West. There are new business models that are coming up. And there's this, muscular, robust conviction in the entrepreneur that they will take those big, bold bets. So this the audacious entrepreneur is here. I think which is fantastic for all of us. And I know there was some good natured discussion on the word unicorn as well. So I thought unicorn is it's a private valuation. It was again that golden thing that we as entrepreneurs want to ape to. Oh my God, I'm the entrepreneur of $1 billion company. All of us, that was like that mark in the sand that you basically wanted to come to. But the entrepreneurs that we see today are a lot more, the good ones are a lot more based on fundamentals. They're looking to build for the long term. And I genuinely feel that those are the entrepreneurs who will get funded.
Good one. I just want to quickly come to Ankur and Shiva. We're seeing not only the rise in the number of investments into startups, but also healthy number of investors exit. Vikas also mentioned about it. How are you looking at this development? Would you by any chance say that this will create some challenge when we're seeing funding winter as well? I mean, given the challenge crunch of funding, the time stamp between the funding rounds is getting shrink. We have also, as per many reports, we've also seen the rise in bridge rounds. I mean, startups which weren't able to take up the primary rounds. How are you seeing this development? What would you say how healthy it is for investors, or more so for angel investors? VC investors also, this movement is for exits.
You're talking about taking exits or doing more bridge rounds?
No, I am talking about making exit. Yeah.
The early stage investors exiting.
Yes.
Early.
Yes.
So let's see, it all depends upon ultimately, money in the bank. Unfortunately for us, we are cash flow guys. So you can be very greedy in equity. But as lenders, you understand cash in the bank. So many times we have to take a call on exit on the basis of valuations, right? And the prospects. So exits are critical because you want to prove to your LPs and your investor that money actually comes back from this asset class. So this is what private equity industry today has been showing for the last 12, 18 months. It took a long time. Private equity industry in India started back in 2004, 2005. But now I think every day there is a block happening, hundreds of millions of dollars being sold by them, because that exit shows from this country exits happen. India has a record, not a record, I would say, it's been labeled that we are able to give exits to LPs. So now with this, it gives a good perspective, whether you are early stage investor or whether you're late stage investor, whether you're a lender or not. Cash in the bank for the LPs are very important. That's what the new term DPI has become more important than IRR. So that's where we have started seeing more action happening on for all kinds of portfolio companies.
Shiva could add to this. I would want to know from you, how much are you looking at to deploy in startups in coming 2 years?
We have actually increased our pace, so we will be deploying more. See, I think Resham, a lot of things are being talked about IPOs, and there are questions around it, and they're all valid questions. But you have to understand that as a venture investor, we are in a business where there are very few moments to celebrate. To the extent that when we make a investment, there is a
That's even more challenging in deep tech sector.
I think in deep tech we are probably at a critical mass now. Maybe last 7 years has been a time of struggle, but like what Priyanka was saying, this is the time I think when there's an inflection point. So we are more of an early growth stage investor, right? We actually, if you had asked me this question 2 years back, I probably would have said, "Kahan hai deep tech," right? But now at least every week there will be 2 or 3 companies that I will look at it and say it is worth my time to at least start looking at it. The point I'm trying to make here is that. and not only me, right? So what really has happened, because public markets have been exuberant, there has been DNA change in companies where people are saying that I will look for cash flow positivity and so on and so forth, right? People look at IPO as an exit path sooner than effectively later. I think in general, people are a lot more bullish in the private market to say that we will deploy more. So see, I like this analogy with with seasons, whether it's winter or summer, right? If you look at when there is winter in Delhi, there is summer in Australia, right? So typically what happens, so in the broader technology market, it feels that there was winter in 2022-23, right? Which probably we are in a spring season at this point of time. But if you look at, as an example, AI, right? And by the way, I am a fan of AI, right? So I think it is an industry in itself, right? So AI, I think there is absolute summer there. Whereas if you look at EdTech as an example, there is probably winter there. So I don't think it is the fact is that there will always be winter in some industry, there will be summer in industry. And that's how the ecosystem really thrives.
Good one, good one. Ankur,
So
you
one thing to
want
just
to give
add,
us? Yeah, please.
Ankur, I think the question was also to you on capital
Yeah,
deployment with
yeah.
consolidated balance sheet, which I don't know if you're avoiding.
That's all right. We can have 20 seconds. Ankur, you want to give us the size of the capital?
So we've been deploying close to 700 crores every year. So, and we're growing 25-30% year on year. So there's no specific targets. As a good quality pipeline keeps coming in, I think we are able to sort of figure out the
And this is the
capital.
cumulative number, right?
Yeah, every year on year we've been able to deploy. So just not generally, I think quality transactions are not really challenging now. It's just actually the volume for us has grown 2 to 3x. More and more people have realized that debt cannot be ignored, and they want to sort of start using it very, very actively in their entire business models.
So we are seeing interesting times definitely. Shiva, your part.
Yeah, no, so I just wanted to add that I think we've talked a lot about the IPO market. So one thing that's important to also factor in as you're looking, especially when since we've had part of the conversation on the deep tech area, it's not one that globally is an IPO market. It is one where your business evolves in one of two ways. You either say you become a industry where you're building out a technology that is a very core platform that larger technology companies will absorb, and there's an M&A route that you're going to go through, or you may end up going to be an industrial company, which then eventually has its own kind of journey, which may include an IPO, but is the less frequent one in that ecosystem. For us as India, be it in the deep tech or the digital domains, the acquisitions when it comes to the M&A by cash, because that is what will deliver the DPI, has still been a fairly limited sum happening from either the large industries, whether you think about it from the Tatas, the Mahindras, etc., saying they put out cash to acquire a significant chunk of cash for a company, or if you look at saying companies that are building in the deep tech domain. So I think that's the part of the business model and the ecosystem that still has not matured enough. And if you're looking at where the next 5-7 years, if that starts to mature, that will cause the next part of the compounding that we haven't really seen yet in the Indian ecosystem.
That's what I'm saying. These are the interesting times. You would like to add to this? And also in the second bit of it, something on governance. What would be your one advice? I mean, we have seen some cases in the news, big headlines. What's lacking? What's actually lacking? What startup founders needs to focus on?
Yeah, again, you mentioned early stage investors getting out. I mean, it's a lot of it is to do with the life cycle of a fund and the individual funds economics as well, right? So
how investors can help in that?
So, I mean, really depends, right? If secondary, primary, all of that it's a normal thing that happens. So again, early stage investors getting out is the way that the business works. Actually, they're supposed to get out at a certain time. You were asking about governance. So I think now that as an industry, the venture capital industry is coming of age, and the government also is looking decently proactively as how this industry is run and managed. I think we'll start to see some positive kind of pushes from the government as well, where corporate governance actually becomes a big thing. I think there's a lot of training that's going to be going around. There'll be a lot of initiatives by the government to make sure that companies are kind of acting in a responsible fashion, getting more and more independent directors on board, ensuring that the board acts as a good oversight body and not just rubber stamping whatever the company wishes to do. So I think all of those are, again, I mean, they're growing pains that the industry is facing, and we will start to see all these corrections happening. We're seeing a lot of great examples of companies being extremely responsible in how they're building and scaling. So they're both parts, they're two parts of the example, right? And we're seeing it happen. And I think it's a growing pain, and
we will start seeing corrections in this very, very soon. And I think as entrepreneurs and as investors, we welcome all these changes that are going to happen.
Interesting. Because your take, how are you seeing this ecosystem evolve? If I can push you, make 3 predictions. In next 5 years, how will it change?
The monkeys on my back of predictions. So the latest AI I read just today is called Dubai. DUBI. So that's how things are now getting sold. And I also heard no, they want us off the radar now.
That's not me. We'll stay back.
And I also heard Elon Musk registered a domain called x.ai, and the shares are available at $19 billion now. So that's how I see things. Just going for the future. My industry remains same, though I'm very well with the panel. AI will boom a lot of things out there. There's a lot of scope in terms of increment. Deep tech is the way. My three areas still remains where the money is: health, defense, education, and there. At least in India, that's where 85% money is going to spend out there.
Perfect. One quick question to each. It's just 2 seconds. If you were to put in a check in early stage startup, which is not now, I mean, one of the big startups right now, and you would have made a check, what was that one startup? In 3 years, initial time, what would be one startup you would choose?
Anything that anything that generates huge employment.
That's being on the safer side. I need a name of a startup you would have loved to invest in the earlier stage.
I'm a lender. She said that any startup which is already big now that I would have wanted to invest.
You're getting
So
right.
that answer is very clear, right? You know, Zepto is an answer, right?
Interesting. Ankur?
I will think of Carrot Lane.
Interesting.
So for us, the B2B value chains and seeing what networks and stuff have developed, I think that's been fascinating.
Being on the safer side, I need the name. Come on.
I said B2B value chains and networks. I've named companies.
All right.
I mean, do you really want me to answer that question?
Is that even a question again?
So any app which I use, so possibly something like WhatsApp, which has 6 billion.
Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you so much, panelists, for making time for this. I really enjoyed the conversation. This has been really insightful. Thank you so much for being such a good audience too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. And thank you, Resham, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Resham, we just asked him to. Thank you. Okay, moving from those thoughtful discussions of the day to the evening's celebrations. My name is Aditya Malik, and I welcome you all to the 8th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards. All of us gather here to celebrate and also honor the future masters like yourselves who've demonstrated exceptional business excellence and also dedication towards shaping the future of startup ecosystems in our country. In this edition, we're not just celebrating trailblazing entrepreneurs, but also the intrapreneurs who ignite growth within established organizations. So while entrepreneurs, they start new ventures, intrapreneurs, they transform existing ones, driving innovation from the inside. And we also will honor these visionaries who are redefining success in their own unique ways. Once again, I take this moment to thank our partners for the day, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travel Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Phantom, and Beanley Coffee. Before we start giving away the awards, I always say this: from the time you nominate yourselves till the time that at least I receive the winners list in my hand, जो कि कुछ मिनटों पहले होता है, there's an extensive jury process that all of this goes through. And when winners like yourselves, when you apply for such nominations, it becomes really difficult for them. And what are the difficulties, etc.? Of course, we'll have our leader come and speak about that. But before that, to give you a sense of what happened in the entire jury process, can you please have the jury AV?
So I think, as they say, this is the decade of India, and it shows everywhere. It shows up in innovation, it shows up in the businesses, and it shows up in the talent. So all I can say is the future is bright. It has been such a hard time voting for this competition. So my congratulations to the ones who got selected, and advice to others not to lose the heart and continue with your mission. All the best.
I had a great time judging the BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Came across some of the sharpest and brightest minds in India. Every single candidate was so deserving, but I must say the final 40, the winners, are truly the representation of India's future business leaders. Congratulations to the entire BW team for putting together this cohort, and to the winners. You make us proud. Wish you all the best.
I wanted to congratulate the Business World 40 under 40 Disrupt team for an extremely well organized process. I was extremely impressed with the caliber of the nominations. It was truly world class. And last but not the least, my heartiest congratulations to all of the winners. I hope that this recognition provides you with a platform and a new dimension from which to scale up your exceptional achievements. Thank you and good luck.
Can we please have a huge round of applause for all the jury members? Thank you. And to formally welcome all of you to the awards ceremony, and also to kickstart the awards, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business Fund and founder of the Exchange Media Group.
Give Aditya a big round of applause. You know, clapping is good for heart muscles. I'm just warming you up for clapping for the winners. So can you clap for Aditya? Thank you. First of all, my gratitude to the jury. Our awards are about the jury process. Some of you applied multiple times and won this year, so you know. Some of you applied in some of our awards and not won. And you know, awards are a lot about how you do on that given day. They're a bit like cricket. You can be a Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Sachin Tendulkar, but someday you don't score a century. You don't even score a half century. So really, awards are a process which recognize what you've done, but also how you present what you present, how the interaction goes. So it's an honest process, and that's what matters to us. It's a process where everyone gets fair opportunity, that we don't have any favorites. We only have a role of filtering at the entry stage, the number of entries you want to show to the jury. So at that stage, we are able to editorially filter or prune down, or whatever word you want to use. But I don't want to stay between you and the awards, but I just want to say three things. One, we don't believe in awarding sons and daughters of famous industrialists. They also have to go through our process. If they apply, they come for the jury meet, and they win, great. But then we automatically, just because they are very accomplished business houses, they don't win. I do want to say that. And there is a reason my team over says that. And, we have to first respect our own process for you to respect. Mr. Harbindan Narula is the CEO of our healthcare and well-being and pharma business is there. Ms. Bilkis Naqvi is there. Of course, Chetan Resham and Arjun, because they're deeply involved in the conference. Second thing I want to say is we like to discover new talent. I can say over the last 10 years, since I've been part of business world, we've discovered talent who's done well. I can drop names, but I'll take only one name just to save time. Aman won our 40 under 40. Aman Gupta bought 4+ years back, almost 5 years back. Look at the growth he's had. I can give you at least 30 names that I remember. There may be more from various sectors. And last but not the least, this is an award which is not just for the MC talked about it, the jury talked about it. It is called 40 under 40. It's not called 40 under 40 founders. So it's an award that looks at entrepreneurs, because you cannot grow your company if you don't have entrepreneurs. If you don't have people who share the vision, the passion, and the intensity of the founder, or at least are inspired by that. And you need a lot of people to build a company. The founder may be the mascot, or the leader, or the driver, or the vision setter. But you really need a team and many like-minded leaders to be able to build a company. So really, this is an award for entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs, and we've consciously crafted it like that. However, the list has much more entrepreneurs than entrepreneurs, but I know the value of having partners in your company who are building a business with you. I'll leave it at that. I have such partners in business world. Mr. Hoshi Gaswala is not here. Harbinder is here. There are many more. Chetan has worked 7 years with me, and I depend on him for many initiatives. So I would like to wish you luck. Over the next few weeks, we're going to do a series of things around entrepreneurship, which recognizes the change in the environment where most startups and startup founders are looking at profitability, or if not, path to profitability. So we're going to look at companies editorially that are moving on to a path of profitability. Also, it's an IPO season. Of course, when there is exuberance, there's a little bit of froth also. Some of the SME IPOs represent that froth, but the SMEs are the backbone of what is happening. The SMEs have together raised 6,000 crores, and a single IPO raised more than 6,000 crores. So SMEs are doing well. I met at my Exchange for Media event 2 days back in Bombay. I met an ad tech company, and they've just got listed. And I know their best days are ahead of them. So clearly, entrepreneurs and companies, startup enterprise are moving towards profitability, a path to a profitability. It may be a mezzanine stage before a listing, or being taken over by a large company, or in some cases the startups are acquiring other large enterprises. So it's a very healthy trend. Since the last time, the environment is much better for startups. There is a stable government, there's a stable policy, and the startup ecosystem continues to showcase companies in India in a way that has never happened before. The future of India is bright. The future of entrepreneurship is bright. But entrepreneurship is not easy. Aditya and Resham were asking me about my mother. She's in hospital. Luckily, just before I came, she was shifted from an ICU to a normal ward, and she's 83 and a half, 83 and 4 months. And, I only want to say I'm a first generation. I started Exchange for Media at 28 and a half. Luckily, the company does very well. 10+ years back, acquired Business World, and still we've only achieved 5-10% of what we set out to. But we are in the play. We're not giving up. We are building, and I've seen many cycles. I think sometimes we forget sleep. Sleep is the single most determinant for your health. Health is more important. So don't drink too much coffee. I'm invested in Beanley Coffee. I have nothing against drinking coffee. I love coffee. That's the only thing I miss, because I haven't drank coffee in 45 odd days. I'm focusing on losing weight and lost 7-8 kgs, but my goal is much bigger. So focus on your health. Focus on your sleep. Focus on your family. My kids have grown up. They're very busy now. when I was younger, building up my first enterprise, I wasn't at home. I was returning at 10 p.m. My kids were very, very small. So really, I know entrepreneurs think of their businesses as children. They're nurturing them, but look after your health. Everything else, once you're in a hospital, you spend 1 week in a hospital, it changes your brain. Focus on your health, focus on your sleep, stay calmer. Sometimes I also get worked up. We're all driven, we are passionate, we want things in a certain way, but stay calm, say things politely, be optimistic. Entrepreneurs are optimistic by nature. They believe they will be able to do it. The second thing I want to talk about is kindness. I've been talking for the last 3-4 months about this young Israeli. I talked on Saturday on Friday at a BW Marketing World 40 Under 40 Awards and Healthcare 40 Under 40 Awards on Saturday. A gentleman called Nadab Ben Yehuda. We all want to grow. Entrepreneurs are very focused on themselves and their enterprises, and also focused on their key teams, customers, the environment. And it's okay to be focused on oneself. But the story of Nadab Ben Yehuda, for some of you, he's a young Israeli, still very young. In 2012, he almost became the first Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. The reason I say almost is because he was between the base camp of Mount Everest and Mount Everest, and he encountered two of his friends. One already had passed away, second needed medical help. So Nadab had two choices, either to climb up and become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or save his friend's life. Of course, he saved his friend's life. That's why I'm talking about him. So in whatever you do, help other people. Even if you're struggling, it is possible to help with time, with kind words, with money, with understanding. And, I'm not saying dilute what you believe in. Don't do build boundaries. They're important in life, in every sphere. All that is given. But sometimes being right is important, but sometimes being kind is more important. So whatever you do, be kind to yourself by sleeping more. More entrepreneurs sleep less. They are focused on their work. They're focused on their dreams. They're driven. And last but not the least, I keep saying, environment and climate change needs our help. As leaders, as founders of businesses, CXOs, build climate consciousness. In whatever you do, build, whether it's in communication or in the way you're building your company, build sustainability as a core part of what you do. That's what I want to say before the awards. Congratulations to all the winners, to the winners who were shortlisted and for some reason didn't make it to the final list. I wish you luck. The next issue of Business World will all of you have been featured editorially, because at the end of the day, our events, our conferences are also an extension of our editorial product. We believe as a media product, it's our duty to discover new talent and bring them forth where they belong. So I wish you luck and I look forward to celebrating your success with you. I hope you meet each other, collaborate with each other, and the cohort of the BW 40 Under 40 is able to make a significant contribution to the economy and to the community. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Thank you. Okay, now moving towards the awards, a couple of announcements. Today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwdisrupt.com. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BW40 Under 40 if you post anything online, where 40 is numeric. And a humble request to all the winners, also important, once you've received the award and you step down from the stage, proceed to the left side of it for your individual picture, and also stay back till the very end for a group picture, both for the online coverage. And as the winners, if you've not given your video interview to the Business World team for BW TV, please stay back after the ceremony and also do the needful. Time to reveal the winners of the 8th edition of BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards. And to felicitate the winners, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange and Media Group, And joining sir is Sudhir Rao, Senior Partner, Celesta Capital. Everybody, please, to sir as well. Okay, time for the lead list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. This is no ranking, just an order. And the first person to enter this list for this year, please. Subhan Kasechwani, founder and CEO of Jibas. Sudhan, please, everybody. Acceptance.
I've actually been seeing so many entrepreneurs get this recognition, and I was like, I also want to be a part of it. I was eyeing for 30 under 30, but I realized I'm a little older now. So 40 under 40 this is. Thank you for the recognition.
Congratulations. Quickly moving ahead, and the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Aspa Singh, founder and CEO of Gramshri Agri Services, Gramshri Kisan. Aspa, everybody.
A big thanks to BW Business World in general and Dr. Anurag Bhattesar in particular for this recognition. I feel extremely humbled and proud to be the part of wonderful team of Gramshri Kisan as I receive this honor. Apart from this, it also increases our commitment to disrupt the animal husbandry and fishery and agriculture and allied sector with the infusion of technology and talent as well. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next member is on the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Abhishek Anand, founder and CEO of Coffee. Abhishek, everybody.
Thanks a lot, Business World and the jury for having me here. Just 2.5 years back, I quit my corporate career after 8.5 years for in oil and gas internationally, and then wanted to start something on my own. First generation entrepreneur. I mean, was doing quite a good bit at that corporate job. I mean, leaving a 1.5 crore salary job and starting everything all new together from oil and gas to coffee. My parents had doubt on me. What is my son doing? And I think today, I mean, they're not around here because they're back in Bihar, but I'm sure that they'll be proud to see that it's reaping benefits. The brand is growing. Up Coffee is creating a wave that it should create by getting freshly brewed coffees at honest prices to all. So thanks, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Abhijit, I have 2 points to make. One, where is my royalty? It's called AB Coffee, yeah.
It's up.
Up, okay. I know. Second is, now I know you're in oil and natural gas, you're in coffee. Once you build this, maybe you'll be in liquor. No, yes, you get that.
That's a point to make. So the fun part is, in 2021, when I moved back from Europe to India, I moved back to India to start liquor, and that was wine. And then I realized wine is complicated because of regulatory reasons. So you never know. But still now it's coffee. Thank you.
I have nothing against wine or coffee. Just drink it in moderation. That's it.
Congratulations, Abhijit, your picture. Chaliye, next winner to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Abhishek Chandra, Chief Revenue Officer. Go quick. Abhishek Chandra, everybody.
Thank you, Business World, for this recognition. I've been building startups for the last 13, 14 years, and recognitions like this keeps me motivated to build much more amazing products for the Indian tech startup ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next winner to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Anisha Menon Bhandari, Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer, Car Trade Tech. Everybody, can you थोड़ा और प्यार, थोड़ा और जोश? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to win the BW 40 under 40. Sitting here, I mean, since the time I've been listening to other winners, I realized the amount of talent that is there. I'll be honest, I was a little embarrassed. I feel, wow, for 9 years, I've been in this company. For 9 years, all I think, dream, breathe is cars and auto and the segment I'm in. And when I hear Galaxy I, and I'm hearing, there's so many things that I heard today, and I feel inspired. And I'm honored to be, felicitated at this platform by Mr. Anurag, especially hearing the ethos with which he's built this. It's a true honor to get this from you and from you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Winners, don't forget your individual picture, then also group picture in the end. With that, the next member is on the elite list for this year. Please. Ankit Agarwal, founder and CEO of Unstop.
Give Ankit a bigger round of applause, yeah. You have the same hairstyle as me, no? That's why.
No, I think it's an honor. This goes to my two families. One parent, spouse, and the other, more importantly, is the Unstoppables, which is all the employees of Unstop. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. And with that, the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Ankit Chapuria, co-founder of Zayed. Our friends at the back, you can also join in the celebrations.
Thank you, BW, for this recognition.
I think I dedicate this to the whole Zayot family who took the step to actually reimagine a very traditional apparel manufacturing industry. And it's good to be a part of the community, sharing thoughts with like-minded individuals. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you and everybody back home. With that, the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Ankur Jain, co-founder and CBO of Sunstone. Let's give Ankur a huge round of applause.
Hey, thanks everyone. I think this is special, since like last 19, 20 years, because now I am 40. I was thinking I should apply in 50 under 50, but there's no category like that. But this actually goes to our team, because what we are only because of our team. We have been trying to change the higher education ecosystem in the country, trying our bit every day. So it's dedicated to them. Thanks.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, our next member to join the elite list for this year, please. Aruna Dorianani, Director and Business Head, Amazon Mini TV. Let's give Aruna, everybody, a huge round of applause.
I'm truly humbled and thank you for the honor, Business World, Dr. Batra, and the jury. Amazon Mini TV is one of the fastest growing OTTs in the country. We've grown our viewership almost 7x over the last 2 years, and we've received a lot of love from our customers. Our mission has been to provide free entertainment, great quality content, and enable brands and advertisers to reach an engaged audience at scale. And this has been a phenomenal journey. We operate like a startup even within Amazon. And I'm very thankful to the fantastic team that I have, due to which I'm here. And this is dedicated to my team. Thank you.
Congratulations. And with that, the next member to join the elite list for this year. Arvind Veer, founder and CEO of YZ.
Thank you. I'm truly humbled to receive this award. We started our company at the start of the pandemic and we've come a very long way. Awards like this help motivate me and most importantly, the team to continue to innovate and disrupt a very traditional sector being real estate. So thank you again for the recognition and award.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you. Thank you so much, Sudhir sir, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants for sir, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now may I please invite Priyanka Gill, venture partner, Kalari Capital, to please join us on the stage and help us present the awards, ma'am. Thank you, Sudhir ji. Let's also welcome ma'am, everybody. Moving ahead, our next member to join the elite list for this year. Bhavesh Valreja, founder and CEO of Global Media. Bhavesh, please.
So I would attribute this, first of all, to the blessings of my father and mother. And they have been really supportive all through the journey, to the amazing BW team for recognizing such talent. And last but not the least, my global media team, who has been always there through the thick and thin. We started very lean, and now we are super expanding and looking forward to achieve greater heights together. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. With that, the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Garima Mishra Filmfare, Apple India, Paddington. Let's give Garima everybody a huge round of applause.
So my mom is sitting 1,400 kilometers away from here. She's in Jamshedpur, sitting with a couple of friends watching this live. Hi, auntie. Hi, mummy. And my husband is sitting 210 kilometers away from here. He's in Ambala. He's a defense officer. He couldn't join here. So hi, Sandy out there. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone, my entire team who spread pan-India, who's made this happen for me. Two important part of my team, two of my pillars are sitting with me here, supporting me today. Thank you so much for coming over. And thank you, Reddington. Yet another one for you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations to you and everybody back home. And with that, the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Gautam Modani, co-founder and chief operating officer, Refin Solutions. Let's give Gautam a huge round of applause, everybody.
Thank you, Business World and jury, for the honor. Our journey at Wifin over the past 18 months has been everything that Dr. Batra spoke about in his opening address. So thank you for recognizing what a startup goes through. Thank you.
Congratulations. Winners, don't forget your individual picture, please. With that, the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Komal Vithana, founder, Mint and Milk Communications.
Thank you so much to the entire Business World team and the jury for recognizing the hard work of all the entrepreneurs and startup companies. This one's for my entire team that works so relentlessly to help us get where we are. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Now just realized when we say कि थोड़ा और जोर से ताली बजाते हैं, जो ताली बजा रहे हैं वही जोर से बजा देते हैं. You also know, I don't know, that's the idea of doing it. चलिए इसी के साथ the next member is on the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Kumar Raghavendra, Commercial Director, VT Group.
Thanks, everyone. Anurag, first of all, thank you for, I think, creating this legacy, because we winners, ultimately, we are the ones who, it's our job to take it forward. So thanks for doing that. I traveled all the way from London today just for this, and I think the day was absolutely worth it. And this goes to my father, who traveled from Patna all the way here for this, because it's been him who's always said that whatever you do, wherever you are, whatever work you do, you might not be at the top, you might be starting your career, give it your best, because every day someone is getting inspired. I belong to a very humble background, and the first step I took is when my father said, by the way, whatever decisions you are making in your career, people back in the village, they're looking up to you. So this is to all of them. This is to you, Pitaji. Thank you. Thanks all.
Congratulations. Congratulations also to you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Priyanka, for helping us. She's a flight to catch, everybody. Thank you so much, ma'am. Once for her, please. Let me please request Harbinder Narula, the CEO of BW Healthcare World and also of BW Wellbeing World and BW Pharma World to please join us on the stage and help us present the awards. Sir. Let's. 3-4 now we've identified. They have a collected trophy for all of you. चलिए इसी के साथ the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. It's CIO, Motilal Oswal Mutual Funds, Motilal Oswal Asset Management.
Thanks, Business World. This obviously is for the entire staff at Motilal Oswal Mutual Fund. We are a very young organization. We started back in 2014 with an AUM of about 2,000 crores. We've grown 50x in 10 years. Our profit have gone up by 100x in 10 years. We believe we just started from 44 AMCs in India. We started with 44th rank. We are now 12th rank. About 98% of our AUM is first quartile across durations. And I'm extremely thankful to my team, because of which I'm here. Last but not the least, I think we've all worked very hard throughout the day in offices, and our families are actually our backbone. So I want to really thank my parents, my wife, and my 9-year-old son, who's bunked the school and come here for cheering me up. Thank you.
Congratulations to him as well. With that, the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Rahul, wait, the CEO of MAC, Rahul, everybody.
Uh, we are just to give a background, like I run a startup incubator called Math. We are a incubator for AI startups, and that's why I'm running for a year. I so wanted this award for almost like 10 years from the time I started building startups. I built startups, and so this is very special for me. And the world conspired, I can say, because this is my last year eligibility wise. So I'm just crossing 40 next year. So somehow the universe conspired and got it. And thanks to my parents, my wife, and my son who are watching it live. And thanks to the BW team for making it happen. And thanks, everyone.
Congratulations to you. Winners and jury members, please stay back for the group picture as well, just a reminder. And the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Rahul Ranjan, co-founder and CEO of
Thank you. 3 years ago, when we started BreeBooks as a Gen AI platform, which will help school kids write, publish, and make money by selling their books online, we were met with a lot of skepticism. Today, 3 years hence, this is a great addition in the series of multiple awards that we have won so far. But this one is special, of course. Thank you, BW, for this recognition. This belongs to three set of people. My wife, Madhu, and my son, Ryansh, they have been pillar of support. My entire team, including my co-founders, Ami and Abhishek, and everyone in the team. And the third and really important are all the partners and school leaders globally who've believed in us, and close to 1 million young authors that we have on the platform. Thank you so much. This is all yours. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. And with that, the next member to join the elite list for this year, please. Ratnendra Ashok, the co-founder of Trivayu Media Works.
Thank you, BW, Mr. Batra. So I guess one thing for sure that no struggle happens alone. So my co-founder and my wife is sitting over there. So it goes to all these people, my teammate, my colleagues, people who are working in the office right now. And of course, my mother has been blessing me for over a decade now. Thank you.
Congratulations to you. You as well, ma'am. And winners, don't miss the picture, please. Very important. Humble reminder. And with that, next member to join the elite list for this year. Rohan Joseph, Vice President, Head of Global Investments and Corporate, Times Bridge, Times of India Group. Rohan.
Firstly, it's an honor. Thank you so much to Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, and the entire jury for this. Just for a little context, I think the Times of India Group has worked for the last decade or so trying to bring some of the world's best companies to India. And some of the companies that we brought to India include Uber, Airbnb, Coursera, Headspace, amongst many others. And just want to thank the Times Group and my family for helping us get here. And thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Rohan. With that, the next member to join the elite list for this year. Rohan Malhotra, the founder and CEO of Roadzen. Rohan, everybody.
I started Roadzen 9 years ago with a simple idea that you can use AI to transform auto insurance for every driver in the world, and also to build one of the leading technology companies from India. So we started with 3 people. We're now 400 people across North America, Europe, and India, and one of the fastest growing insurtech companies in the world. None of this is possible without the team. I think I'm here representing my team. So this is for all of you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Rohan. And with that, Rohan, you missed the picture. With that, the next member to join the elite list of PW Disrupt 40 under 40. Rohit Gaur, the co-founder and CEO of Olive, formerly Smartcoin. Rohit, everybody.
Thank you, Business World, Dr. Batra, and the entire jury for this honor. Business World is obviously, one such award we have obviously, continuously seeing since we started up. So it's obviously an honor being here where I think a lot of amazing entrepreneurs have been already. We started Olive with a focus of expanding financial inclusion through enabling access to credit and digital financial products for emerging India who are underserved and continue to face problems because of data crunch. So we leverage machine learning and AI to help solve these problems. Today, we have scaled to about 30 million plus users across the country, but I believe we have barely scratched the surface. There's a long way to go. This is obviously a great motivator and encouragement to the journey that we have been on. Big thanks to the family, co-founders, team, and of course, our partners and customers. So thank you again.
Congratulations, Rohit. And with that, the next member to join the elite list for this year. Roshan Shah, co-founder and CEO of Wolofin. Let's give Roshan a round of applause, everybody.
Thank you, Business World, for this award. and also for the honest process which I went through the first time, and I realized that it is really an honest and very, very good process that we all go through. I think the award, I would just say that it's like a collective award on behalf of the family and the team. And I think while all of us as founders, as business people are celebrated, I think a round of applause should be for all our families and the colleagues who make more sacrifices and efforts for us to be standing here. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you and to the families as well. With that, the next member to join the elite list for this year. Saurabh Gandhi, founder and CEO of Iloro.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Business World team. So really delighted to receive the award. I would just like to dedicate to three folks. One, my entire family. Second, my Ilo family. I'm very, very happy that Kushal from my Ilo team is here and they would be seeing this as well. We started with a vision to build the largest live entertainment platform for India. And now we've expanded that vision to say we want to build the largest live entertainment platform globally. So that's the ambitious vision we've gone on. And the last part that I want to dedicate this to is to close to lakhs of creators who are on Ilo, day and night, uploading content, talking to people, going live. So thank you to all of them. We feel really motivated about this and we'll continue delivering above and beyond. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. With that, thank you so much, Harbinderji, for helping us. Everybody wants to sir, please. I please request Sudhir sir. Sudhir sir to please join us back on the stage again. Exchanging cards. Yes, because he was networking. Sir, please. Should I take that?
I'll also request my friend, Mr. Mehraj Dubey, who's now an entrepreneur. He was an entrepreneur for many years, to also join. Mehraj.
I've been very excited by seeing everybody under 40 here, and I was reminded of being under 40. That was a little while ago. Out of those 40 years, I spent 13 years waiting for one scooter. And India is the largest production house for two-wheelers in the world. So big change over the last 20 years. When I was under 40, I was on outcry mode. I used to go to a stock exchange, shout for one stock at a time. Today, we're the largest stock exchange in the world. When I was under 40, I can give you countless issues that we all had and faced. We had no scooters, no cars, no phones. We used to be in a queue for a phone. And I was under 40. And looking at this situation right now and seeing 40 people here under 40, I can only tell you, you guys have the opportunity of becoming seriously large change makers for the country. All the very best.
Thank you. Thank you for that. With that, the next member to join the elite list for this year. Shivam Tripathi, co-founder and COO of NewMe. Let's give Shivam a huge round of applause.
Thank you, VW team, for the recognition. This award belongs to the whole of Numi team and my family, without whom like Numi would not have been here where we have been. Like we're just a 2 years old company, but getting massive love from the Gen Z consumer base, for which we are building a trend first omni-channel fashion brand. We now have close to 10 online offline stores as well, opening couple of them soon in Delhi next month. So this has been a wonderful journey, and this has been so fast. Last just 2 years feels like a lifetime. But yeah, thanks to all the team members who have made this possible.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you, Shivam. With that, the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Shivam Sharma, Chief Business Officer, e-commerce platform, retail and e-commerce. For Shivam, please, everybody.
So thanks, BW, for this recognition. It's a big thing. And yesterday was Teachers' Day, and I was just reflecting upon what we learned from our teachers and mentors in life. And so I would like to dedicate it to 3 teachers of my life. One is my mother, who by profession is a teacher, now retired though. Second is my B school, I'm Lucknow, where I learned the business lessons. And third is Art of Living, where I learned the life lessons. Now in our education, I have a toddler at home. My wife and I was discussing that whether to send her to IB to get life lessons or to send her to ICSE to get maths. So I got my life lessons pretty late in life when in 2017 I joined AOL Art of Living. And since then, life has really changed. Now there are so many things in life for which I feel blessed, and I feel the difference between success and happiness, and I understand what bliss means, and that is there every day, every time in a life if we feel. So thank you so much.
Arvinder, do call him for our well-being festival, right? We had Gaur Gopal Das and Shivani, Sister Shivani ji speaking, so we'd welcome you there. But yes, even at my age, whatever it is, I was telling Mr. Rao at 40 I had hair. When I was under 40, I had hair. But on a serious note, learning never stops. Even at my age feels I've just learned what is life, right? So it is a continuous process.
Thank you. Shubham, just to add, ICSE maths doesn't guarantee anything at 40. I'm an ICSE kid. Surely, with that, the next member to join the elite list of PW Disrupt 40 under 40. Kumar, co-founder, why is so huge?
So, it's really funny. Before I started Wiser Blue, I worked for a year in Outlook Business, and Business World was our biggest competitor. And today I'm here. So after I'm done, I'm going to call my ex-boss and have a big laugh because that's important. But on a serious note, I started this company with my mom, who is my co-founder, in 2015. And it was when we had no money. My father had just passed and we had absolutely no money. So Wiser Blue was born out of a lot of pain, and we turn into something so big. And this is the first time I've applied for an award and I won it. And this is really cool. And today, my entire team has stopped work and is watching this live. My mom's also watching this live and probably cheering. So, Amma, this is for you. You are my backbone. You're my stone. You're my everything. This is completely for you. And I wish you were here to, accept this with me. But thanks a ton for this amazing opportunity. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Shweta, I love media companies. I'm the founder of Exchange for Media also. So I feel every media company should do well. I generally feel life is about abundance. And I was reading Adam Grant's latest book on the flight day before yesterday. And, he made a point about how people from pain, they create beauty, and some create trauma and trauma for others. So you're clearly one of those who's created something which gives you and your family happiness and also makes an impact. So you're a living example, and every media company is welcome. We go purely by what is presented, and I'm sure you batted well that day. So congratulations to you. Well done.
Congratulations, very well said, sir. उसी के साथ next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Siddharth Anand Latsuraya, founder, Everest Fleet. Let's please give Siddharth a huge round of applause.
I would like to thank my team at Everest for this award. They have worked relentlessly to get us here where we are today. Everest Fleet is the largest supplier to Uber across the world with 18,000 plus cars. Currently, we are in 7 cities in India and expanding fast. Thank you.
Congratulations. And with that, the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Saurabh Sharma, founder, Mini Media Solutions.
I would like to thank my entire family, my team who has supported me to be here, and BW team and sir as well, especially because to the leaders, to the founders, there is no one to motivate, and the BW team is here to motivate people like us. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I'm very involved in our awards. This one a little less because Chetan's been working with me for 7, 8 years. So I really, I only ask him very structural questions. But I want to tell you that in a world, one, we do our awards, we have a locus standi, we have an editorial platform. Second, we have a process. And in a world that wants to pull you down, sometimes some people, not everyone, there's a lot of pressure we put on ourselves as entrepreneurs. There's a lot of comparison. I think we are very happy to be an encourager. If this goes in giving you a happy day and it encourages you to do better, I think we are very happy. And I keep talking about this guy at our CFO Awards 3 years back, and he cried and he said, I won this award and that's why I've got a promotion. I said, you're giving us too much credit. I'm sure it was preordained, But the fact is, we genuinely believe that as a media company, it's our role to be able to do talent scouting, if I may use the word, to be able to discover people before they become big or when they're on their way to becoming bigger. So all the best, Mr. Sharma. I'm sure your best days are ahead of you. God bless you.
Congratulations. Winners, don't forget your individual picture, also group picture in the end. With that, next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Sohail Chandok, CEO, New Mumbai and co-founder, Yuva Kabaddi Series, sports broadcaster and entrepreneur. Sohail has been consistently clapping for everybody. I think it's time you over to him.
Thank you. I think at the start, when you mentioned being kind, working hard, but at the same time sleep, I would throw in play sport as well. I believe in the power of sport. I don't come from an IIM, IIT, or McKinsey background. I've lived a life in sport, and we've built a profitable sports business, and we hope to continue to do so as well. We love what we do. I love what I do in sport, and I think it's inspiring to work with people who push you more and more day by day, and they help love what you do. So it's to our two teams at Mumbai, at Yuva Kabaddi Series and Elevate as well, and to everyone that I work with in the broadcast industry. When you juggle a few different hats, you wish you had more hours in a day, I think, at times. My family certainly thinks so. They're on holiday and I'm here, so apologies to the family at times when you can't quite get balance to work for you, but we believe in dreams, and when dreams change along the way, you still find a new dream to chase. So thank you. Thanks for this.
God bless.
Thank you. Thanks.
We'll see you around.
Congratulations, Sohail. With that, next member to join this elite list today. Sumant Prabhu, co-founder and CEO of Philipsu Kidvento. Sumant, everybody.
Right. Thank you, Business World. And I started right after my engineering got completed, and it's been 10 years that I've been building an tech startup, and we have built India's largest skilling platform for schools. And what gives me joy is, every day when I end the day, I look at the dashboard where I see 2 lakh students have completed some of the other courses in my on my platform. That gives me the highest joy. And yeah, this award is as much as mine as my co-founders, Nikhil. We started together, we studied together, we started together, we're building together. So one audacious ambition that we have is we have built India's largest skilling platform, and in another 3 years, we'll build world's largest skilling platform for schools. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And with that, the next member to join this elite list today. Surbi Bhakna Gupta, founder and CEO, Alter.
Honored to be here. I was just asked a question, why alter? I have a very simple answer to that, because we want to change the world one diaper at a time. From starting a small company out of our basement in our home to today serving lakhs of parents, fighting out the giants in the FMCG industry, This award is a testament to all that Alter has done and all that it can do. As a young mother, I know it takes a village to raise the child, and Alter is like my baby. So this award is dedicated firstly to all the parents who trust Alter for their little ones. Number two, to my amazing family who support me while I chase my dreams. And last but not the least, to my husband who's with me. He is also my co-founder. You're the wind beneath my wings.
Congratulations also to you, sir. For that, next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Sushant Mehta, founder and CEO of Sports Theory Network.
Thank you, Business World, Anurag, the entire team, Saloni, and everyone. I've got my two super women over there, my mom and my wife. Thank you so much, my pillars of support. Also, a huge congratulations to all the entrepreneurs who won today, because I know it's a bumpy ride. And you ask anybody in this hall, they'll tell you we're just getting started. So I wish, obviously, I wish lots of profits in crores to all of you, but especially a like-minded team, people who are supportive, who are driven, and who are interested in scaling the business so that you can even give back to society at the end of the day. So thank you so much, BW. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you, to ma'am, and of course, your mother as well. Congratulations. With that, the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Venu Gopal, Senior VP, Client Success and Operations, Five Minds Innovative Market Solutions. Let's please give him a round of applause, everybody.
First of all, thank you, BW and the entire team. And I would have not been here without a support, a collaborations, or a guidance. So I would like to thank my entire family and my wife and my entire team who has been with me since the last 15 years, and my mentor, who has guided me entire through my career. Thanks to everyone. Yeah.
Congratulations. Well, now we are down to our last few awards, and we have members from the teams to receive them for the winners. And the next member to join the elite list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Let's call Saxena, co-founder and CEO of Adalat AI. We have with us Ashutosh Gautam to receive the award on behalf of Utkarsh. Congratulations to you. You want to say something? Yes.
apologies, Utkarsh couldn't be here because he's under the weather. So thank you for the recognition, BW, for our work at Adalat AI. We are on a mission to end judicial delays and transform the judicial system in India through AI solutions. And this will give us a big boost. And so thank you so much, BW.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, the next member to join the elite list today. Ankita Suresh Bapna, Global Solutions Associate Lead, Google India. We have with us Ritesh Ved, her husband, to receive the award. Congratulations to you.
Uh, Good evening, everyone. My wife couldn't be here today. She is in US. As much as she's missing being out here, it gives me an equal source of pride and joy to represent her on the stage. She took time off from a work trip to re-energize in the Montana Glacier National Park with her closest friend and confidant. My wife works in YouTube. YouTube is a brand she's extremely passionate about. As you know, it has tons of gigabytes of content, resources, and knowledge, provides a great revenue stream to content creators and also opportunities for advertisers to reach targeted cohorts at scale. She uses data mining, AI, ML, etc., to reach targeted cohorts at scale and provide this while giving a bang for the buck to the advertisers using optimum performance marketing tactics. Two attributes really define my wife. One is her ability and penchant to create strong and meaningful relationships with people, which she's carried from her childhood with her relationships with friends and family. And the second attribute I would say is her love for sports. It has given her a great deal of drive, ambition, resilience, perseverance in the work that she do. Me, my son, Rian, who couldn't be here, who's at home today, really support her. All her friends and family in Calcutta and Mumbai are really proud of her. Lastly, I'd like to thank BW, the jury, Mr. Batra and team, to recognize, to help and motivate by recognizing her. It gives her a great deal of drive, passion to really strive for disruption and excellence in the work that she do. Thank you so much, team. Thank you very much.
We had a best husband award. We definitely give it to you. We don't have it yet, but maybe you never know. But God bless you.
But kya promotion ke yaar? I mean, live resume he is. But congratulations to ma'am as well. No wonder she's on the list because of partners like him. Congratulations to you, sir. With that, the next winner or the next member to join the elite list today. Manan Chopra, Director, Ben's Packaging Solutions. We have with us Karan Batra to receive the award on behalf of Manan. For Manan and also for Karan, please. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Moving ahead, and the next member to join the elite list today, please. Priyanka Salot, the co-founder of the Sleep Company. We have with us Abhinav Malik to receive the award on behalf of Priyanka. Congratulations, Abhinav, to you and of course Priyanka as well. With that, the next member to join the elite club this year. Sankeet Shah, the co-founder and CEO of InVideo. We have with us Paritosh Sinha to receive the award. Please, congratulations to you and to Sankeet as well. With that, the next member to join the elite list of PW Disrupt 40 under 40. Sumit, just so you're the co-founder and CEO of NewMe. We have with us Shivam Tripathi to receive the award. These for Sumit as well and for his co-founder. You know, we still have some to go. तो आपकी तालियां अगर आए तो अच्छा लगेगा इनको भी. Two more. With that, the next member to join the elite list of PW Disrupt 40 under 40. Ramsey Krishna, Joint Managing Director with Saka Industries. We have with us Mukesh Sisodia to receive the award on behalf of Ramsey. Please for Vamsi and for Mukesh as well. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. And with that, the next and the last member to join the list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40 2024. Akshali Shah, Executive Director for Our Milk Foods. We have with us. She's here. Is you mean you're telling me? No. We have Vipul with us to receive the award. Let's give Akshali and Vipul as well a huge round of applause. Congratulations. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for helping us with the awards. Thank you. We'll do a picture as well. Winners, the group picture, may I please request all of you to bring your trophies. And also, if you've not done your video interview, request you to please do the same as well after this. And Chetan and Resham request you to join the first group picture. We'll do one with the jury members and then only of the winners. Please. Can the team also make sure that if any winners outside, they're called back inside? All the winners, please, with your trophies. Chetan, wherever he is, if someone can help, bring him in. Yes, sir. So these are, you can Chetan. We all might just squeeze in a little. A couple, you can also sit in the forward if you want. G. You can also sit if you want, yes. Yeah. We've got more people here than you've got here. I we'll first do individual cameras and then we'll get to this one. We'll take 10 seconds for this. For your mobile phones. Any, जो भी आपका हो. और नहीं मानो तो बाद में airdrop चलेगा. Done. 5 more seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Naval. अब सबको थोड़ा पीछे होना पड़ेगा. A request, please. And please stay back. We'll do one with the winners only after this. No, not you. You can also sit if you want. So. Just smile, no? And please stay back. Please stay back. Now we'll do one with the winners only. Thank you so much, Batra sir and Arvinder sir, Sudhir ji, and of course. So thank you so much. Thank you. You can occupy the 4 seats. आप बैठ सकते हैं. You can have the ladies sit, or anybody wants to sit. Anybody who's almost turning 40, they can. अभी कोई नहीं बैठेगा. चलिए. The center frame, please. One more. Done? Done. Congratulations to all of you. Have a pleasant evening. Oh, it's also the weekend now. Oh, yes. Congratulations.